Hey y'all, is anybody here? I don't see anybody. Okay, I surprised myself too. Everybody's probably sleeping or watching someone else, and that's all. That's all good. Here we are. So for the past however long, I've been talking about community and grouping together and those kind of things. Hey, Rocksteady, Flying Eagle, it's good to see y'all. And I was watching a drone video of Arkansas. Please pray for Arkansas. Goodness, they those tornadoes really did some damage. One of the things I was noticing was kind of doesn't matter what kind of house you have in a tornado. I keep thinking cinder block is the way to go, and I saw brick homes. It those poor people. So what I wanted to talk about and see what y'all think is when a disaster like that happens, it's probably best not to be all together because where are you going to go? Um, we've heard some things about the Red Cross. Do we want to trust them really? I don't know. And so it's like, um, I'm sure everyone has family somewhere else that they can go to. That's probably the best plan is to go to family if you can, friends, something like that. I remember when Louisiana had the really bad hurricane, maybe Katrina, can't remember which one it was. And so they were bringing the people to Texas, to Houston, to the Astrodome. And so then you're in a whole different situation where there's 25 to 3,000 people, maybe even more. I don't know how many people it'll hold, but you're all in there together, and it's families, it's single people, it's all kinds of people just suddenly put into this huge building together. And so you're going to see a whole lot of different situations when you're thrown into something like that. It's like, um, goodness, I don't know. Just imagine that many different personalities just suddenly put all together. And I think it's going to take a whole lot of discernment, a whole lot of faith, a whole lot of um, being human. We need to think more about humanity again. It seems like it's we've become so untrusting and so leery of people that I think we're losing what we're about, what we've been taught, what we've been, our foundation from the Bible that God and Jesus have told us. It's like, I don't know. Hey, Annie, good to see you. Yes, unite. And in a situation like that, you would really have to unite. You would it's a matter of survival. Um, you know, of course, there would have to be protection because some people would be triggered just, you know, or people on medications, maybe without their medication. Um, it, just a whole lot of different factors could fit into that. Hey, Emily, how are you doing? I don't know. I've just been thinking about, you know, a tornado can happen anytime, hurricane, whatever. Hey, wildlife, Nora. That's true, wildlife. And so we try to prepare mentally and have a plan. I'm a planner. Oh my goodness, y'all would not believe I have so many things written down because anytime I see a problem, I'm instantly searching for a solution and I have to have it planned out ahead of time. I have maps for my girls. I have this big plan, but guess what? I'm not in control. God is. It's his plan. And I know that. But at the same time, I still try to do my part to make things easier for the others around me. And that even goes into my community that I live in. It's like just trying to be the best that we can in whatever situation comes up. I think. Anybody else have an opinion on that? Well, I don't know where everybody is that usually comes up on panel with me. So y'all can see I have a different icon up. And a year or so ago, Heather was doing paintings, and so I ordered one and sent her a picture of what I wanted, and she put her own little twist on it. Um, for me, it was the warrior after the storm, and um, they saw me a little bit differently than I saw myself, but I still love it. It was worth the money. I have another one that I'll use sometimes. Um, for some reason, I'm having a little bit of a hard time loading it. And it was done by Artist and Poet. And she sent that to me as a gift. And there's so many good people on here that we lose touch with. And I miss them. But it's just the way it is, I guess. If any of y'all see Black Watch, tell him hello. I haven't seen him in a long time. And I've seen people ask about him. I just pray. No, he wasn't in the best of health. Let's see. I hate to show y'all the damage because that's kind of a negative thing. And yeah, I don't know if Chuck's awake or I know a lot of people spend time with their families. I get that. You just, I haven't heard from NC Debs in a little bit either. I don't know where she is. So anyway, I hope y'all have some kind of plan worked out. If there's any kind of tornadoes, hurricanes, power outages, train derailments, water is a big one. If nothing else, boil it. I was watching, um, what is that show called? 18, 18 something. And it's back when they were traveling to the Midwest and the Germans were drinking out of the river and started getting sick. And the women were sitting there, you're supposed to boil it before you drink it. And it's good that some of them knew, I guess, but you just never know what you're going to get into. So, have y'all had a good Saturday? Have y'all had good weather? It is so hot here. I think we were 89 today. Tuesday, it's supposed to be up to 93. I'm thinking summer's really going to be hot here unless something changes drastically. I can put the link out if anybody's. Sometimes there's people out there we don't see. It might come up. Oh my goodness. That's, yeah, Florida. Florida's about the same as us, I think. It could be a little cooler with the coast all around it, but snow. I can't imagine waking up to snow. No, thank you. Yeah, a while ago, I was sitting here and I thought, man, it's warm in here. And I went in there and looked. And I think it's my youngest daughter. She's got a hedgehog and she's so worried about the temperature because hedgehogs have to have it a certain temperature, although they run wild in the UK. So I don't know what's up with that, but it seems like they can't have lower than 63 degrees. So I went in there and looked and she had the heat on, not 63, 73. She had the heat on for 73. And I was like, no. And the temperature was, of course, a lot higher. So I had to put the air conditioner on. We were talking about that too. You know, sleeping with your windows open. Um, I miss that. And it's sad that I don't feel like that's a good idea anymore. One, we have allergies really bad, and the oak is like going crazy. So everybody's having oak pollen allergies. But then again, who's going to come through your window? Hey, Patrick, good to see you. And I guess that's one of the advantages of living out in the middle of nowhere. But I don't live in the middle of nowhere. It's not huge, but I have neighbors not far from town, close enough that they annexed me in. Didn't like that. So they made our 2 mile town into a 4 mile town. Now they're trying to annex in the other side so they can have the big apartment building. And I've called and left a message with the emergency management people. I would like to talk to them and see what everyone's thinking, if there's any kind of emergency here ever. Um, Talking to people in the community, kind of post something on Facebook every so often that the responses kind of tell me where people's minds are at, what they're thinking, feeling, whatever. And I know it sounds crazy, but I know a lot of people got rid of their Facebook, but I use it to my advantage. And that's another thing too is, we're all bucking the system because the system's totally messed up. But at the same time, I'm thinking, take advantage of it. You know, they've already shown us what they are, and if there's something that'll help you in some way, do it. But not if it means doing something against your beliefs or your um, no fly needle. Just don't comply to anything that. Just stick to your beliefs, whatever they are. I guess that's what I'm saying. You saw the title. I kind of mentioned that last night. And I was like, yeah, not putting a white flag on my door. There is a song that goes with that, but I probably know it. I think it's called White Flag. Alanis Morissette, maybe. I can't remember who does it. So, do y'all get involved with your communities, like checking into things like that? If there's tornadoes, or if they have a building set up that's stocked with water. That's another thing I just saw. Pennsylvania, I think it was Pennsylvania. Um, CDC, happy Two Bears. It's good to see you. You want to come talk? um, CDC had some people in Ohio, I think it was, and um, going door to door asking questions or something, and a lot of them started getting ill. And so it's like, oh, they really do have a problem here. And so then in Pennsylvania, their water, um, I think their water has something in it. They're telling people to stock up on water, and the stores are out. They've got stores with signs on them saying out of water. Blessings to you too, Pappy. Pappy might recognize that painting. I think he's seen it. So it's water's a big one. Keep it stocked up, or at least know where you have a water source. I don't know if y'all saw any of the shorts, but I did a little short video with a river and a creek, and they're not too far away to get to. Patrick Kelly went to the store the other day, was gone a few hours, came back. Front door was still wide open. Cat on the table, AC still on. The only thing missing was cat food. It was a normal day in the country. Well, that's good. Hey, Daniel, how are you? I'm gonna drop the link again in case anyone wants to talk. Patrick, hi Kim. You just changed your clocks, Kim, and you set it back. Kim, where are you at? We did that a little while back, but it was forward. And that's true, Pappy. Yeah, you're an Aussie. Okay. Yes, we definitely have to look out for our family first. But then what if 6 people come up? Hey, do you have any of this? How would y'all handle that? I'm like, yeah, coming in my yard, and I don't know, and it. I'm so torn about all this. It's the the humanity and the wanting to help others and do for others also, and then at the same time being so guarded, so untrusting, and uh, I don't like being that way. Hey, David. David, come talk to me. I want to hear you laugh. You're eating banana pudding. That's just not right. Links above you, David. There's some new people here that need to meet you. David has an amazing laugh, plays guitar, rides a three-wheeler bicycle miles and miles every day after working like crazy doing construction. I don't know how he does it. Our greatest strength to effect the greater good of the nation is to petition the Lord with prayers. His hand is much more mighty and can handle that task the best. Yes, Pappy. Oh wow, Annie, you be safe. Are they evacuating? Yeah, Kim. I think we're. And that's kind of it too. I mean, okay, this is just hypothetical, y'all. Don't freak out, please. It's just a, if we had to kind of congregate into the middle somewhere, what, how would we handle that? And there's so many movies out there that go into that, and I'm not liking the way it works, really. When you, my granddaughter used to watch The Walking Dead, that didn't look like it worked out real well for anybody. And then the girls had me watch Hunger Games, and I don't know if that worked out so well for anybody. That was a, ugh. You know, just grab what you need to, Annie, in case you do have to evacuate. The grab bags are kind of important if you have important documents you may need, or um, extra pair of clothes, some bottles of water, um, just a bag that you have ready to go with things like that. Because it can be anything. When we had that hurricane that that I think it was the Katrina one, it hit Louisiana the worst, but it, so, it did some damage in Texas also. And I-10, um, y'all probably heard of I-10 because it goes all over the place, and it goes all the way across over to Florida. Yes, a bug out bag. And it was shut down. People were trying to evacuate, and so they were just stuck on that highway. And you don't have a restroom, you don't have the food and water, you know, there's there's not a lot of convenience stores or anything for miles, and so if there's something you can keep in your car, do it, but definitely have a bug out bag that you would carry in your car with you in case you did get stuck like that. And no, it sounds horrible, but some way to use the restroom if you need to. It's just a thought. Jericho, I haven't seen that one. Bruce, you want to come up and talk? Happy, I love the way I love the direction you're going. Hey, Bruce, how are you doing?
Oh, hanging in there. And mute my TV so we don't get too much feedback.
Okay.
No, the series of Jericho, it's only well over 10 years old, but what it boils down to, a rogue U.S. government, which there's truth in this thing about what could happen or what might be in the works. This probably be predictive programming anyway.
Yeah.
But it's a rogue people to overthrow the U.S. They plant small nuclear bombs in the major cities around the United States. It obliviates them. Then they got the plan for a new capital in Cheyenne, Wyoming, and everybody out there, things just turned to crap and everything. This here's more real than what you guys watched. I heard The Walking Dead and the
So this is more educational.
yes, yes. Just watch what they do.
Because that's Hit Gal saying made her kids watch it for homeschool, her daughter's kid.
Yeah, but yeah, go ahead and watch that and everything. I got the series on DVDs. I got it off of where the hell did I buy that? Walmart and everything. It was around $20 or something for that deal. The series is old. It's got Gerald McRaney in it. I'm not sure if he's still around or not. I don't think he is. I think he died and everything, but he was the one that was in the military uh, comedy show or sitcom and stuff like that.
Oh,
That's one of them who's in it. That's a real good actor. All of the people they picked for the parts are real good. This is you can learn from this on what you can do and everything. So that's a
that's
lot of
pretty
it
cool.
there. And I like stuff like that where I can look at it and kind of get ideas and how they did it that supposedly worked. It might not all work what they do, but it worked in the show,
Right.
things. But it's very educational and everything. You can search out some of it on the internet and everything from different sources and stuff, and you can watch what it is and everything else like that. So that's just something that wanted to throw out there on educational stuff. Anything like that, disaster movies and stuff. Some of it is a stretch, but if they use the basics to get to that stretch, that's what you learn.
Yeah. So what
So
is the RGIS? I don't know
I'm
what
not
that is.
sure.
Well, it's good to see you, Hit Gal, and Offers Kingdom. Who else? Kenyon Watt. Good to see you. That yeah, that's I like to watch things that give me ideas.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what happened. There's a hospital involved, fire department, and the main character in the deal, he didn't follow through of setting the bomb off in one city. And the rogue government is after him at any cost to get him and get the bomb back. And that's what he does. It's portrayed here in Kansas, like Northwest Kansas is the fictional Jericho,
Oh wow.
and everything is what it is. That's one thing that kind of drew me to it to start with, and me living here all my life, I know how long it takes to get to Wichita and other places and all of that, and it's the
Hmm.
geography they got right, but traveling, no. The names of some towns that exist here in Kansas is right on road signs and stuff and everything, but you'll just have to
Wow.
watch it and
Yeah.
everything. That it's really really good. And it was an hour show with commercials. I forget what night it was on, Sunday or Tuesday or something like that. But each episode is about 45, 50 minutes, and they fill in the next 10 minutes with commercials.
Right.
It's what they do. But these are supposed. I haven't watched it yet, but I don't think they're spaced out with commercials. I think it's just one take, put it all together and
So
have
it's
the have the episode archived on the DVDs here.
right. So it's probably old enough that it'd be on YouTube. Maybe.
Just trailers. It's still copyrighted,
Oh, okay.
and I did buy the series and of DVDs from Walmart. Had it shipped to me.
Oh, okay.
Is what I did, and all the episodes are in there. And I looked in it once here when I got it, and there's supposed to be some behind the scenes or something on how they did a lot of the stuff in there.
Yeah. Hey Benjamin. It's like two different people.
Yeah,
I watch um something brought up secondhand lions the other night, and them just sitting on their porch, and anybody that comes up, kabam. And
yeah.
they didn't shoot them, but just enough to scare them off.
I relate to a guy that's in this show, and of course, it's a ham radio guy in town. He's kind of, I'm not that way of personality or what he does, but it's radio thing and how I'm doing now. I'm living alone, kind of a loner. All of
Yeah,
this stuff is my persona right now going on, but I relate to him and everything. But I don't answer the door with a gun like he does in the show and things like that. But that's a kind of a mirror image lifestyle that I'm doing at the moment. So when they see him and everything in there, you kind of know what I am and just think of me if you see it.
yeah. And that
So
I think so much of it depends on like values and morals, and
yeah,
um, I think we kind of got away from some of that.
this here is a decent show. Uh, there's probably some, I'd just say scenes in there with the information. There's no provocative. Some of it's funny and
Yeah,
things. One of the main characters in there, he's married to one of the nurses, and he picks somebody else to with and everything in a marriage relationship. You know what I mean, Bonnie? but that's in
Um,
there and everything, for morals and stuff. But most of it
hey,
is
Sharon.
about surviving and what needs to be done in a crisis is what it amounts to, and the other stuff's kind of secondary, but it's real life
Right.
things that could go wrong. Like
Yes.
you and I were married, and I seen a gal, and she paid attention to me or something like that. What are you going to do?
Right.
It's just one of those deals there that's just a fact of life. I wouldn't do it personally, but a lot of people out there would.
Yes. And
So
that's where, um, whenever I was saying the six people, six strangers just walk up and need something. And I
yeah,
said, well, I would be standing out there in front, my girls behind me, watching their eyes. And they're like, well,
yeah.
men are men. If it's a good looking girl, they're going to look. And I'm like, no. And so it's,
Being a male, money is so hard to look because one of the commandments after Jesus was on earth was you look at a woman provocatively or whatever adjective you want to put in that, you've already committed the sin. That is hard to do where,
right.
beautiful woman comes up, it, and women are the same way, get a hunk of a guy, you think they're going to look away?
You think I'm going to trust him any more than I would anyone else? No.
But here's what my mother-in-law told my wife. My wife was a very jealous gal
Hmm.
because we were delivering for Walmart down in Independence, Kansas, one time, southeastern Kansas, and I went in to get
Hey,
the door open so I could unload and stuff. And lo and behold, a gal that I went to school with lives there in Independence. And she happened to be in the lobby there, sitting on one of the shopping scooters.
hmm.
And I was standing there talking to her, and our daughter had to go to the bathroom. I think my wife come in and seen what I was doing, and she just got everything all wrong from the get go.
Yes.
She thought I had, she thought I had that planned from the start. I had nothing planned. She just happened to be there.
Right. And I could understand that. That's whole different.
And
All
what my mother-in-law told her, because that came up when we were at our home call, from trucking, and we
hmm.
went about 80 miles from where I was pulling out of, and we got in the discussion one night with her mom, my in-law, mother-in-law, and she told her, "You don't need to do that. Bruce is the kind of guy he will go home with you in the end of the day. You don't have to worry about him." But that's what she's worried about because she had gotten kicked to the curb. I don't know how many times over the years,
Yes.
and she just says, "You just got to look at who does he always go home with at the end of the day." It's my wife and my daughter.
Yeah. And
But just
that's,
trying to get her to see that and trust it, is another whole ordeal.
well, and that's a lot of us
Yeah.
that's been hurt or
Yeah, you
cheated
get
on.
burned a few times and you stereotype for the most part, which, I'm guilty of it with gals sometimes. A long time ago, I thought gals only wanted money, and I had to pretend to have money to keep a girlfriend. And
Yeah.
my theory proved true once I couldn't do the money thing again. It's like, see you later, bye.
Mm,
That's
I,
how
I
I
know.
that's how I pictured all women, Bonnie.
I understand. I know that there's women like that too. Women that'll cheat too.
Yeah,
It's all absolutely is where you're at with God.
yeah,
It, everything. That's the foundation we should be on.
yeah.
You
No,
know,
there's
the kicker.
just
Is there?
very little, slightly R-rated in Jericho, but it was always on the TV. There might have been a few four-letter words like damn or something like that, but there was nothing, shit, because that's kind of hard to get by on TV and, the F bombs. And there's
Yes.
nothing like that in here at all. But it's real good, family oriented, and if you pay attention, you can learn stuff in it. That's the reason I got a hard copy of it
Yeah.
and everything, so I'd have it.
I'll have to watch that. It sounds like it's a pretty good one. Seems a lot of them in chat agree.
Yeah, put a one in chat, guys, if you've seen the series or part of it way back when.
Of Jericho.
Jericho, yeah. Sometimes my brain don't work the best.
It's okay.
Sometimes it works too good and it gets me in trouble sometimes. Hey, Remote, how you doing, bud? Good to see
A
you.
remote. Yep. I'm behind the times. When I quit watching TV, I quit watching TV.
Yeah.
It
There's
was.
very few things. I'd watch stuff like this, in the deal, and everything
Hmm.
is what I would do because I was hooked. And there's other survival deals out there also that was on the Discovery Channel, I think the History Channel and stuff, but I can't remember the name of them and everything. That I want to get one. It's kind of what went on. There's one that's got a pandemic in it where the guy's an EMT, works at a hospital, and they had to flee Los Angeles because of the society going to crap. I got it on DVD somewhere, but I don't know where it is. I moved 2 or 3 times since then. But I'm trying
Seems
to
like,
remember the name of it and finding it. I just got to make myself search some more and
yeah,
everything and all of that. So that's kind of I want to get that one too and everything. Just download it if I can and burn a DVD or two of it and everything, and then come back on your show and get the right name and send you guys the link and all of that. If it's if I don't have to download it. If I download it, it's just a file, and they won't let me send it.
it seems like I remember something like that. Um, was it a man and his wife and child?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and they had experts in the deal narrating. Like one of them I remember when you eat, you got to have water or liquid.
Yes.
You just can't eat. The kid run a video camera all the time in the deal to document is who it is.
Oh,
If you
okay.
if you've seen that.
Oh, good night, remote.
Good night, Remote. Take care, buddy. But
Yep.
that's the one I learned quite a bit off of too. Was that and everything? And it's man and his wife and their teenage son. They try to bug in, and then everything just got worse and worse and worse. No TV, no internet, no water. They had to poop, carry it out, and bury it. All of that. Then the roving people started coming around.
Looters.
Yeah,
Yep.
and then they fled, and they got up to the freeway, and the freeway was blocked. But the people where the thing was blocked between them and in front of them where they had it, there were armed marauders, and he had to put it in reverse and get away. And then he had a flat tire, and then they were on foot.
Yeah.
It
That,
was a white suburban, is what they were started out in. But the
yeah.
theme of that one was a pandemic with everything going to crap. And when we first had this deal hit 2.5 years ago, that's the first thing that came to my mind. Again, like I say, it's kind of hard not to say it ain't true. It's predictive programming. It's what they're doing.
Yeah.
They could do it years ahead of what actually is going to happen, but they put it out there and everything. People just got to pay attention and everything. And a lot of people ain't wired like you and I are with our thinking and stuff. Like, yeah, that ain't gonna happen. That's a bunch of crap. That's just a bunch of drama.
I think everybody's kind of seeing that now.
Yeah,
Even people um, in my community, I'm just noticing more and more people speaking up and
yeah,
um, saying, "Okay, y'all, this we know this isn't right," um, and it can be EMTs, it can be
yeah.
doctors. My doctor just quit because of the protocols. We had a hospital system that's been buying up all the small hospitals.
Oh
And
my.
so our doctor was connected with one of the small hospitals that's been sold out, and the protocols that they required of him, he said no. And so he's gone. His last day
Face
was
what?
Thursday.
Face diapers and the jab.
No, it was the medications and treatment of the patients for
Oh, the protocols. Okay,
different
gotcha.
things. Yes, and he just didn't agree with it, and so we don't have a doctor now.
A lot of them don't go to school for nothing if they got morals and scruples and stuff. More power to that man.
Yes, and that's where I still turn to my nutritionist. Um, he's a pretty good drive from me. He's in Austin, but it's all natural, and he double up.
Yeah, if you really look at what your nutritionists are based on, see old stuff,
Yes,
1400s on down or earlier than that, and look what the Orientals, Japan, China, Vietnam, all of them people over there, centuries of what is available, what God gave us
yeah,
for this.
and
But
he
the
also
knowledge got buried and they don't want to do anything like that anymore.
well, and um, there's a reason that insurance won't cover anything natural, and they don't want us to have those natural cures because then
No.
the pharmaceuticals lose money and they work.
Yeah.
And that's he uses a lot of foods also, like um, he does the reflexology
Yeah.
and tests all your organs. He's just, I really like him. And he goes for, um, he goes a couple of times a year for conferences of anything new that has come out, or, you know, we're
Yeah.
always getting something new thrown at us with, who knows what
Yeah.
is coming in with the border. I just, I can't believe that is the biggest, I think the biggest infuriating part for me is the I fell for it, the line and sinker. Oh my goodness, you girls, when you come in from work, get your clothes off, get in the shower, get your
Yeah.
clothes washed, all the everything to try and
Yeah.
make sure that my parents were safe. Nobody was going to get sick. It was those poor girls had to wear the thing while they were working the restaurants and
Yeah.
stores and couldn't breathe. My granddaughter, she has asthma so bad, and it's a wonder they didn't get really sick from that.
Right.
And so it's but look at how they shut down a country with that. that is what is like kind of scary to me, that they could just do that. That that many people could get in that much fear that quick and completely. I remember the 2 week lockdown that they had.
Yeah.
Everybody stayed in their homes, and um, we had to go somewhere. And the major highway that we had to go out to go there is usually traffic, just bumper to bumper almost. And there was nobody on that highway. And I was like, this is really creepy.
Yeah, that's what was planned.
Yep. And so,
Because I watch Dave Hodges quite a bit at times, and he got an email from one of his detractors and things. One part of it, he said it wasn't that long of an email, but this is the whole point of the email to him to throw it in Dave's face. It says, "I can't believe how all of you complied with the lockdowns. They were expecting mass hysteria, and they
hmm,
were already geared up to squash it.
yeah,
But everybody just says, okay,
yep.
and everything." And let me blow your mind on something else, too, that I found out yesterday.
What's that?
The Homeland Security collaborated with, I couldn't say it, but it was Josh Hawley was hammering him that there is a app for the smartphones for the immigrants coming across the border.
Yes. For them to be processed sooner. Yeah. Uh,
Yeah, have you seen it?
yes.
I've downloaded it, but you got to register to get inside it, and I'm not going to register.
And so that's a big issue down there right now, is they're furious, um, because it's taking a lot longer than it was supposed to take whenever they do that, to be processed so quickly. And so, um, that's why so many of them were being held in that detention center in Mexico. And then, um, now I'm seeing that the people who were holding them there are being charged because of that fire. That, um, that there was quite a few that were killed, and
Yeah,
a lot more that were injured and taken to hospitals. And so, uh, so the ones that are coming up are angry, and the ones who have been here for life are angry because they paid a lot of money to do it all legally.
yeah,
And so we've got this big, everyone's angry at everyone else, and that's where I think it's going to turn into, oh my goodness.
yeah,
And that's, I keep telling Chuck and them on the in East Texas, okay, I'm in the middle. If it gets bad here, I'll let y'all know, and then
yeah,
y'all can do what you need to do there. But because everybody, it seems like, is East Texas Rescue, and Nikki and Chuck
yeah.
and David N. He's more north, but still,
We're
they're
kind
all.
of three of us out here in the western part of three states. We kind of represent that area right now. You, me, and Shane. We all live west of our states and everything that we're residents in, which is kind of ironic. It's almost you can almost draw a straight line from my house to your house and through Shane's town and everything. All of that because we're all west.
Hey, Sean, good to see you. Oh, we're just talking about different situations with a disaster.
Yeah,
And that's one thing. I would definitely go to family first because I would not want to be put in a coliseum with thousands of people never met. That's just no.
they try to do that with me. I'm going out in a blaze of glory in my front yard or on my porch.
Yeah, and but it can be something that simple. Oh, you have a hurricane and it's a disaster, and we
Yeah,
need a place for all these people to go where they're safe and have restrooms. And so they put them into this big coliseum. And then, you know, what if they
and they want it,
decided to make it into a whatever?
like they told us, and we've said it too. Look at the past
Mm-hmm.
disasters and see how things deteriorated. Each disaster is different. It's going to be different time frames of what could go on, but it's basically the same circumstances that turn to crap. But it's just might be a longer time frame for it to get there or a shorter time frame to do that. But no, they come up with all sorts of different stuff and everything to put out there that isn't even tried. Analyze what happened in the past and make a plan for that because you know what's going to be coming.
Yes.
But who are we? We're a couple dummies, money.
Well, and that's why I said with the Red Cross because so suppose a Red Cross bus or van or whatever comes along and we're going to get you to safety and jump on the bus. That's when people need to know no,
Yeah,
don't jump on the bus. Um, the food, even if any food is brought in, here we're here to help you. Here's some food and water. I wouldn't even, I don't think I would even go there because where'd it come from? What's in it?
what's the control factor by taking this? Well,
Yes.
what do you want? Did you know there's executive orders out too that are pretty wild? Not really wild, but how do I put it? That they could do something. Do you know about those?
No. I try to watch all the bills, um,
Hey,
mostly
this
for my state, but then when I can, the government also.
okay. That it's older. Let me go to another browser here and see if I can find it and everything.
And I know um, different people watch different news sources, but a lot of times I watch Forbes because Forbes shows right there on the Congress floor
Yeah,
what they're talking about, what they're pushing, and to me it just seems more accurate in what the government is doing. NC Dad, good to see you. You want to come
hey
up?
Deb.
Been looking for you.
Putting in a search here, see if I can find that because I want everybody to know about one. That's crazy
Yeah.
and everything, and see if I can share the screen with you like I can. It won't be no video or anything. It's just
Picture.
yeah. Let me see. Get
Okay. Yeah. Uh, Anything that says we're the government. No. And it's sad too, because it's like everyone keeps talking about the military. Well, in my opinion, and I may be totally clueless, but we have a war going on at the borders.
Oh,
It's
yes.
it's a definite war. So I think if the military was going to do anything, it'd be right there for one. But now that it's spread all over the United States, um, I'm still wondering what what is up with the military. What what has happened here? This is so unlike anything we have ever seen.
Uh,
No.
yeah, I had it here at one time. I'm still looking for it. But the bottom line with the executive order is there's two of them that I'd be really concerned about. Number one is what you have in your house for supplies and stuff. The government gets to come in and take it if it's in need, leave you
Ooh,
high and dry. Number two, if you got a certain skill that they're
hey Deb.
looking for,
Hey.
you go into service that way by force. Number three,
Oh
they
my goodness.
seize all means of communication: internet, radio, ham radio, TV, everything. They can make it go dark.
And okay, that's an executive order.
Yeah,
Does it have a number?
that's what I'm trying to find.
Oh, okay.
That's what I'm trying to find. But I've looked at it several times over the years, and
Over the years?
yeah. See, each time that we get an election here, there's certain executive orders they keep in force and put them into effect. They just pull them out, and the president signs it, and then it's enforced.
Well, with J6, Bonnie, they actually turned every single Apple iPhone in DC off at the same time.
Yeah. Um,
Only Apples, though. I mean, only
IT
iPhones.
girl. They have, they can jam them. I've seen them jam uh, Nancy Drew.
Yep.
Um,
I have a friend who saw a police officer do it. They
really.
jam so people can't listen to them.
Wow.
I got chat on my computer, so I can look at chat if I walk over there. But right now we're doing our cancer stick routine.
I
So, how are
understand.
you doing, Bonnie? How are you doing, Bruce?
Oh,
Doing good.
I'm just survival mode. I kind of overdid it today. A friend of mine got him a new computer and everything, and I was over there helping him set it up and all that, doing some
Is
technical
your
stuff.
is your brain mush now?
Kind of, but it's more my body, not being in a position to, lean back and everything, and your muscles in your back and stuff are weak from what's been going on, and it's a lot of work to even try to hold yourself up.
I like laptops personally.
That's what I've got is a laptop. So
Yeah. Easy to carry around.
Well, I've laid on the couch with it on my knees and just put the screen up, higher.
yeah.
Yep.
Get comfortable with that computer there, Bruce. Take care of your body.
Well, I am. I've got my computer here where I can lean forward on the table for a little while. If it gets too bad, I kind of go silent for a while and everything, and then come back to life. Is what I do.
You know, that's so weird that you mentioned that, and I had no idea because I was asked, so what would you do if um, they came and said they wanted so much percent of what you had in your house? Well, no. Well, what if it was to keep you alive? You know, you're just giving up 20%, and it's like I just I don't know. They broke fishing. I don't know what I would do with that one. And then you said they can. What was the other two you said?
Uh, Food, skills.
Skills. So it was asked. So what if you um, got like if you had some kind of a skill that was useful, and so you kind of had a reward for that, and you would get a like a star sticker or something on a card saying that you were good with this skill. And I'm like, this is not sounding good at all.
Is this like a Bruce Willis movie or Mad Max? How far are we going here?
No, this is executive orders that Bruce was reading. It's
I know, but I'm hoping that
there.
these are the same as blue laws, and there's not enough people to enforce what they say they're going to do, because that's a problem a lot of the times. Is they say, "Oh, we're all going to get our doors knocked on," but is there really that many people available to come knock on our doors?
Well, and that's where when I first heard that about kicking in doors, I went, that's when I got to know my sheriff really quick. And
Yeah,
he said, not in my county. Good
nope.
to hear.
That's
Okay.
the same with mine.
But then at the same time, it's like, who is going to be enforcing this? Is it going to be um, like troops or what?
It
And
would have to be martial law, I would think, right?
so, what would that be? Troops or
Probably a combination of troops and then people that were hired or contracted to do the rest, I would think, all out of our taxpayer funds.
so? How much resistance could
I
one
think the
person?
cities are bigger targets to me than anything else.
I
It's a
do.
lot easier to go knock on 10 apartments than it is to go a mile and a half to the next house.
That's true, and I can see where that would happen.
I
Um,
think that control, the most of this control that I see, be it people being treated like crap at a hospital or whatever, most of I see is regional, and it's within states that there's multiple cities like in North Carolina, but these cities are so different as far as what their party even is, what their thoughts even are. Like Charlotte is different than Raleigh, and Raleigh's different than where I am, and Asheville's different than that. And it's so regional that I just don't see anything national like this. I don't see enough people. There's more of us than them.
is there? I mean,
Yes.
like,
Yes, we're
look at the
scattered, but yes.
populations. Look at the
Yes.
populations of the cities, though, because like Houston. Okay, Houston is our worst. Always has been, and so they would totally give whatever. They would cave on whatever. They would just do whatever.
Well, the thing is, once again, there would be probably, I would think of some kind of uprising in neighborhoods or in groups or in subdivisions or whatever. And it's once again the manpower. It's, are they really, do they have the manpower to do this to every single American in? in these cities. I just, they don't have enough people to answer the 911 calls. Okay.
Well, what
I
I
mean,
think
Well,
they'll do is they're going to use the churches. Okay, it'll be a slow fall or slow control. There's a deal with the churches called CRT.
there's also churches rising up too, big time.
Yeah,
And there's Christian movements that are international going on right now. So, like I said, it's, it is an us and them situation, but things do have to pass. Things do have to get voted on. Things can be slipped through in the middle of the night, but some things are just feasibly impossible.
hi, Sean.
yeah. The CRT stands for Clergy Response Team, and it's a subdivision of Homeland Security. Their main goal, Homeland Security, is that we trust the ministers. A lot of people will, or the biggest part of them do. Okay, that they convince us to no resistance and all of that. If they do come around, we're just supposed to lay down and do whatever they say.
Sean, it is so good to see you. It's been a long time, buddy.
Hello, everyone. How's the audio for me tonight?
Sounds
Perfect.
good.
My fan's not putting up too much background noise, right?
No, not at all.
Right. So I'm hearing concerns about the whole door-to-door thing, right?
Well, it's the EOs that Bruce was talking about. 3 different ones.
Did these all just come out today, or how
No,
No,
recently were these?
these are years back, but every time president gets elected, they go through the most pertinent. Basically, I see the controlling part of it. Like food, water, transportation, communications, and all of that. That the government will take over everything and use it at their discretion, or give us permission if we need to use it, if they think we need to use it. All our food and everything, or they've got the power or the authority or supposed authority. They can come in and say, I need to inspect your house and everything else, and they see an overabundance of food and stuff. They just leave you enough for 3 days, and they take the rest of it.
Yeah, we've had stuff like that under FDR before, when he
Yeah,
requisitioned our country's gold, as an example.
yeah.
So,
But
yeah.
that's what's all they got to do. It's still, how do I put it? Still a valid order, executive order, being dormant. But if they have a big deal come in or like that, God forbid war, all the president has to do is sign it, and
Well,
it
and
goes into effect immediately.
that's why I'm glad Sean came up here, because I think he's um, constitutionally. uh,
uh,
They aren't constitutional, I'll tell you that right now. But how many times have we just wilted and gone along with the executive order with no protest or anything?
well, and that's what I
Very
was
few
thinking.
people protest, but the majority don't, and
Right.
that's how they get by with this crap.
But that's
well,
what
if I
people
may,
don't understand. And an executive order isn't law of
It's
the
just
land.
for all the federal employees, and that's right. They can enforce that only on federal employees, not state residents.
sounds like you already got it answered. The other element, too, with the executive orders, we saw from President 45, if people aren't willing to carry out the executive orders, they're just words on a paper, much like under POTUS 46. People were pushing back against the mask mandates, etc.
Hmm.
And if the governors had the people's back, there was no problem. Then there's other governors or other mayors who wanted to violate people's First Amendment and their Fourth Amendment and so on, and go ahead and enforce those mask mandates, let alone the
And the states have constitutions too.
correct.
And yes, and they can use other states also, but um, it really comes down to your county and your sheriff
Well, yay and nay. The
with the
sheriff,
state.
if he's tracking with you, then great. But I'm aware of example where one county they threw out a bad sheriff. They elected a dog catcher, and then a week later, the feds came and took him to D.C., and he went to being as bad as the previous sheriff. So
Oh
these
wow,
sheriffs, they're kind of worried about their paycheck. So you have to see if your county is set up where the board of supervisors has control of their budget. If it does, that's the people manipulating the sheriff. So traditionally, what you would do is you would have a coroner, and your coroner was the check and balance on the sheriff. However, they've been merging them into being called medical examiners, or they merged the sheriff and coroner together to create an unconstitutional office. So you have to, uh, you'll see it, sheriff's department, department of the coroner, as opposed to the office. You have to separate these people from their office and deal with them as an individual in that case. And to be fair, the best thing for doing that is to actually do it as an assembly, so you don't get isolated as a lone wolf. If they say, "Oh, this guy's just crazy," lock him up until he changes his mind.
right.
Uh, Good example of a group of people who we may not agree with them because they tend to lean towards socialism. But the Moorish Nationals in Massachusetts, if we followed their case, they were pulled. They were at the side of the road. They had an issue with their SUV either being out of gas or a flat tire, whatever it was. But they're in Massachusetts, and they did open carry. So they were all rounded up, et cetera, et cetera. They went through the whole court process, and none of them were convicted. Their charges were overturned. But that's because there was a group of them, and they were all knowledgeable in what they were doing. The
Yes,
people are not knowledgeable. They don't know about the power of the people in assembly lawfully, and they don't know about the power of the common law grand juries that those assemblies form the jury pool of. And until they do that, that's why you've been hearing this week all the attorneys who are against the people. They want to control the courthouses with their friends, the judges that come from their ranks. They kept saying this week, indict a ham sandwich. Grand jury will indict a ham sandwich, whether it's a civil grand jury that's getting paid or the common law ones that don't get paid that are voluntary. They want to discredit the grand jury process. That's the fourth branch of governance. The fifth branch is the assembly, and I actually look at it as one and two.
hmm,
The people create the laws then create the government creates the government employees. So when does the creation, boss around the creator? That'd be like saying Adam and Eve can boss around God.
right.
When people, it's a mindset. You don't need to change your status to say, hey, I have all my rights reserved. I'm a natural living breathing person on the soil. you know if you start dinking around with your paperwork, guess what? Now the courts have to hold you. They'll figure out, they'll be like, okay, put him in another county's jail until he figures out what jurisdiction he's in. So you don't need to do a lot of gymnastics. But if you have an assembly backing you, it shows the will of the community. And also the sheriff realizes it's just good optics, good politics to go along with it. If you've looked at when the Bundys had their standoff in Nevada
Hmm.
against Obama's BLM, that was a perfect case of a sheriff working with a group of people from the community and resolving the case peacefully. And then at the Mueller Wildlife Refuge, where Lavoy Finicum got killed, what they do? They got to Lavoy Finicum before he could get to the sheriff. So they knew exactly the moment he got to that sheriff could kick all of those people out of Oregon.
Yes,
So the sheriff's very powerful. The question is whether or not the sheriff will have your back. And that's the thing you got to do with him is make
that
sure
is
you have his oath of office, surety bond, and insurance policy on hand. If you don't, it might be a little bit trickier.
yes. Hey, salty.
But the door-to-door stuff, that's also the way they'll get around the military doing that is, as you saw, they purged the military with the pokey poke,
Hmm.
and they're bringing in people from other countries. I was just on the American Bar Association site earlier today. Oh, gee, they can have attorneys who aren't even U.S. citizens. I wonder how they're going to do in the courts.
Wow.
Yeah, think about that. That guy will be running the courts, and he'll run the numbers on you, and he's not even a U.S. citizen. Well, they're doing the same thing with law enforcement.
Yeah. So we don't have a coroner. Um, Usually, if there's a death, it's the JP that pronounces the death and signs the paper, I guess, the death certificate.
So you don't have a medical examiner either?
No.
In that case, I'd have to look up specifics for your county and your area to deep dive on that. See exactly what your remedy would be. By the way, folks, I'm not giving out legal advice. I'm just mentioning what my research has pointed to. So,
Absolutely.
yeah. As these folks, here's a little trivia, for example. You guys have all probably heard around 2020, everyone was saying this, that, and the other about the writ of mandamus. They rigged this system to where the only state in the union that takes writs anymore is California. So go California in my state. All the other states, you guys have to do petitions. And petitions, well, those can easily wind up in a trash can if you're not careful.
Yes.
So that's the gimmick they gave us out here is we have to go through our attorney general with those writs. Now that's, again, those sticking in the civil paid corporate system. If we actually do it lawfully and under common law, if we've actually been assembling, we're keeping minutes of our records, we're, doing everything on the up and up, usually there won't be much resistance because that common law assembly and its grand jury wind up providing a service for the sheriffs and others, and that you can help with caseloads to get their court system cleared out faster. That's one of the ways you can pitch it. If you got a sheriff who's like, well, what can you do for me? Well, tell them, well, what cases are backlogged in your situation? That's just one of many options. And you develop that rapport with the sheriff, he's going to be very appreciative of that help. The ones that want to go and take that Fed training and come back all brainwashed, well, that's on them.
I'm writing some of this down because I have been building a.
I'll spell some stuff out for you so you guys can reference some things here. Alaska, as in the state of Alaska, just put Alaska and then de jure.
Oh, I've heard of that. Dee was talking about that, the de jure sheriffs, and actually we had one here. I can't remember what happened to him. Well, I haven't heard anything more from him. He was really voicing that he was already over several counties in Texas, mostly in the Northwest. I know Dallas is really stepping up with the affidavit mamas and stuff like that. Whoops, we lost Sean. And then but that one guy, it was like he thought he could just take Texas. And then I just got a thing the other day that somebody in Texas is trying to do something. There you are.
Every time I start giving the good info, it always does that.
Oh.
Somebody don't like you.
Well, these AI algorithms, they know what to listen for. They don't want that truth getting out there. Oh my gosh, the people can be empowered. The people can work with local government and have an impact.
Bingo.
Oh, that's they don't want those self-empowered individuals and self-empowered communities. No one messes with the Amish. Why is that? Because they're self-governing. They keep out of the business of everyone else. And up until this recent court case against their cheese and their milk, and then the East Palestine issue, people were pretty much leaving the Amish alone because they handle their business. That's what we got to do. Disengage and handle our own stuff. I yield.
That's what all these derailing things are about, to ruin the production land.
Correct. They just hit us in Minnesota, 2 nights ago? Or was it last night? I might be off by a day, but Minnesota has a lot of dairy land and farmland like neighboring Wisconsin.
Yeah, we got a few here in Kansas. Out here, they're mostly in a dairy, like a feedlot is what the milk production out here does. But it's not, you know, door or side to side, dairies. We got one here southwest of me about 15 miles, and then another one might be 300 miles from that, or something is what we've got here in Kansas. It ain't densely populated for those type of things out here. There's a lot of feedlots, though, a lot of for slaughterhouses and everything. There's a lot of them out here.
That sounds to me, Bruce, like your area is not all corporate farms, but still has family farms and stuff like that. Which those will be the next thing they'll go for next. They want everything to become a big combine,
Yeah, they've been trying that for years, or
Yep.
working on it for years.
Well, we can definitely make it harder on them. In fact, I think I have a friend in Kansas who's trying to find out if there's anyone there going to start up a General Drill Assembly or not. So if you guys want, national-assembly.net or national-assembly.net, whatever you want to call that little, dash sign in the middle of national and assembly. Go there in the forum, Bruce. See if anyone in Kansas has posted. If not, post, and I'll tell my friend to go look you up, because that guy's a really good deep diver.
Okay, can you put it in private chat, or did you do it?
Oh yeah, I'll do it right now for you guys.
Yeah,
and I'll put those other sites.
Just pop it and go to the website and bookmark it.
Yeah, okay. You don't have to run in just this second. If you guys want to take your time, I won't be offended. But I will say time is of the essence, because there's a globalist situation here where they don't want us to get our nation restored back to its constitutional governance.
Right.
And they'll throw every excuse at us that they can.
Yes.
Let me give you guys michigan.org and the Alaska one as well.
Just a second. Chet, you are not looking at your messages, so I thought you were asleep or spending time with family. And Corn Patch, good to see you. And what else did I see? Amish. I've actually heard that they are. Oh man, where did I hear that? That they were kind of like trying to dismantle a Amish community.
Well, that's been their thing. They want to take anyone who's a Christian farming community and do away with them, so they can have a mechanized food production supply, which means you'll have to eat the bugs and like it.
Right.
If you guys haven't seen Snowpiercer, that movie that was on Netflix, I don't like the movie. I don't think it was all that inventive, but they use the analogy that train is the planet. And in that movie, they're all fed off of crickets that are turned into protein bars, while the elites in the front of the train get to eat all the cooked steak and venison and everything. And and in prototypical fashion, they had to make it woke, where turns out they're using, spoiler alert, they're using a little black baby kid. He's inside the engine because they've ran out of parts in their system. So he's physically in the engine moving things around because they have no means to weld parts, etc. So that kid is the kid they got to save. You got to save the little black baby. Okay, cool, whatever. But, they could have done it with anyone else. But I found it as a nice, silly, socially woke message they had to cram in there.
My
so
goodness.
It made me laugh a little, But the movie itself, Yeah, it's definitely one of those things that if you see the different levels, it's definitely, you can look at it as someone's trying to blow the whistle on what the elites got planned, or someone's just trying to just make people get used to it and be like, okay, this is how it's going to be ran, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
And of
And
course, it even has the stereotypical part where the engineer running the train makes the offer to the guy leading the rebellion to join them. It never fails.
but
We've go ahead.
that speaker from Texas, he was talking about Texas going off on its own. And um, this has been brought up several times because supposedly Texas is the only state that can truly secede. And but my thought immediately was, not right now. With a war at the border, we cannot do that because we would be taken over in an instant. I'm totally convinced of that, just from what
Well,
is happening there.
and if I may, who is it that's urging the secession arguments all the time, or chopping states up into new parts like Oregon and Idaho, or New California State, where they leave out LA, they leave out Silicon Valley, and they leave out Frisco, which, by the way, we had Trump flotillas and yacht parades in Long Beach Harbor and Huntington Beach and LA. And we have conservatives in those counties. I've had the pleasure of seeing Dr. Douglas Frank's lectures and Captain Seth Keshel's lectures on how the XYZ machines did XYZ in the 2020, et cetera, et cetera. I've been in person for those. They have been rigging our votes since 1996, guys and gals. And the thing is we the people have the means to have, if we requisition our sheriff to confiscate those machines for forensic audit, we could get this done. But the people have to get together and do it. Dr. Frank's take on it was you need 100 signatures, but it's probably best to have 200 just to pad your request. And he's not aware of the common law stuff I'm speaking of, because just a matter of time I didn't get a chance to go up and talk to him privately after his speech. But that his was just old fashioned. You go, you walk the community, once you're provided with a list of addresses that had voting anomalies, and you ask these people, did you know XYZ was registered as voting from here, and apparently they're your grandma and they've been dead for 10 years? And you get those people to sign off on that petition to have those machines investigated. So there was a plan forward. Again, the people did not mobilize and seize the opportunity. So we have plenty of remedies, de facto, civil, or de jure common law, take your pick. They're there. It's just the people have to do it. That makes sense?
Exactly. Yes.
And we still got, till 2024? They didn't fix anything by 2022. If you guys saw, Carrie Lake just got some good developments in her situation too. The signature audits look like the signatures aren't going to be matching. So the question is, if Carrie Lake proves all these signature audits, all these signatures don't match, what's the next step for her?
Yeah.
Does she just win a court case, or do they expel Katie Hobbs and her recently fired public spokesperson? I'm still laughing about that, by the way, my apologies. But do they expel that person from office, or do they keep her in office and say better luck next time? Now, let's go back to the secession. Again, the attorneys are pushing everything. Why? Because the attorneys love these court cases over all these machines and all these other issues. All they do is they keep filing motions, and when you see what's going on, oh gee, it's the Republican candidates and personalities that go to jail, but the Democrats get let out of jail early. So why is there this inconsistent standard? Well, the standard is 90% of the bar is Democrats and 70% of Congress are bar members. So even the Republicans that are in Congress are suspect if they're bar members. The ones who stand up and kick over tables, MTG, Jim Jordan, Rand Paul, they don't come from a bar background. You guys have noticed that.
Yeah.
Rand's a doctor, MTG was a business owner, and Jim Jordan was a wrestling coach.
Yeah.
So that's the thing, is you got to keep the attorneys out of it, because their whole point, like anyone else, is they want to make money. So they keep getting people in and out of the courts. That's, they've been milking people because they're tied up with these folks doing that nonsense status change. And, oh yeah, you need to come see me now so I can fix your document because you screwed it up. Well, how many times are you going to fix that document? Because you didn't need that document in the first place. You created an affidavit to take you out of a system you were never part of. A lot of folks don't realize that you're an American. If you want to say you're a U.S. citizen, feel free, but 18 U.S.C. Section 911 says you ain't. It says you have to take the citizenship class or be born in D.C. or on a military base to be a citizen. But that's one of those common frauds they teach everyone from when they're a kid. That's why in the movies, just like when they say bad crap about the grand juries, they say bad things about being an American. Oh, you're a filthy American swine. It's like, what's wrong with being an American? But then the next character, well, I'm a U.S. citizen. And everyone cheers. Like, no, you're an American. You don't need any other titles. You don't need to be a national. You don't need to be a state this or state that. Because state means you're static, which means you're frozen and dead like a statue. There's all these little word games they convince people to play around with. And the bar attorneys and their minions, they've been doing a real good job at confusing patriots. They've been doing it since 1871.
So we shouldn't do affidavits?
You shouldn't do status change affidavits, no. Because you're taking yourself out of all jurisdictions. Well, guess what? You can't be in a common law jurisdiction then either. You're committing a perjury trap. The only way to get back into a system, say you want your Social Security when you're old and retired, you would have to go to your county recorder, file another affidavit that contradicts it, and sure, you might get your welfare and your Social Security and all that, but here's the problem. You can't ever be sworn into office for anything else, be part of a regular grand jury, hold a political office, anything, because you've shown the courts you're incompetent, that you don't know what you're doing on one affidavit or the other, because you filed contradictory affidavits, which means you're either inept or you're criminally committing perjury. Take your pick. And most people would probably rather admit to being inept, which means you're a ward of the court at that point, which is the same thing as wanting to have a lawyer or an attorney represent you. So when they started that sovereign citizen crap in the 90s and then converted it to state nationals, they did a pretty good job. So far, supposedly 10 million people have signed up for that. As a result, they have no standing in common law. So, supposedly this clown David Straight claims he's got 10 million people signed up. And you'll notice all these guys are always named David, like they got an operation going with code names. There's a David Jose out of Arizona. Find out that's not his real name. I'm wondering if all these other Davids have different aliases. And they all basically all their stuff they did, they took it from national-assembly.net and they corrupted it, because in the assembly the members don't change their status. There's an application for a passport. It's just a different form of passport, but they corrupted it. And it's just like, okay, you guys want to do all this other stuff that's extra, then you're going to screw yourselves, and we're not going to acknowledge any of your efforts, because you're going sideways with it. It's like Anakin Skywalker becoming Darth Vader, and that's what the point is. These people, oh, I want to be a sovereign citizen. Oh, you want to be a legal contradiction. Good job. Not only did you just tell the cops that you're an idiot, but you're also trying to look out for yourself because you want to be left alone and have nothing to do with nobody. Okay, well, how are you going to ever get a courthouse then to rent you a room for a common law grand jury procedure? You're not, because they don't have to acknowledge you exist. You don't want to be part of their system.
Right.
See, it's a thing called threading the needle. You don't want to be touching the rails too much, of that subway. The subway has one rail and then another rail, and there's that third rail in the middle, and these people keep wanting to hit that third rail. And it's like, yeah, we told you not to touch it, but you touched it. So too bad for them. But that's what's slowing it up, folks, is just the people are getting real slow to assemble. On my end, heck, I had 2 people today I conversed with about this stuff, gave them the business card with the email for our county General Assembly, gave them a business card for our state one as well. And we train people. If someone comes to you saying, I got a seminar for $200, run away, as you don't train people. You don't charge people for what the founders intended. That's the other thing with these status change bastards. is that they're selling this knowledge that they ripped off from National Assembly. They're selling it to the public and making money off something that was published for free. So they come out, oh, look, we're gurus. We know how to teach you this. And it's like, okay, well, you're also con men because they went to the original source website, the material's free. So, you know, there's a lot of shiftiness in the Patriot community. It's like the people that are always like, you know, after this commercial break, we'll tell you, you know, what you can do to fight back against, you know, the New World Order. And guess what? They just come back from commercial break and go to a spiel about their product, and they're selling you something. There's nothing wrong with making money as your job. There is something wrong when you don't give people solutions and you just keep using everything as a sales pitch. That makes sense?
Yes.
Oh yes.
Like just
Desperate people will fall for a lot of stuff. I've been there, done that firsthand myself.
And you know, like a good example, and I will hear a lot of people, and I agree with this, that you know, God's going to do what God's going to do, regardless of what man does. But I also believe that once we've had our morning prayers, once we've put on the armor of God, you go out to that day and you build the community up in the church, and the church is the root of the assembly. That's where that Greek word ecclesia comes into play. What did they do with the little mystery cough that went around? Oh, you can't go to church and you can't sing. Two of the things that are of the Spirit, you know?
Yes.
That was the first thing they did. They broke up our gatherings because how did the founding of this nation go? It was called the Black Robe Regiment. The ministers were the ones with the founders who got everybody together. They would literally take off their robes and go out with a musket and their battle clothing beneath their robes and go support Washington and Adams and Jefferson and the rest, and go out with the generals and tell their boys, come on, guys, go get your muskets. Let's go. Because that's the country where we're at right now is so far off what the founders intended. The original courthouses, the original schoolhouses were the church buildings.
Yes.
You know, that one excerpt by Jefferson of separation of church and state in a personal letter he was talking about has been so twisted and manipulated that people think that freedom of religion is freedom from religion. And what did those folks with no religion do, these secular folks? Their religion became the pokey poke and the mask. And Fauci is the science. See, they replaced that gap with something else to devastating effect.
Yeah.
I'm hoping that my words aren't scaring you guys. We have a lot of potential.
No.
California, we're growing. I would hope, like Bruce, I just referenced you guys in Kansas. You guys have people out there. I just don't know, you know, if you're going to find like-minded individuals or if everybody's just going to hunker down and hopes the hardships pass over. But the fact is, until the people show they can lawfully govern, what was the preamble I'm thinking of? Preamble of the Libra Code, which is nearly lost to history. Until the people return to self-governance, the Libra Code is going to remain in effect. It's basically paraphrasing Abraham Lincoln. If you look for a preamble to the Libra Code today, it just explains what the function of the Libra Code is. So I got to get myself to the Library of Congress or the National Archives, get past all their political pop-ups that say the Constitution might have offensive wording and the Declaration of Independence might offend someone. And I gotta find where those documents are, because the stuff I'm hearing is secondhand from war veterans, and it's kind of like, okay, it's on my generation, Gen X and the millennials and the Zoomers. We got to dig all this stuff back up if it hasn't crumbled to dust. That's going to be a hard task, but we need more people. Hey, there's someone with comments.
I want to put a link in
Ephesians.
Go ahead.
I love that verse.
Yes, Ephesians 6:12.
Thank you, John.
Yep.
Yep, very much. Thanks, John. I'm going to drop a link in the private chat, Bonnie, if you want to put it out there. It's a Patriot Liberty Fellowship, Montana. It's a church site. And he was nominated in 2008 by a political party that they won't let on the ballot or anything because it has nothing to do with Republican or Democrats. everything, and he's constitutional all the way through, and he's not a 501c3, so he can say anything and everything in his church service and stuff. And there's a lot of good uh, sermons out there on this and everything else, and he's live every Sunday about 2:30 our time here in Kansas and Texas and stuff, and probably 3:30 up in your area, Sean. But it's good, and he does have a satellite outfit called the Black Robe Regiment all over the United States or around the world. Whoever's a member of that, they got deals where you, if you want to be a Black Robe Regiment member and stuff, I don't think it costs anything. You just try to sign up, like it's mostly for ministers and, the flocks on down the line. But that's what he does and everything. And he's all for everything that we believe in. So it's a very good deal. He's been preaching for about 40 years or so and
Yeah.
everything. So here's the link in private chat, Bonnie, if you want to scope it out and drop it.
Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
I'll cut and paste that real quick to my DuckDuckGo so I don't drop. I'm using Chrome for the StreamYard.
Right.
Let me open. Oh, I can open a new tab. Maybe that'll keep me in the
Yeah. But
chat.
his name is
Yep. Isn't it very cool?
his name is Chuck Baldwin. Like I say, he was a presidential candidate, I think, in 2008 for Constitutional Party or something is what he was running with and everything. Of course, he didn't get it, but he got see firsthand. It was kind of an educational experience for him to see kind of what goes on behind the scenes that we don't see, and he brought some of that stuff up.
Yeah. And
Oh yeah, there's been interference by these corporate SOBs in all of our election processes. Where if you're not part of their club, they try to dissuade you from running for office. And part of what National Assembly did is they actually had someone running for Justice of the Peace. That's actually a title on the ballots, right? And they actually documented someone tried to pay this person off not to run, and we had other states across the union that documented that, and they said, okay, they're trying to not let the people run for office anymore. We have an issue. So there were requisitions sent to one Donald John Trump, the Chief Service Administrator. That's the actual title in his position, by the way. And it called on him to do X, Y, and Z, and he started doing some of our requisitions as a result. And you can thank us for Space Force, cough, and never having a break in your internet. Oh, that would be Starlink. Thank you, Elon Musk, our now biggest military contractor. So some of the stuff has real world stuff, and I'm not saying as a name drop to pat me on the back. There's other people working on this. Me, I'm more of a history nerd, and I like my books and documents, on the different .gov websites. So I'm finding the stuff on National Assembly. Yeah, I'm doing my assembly stuff and grand jury stuff, but someone has recently said, and they're pretty much correct. It would take about 10 years to go through all the constitutional knowledge on the site if you chose to just do that alone. And I know, because I'm guilty of putting some stuff up there, that 13th Amendment, ladies and gentlemen, was never repealed. No titles of nobility, folks. What's that subtitle for every attorney? Oh, they're esquires. Whoops.
But what exactly does that mean, Sean? I hate to sound dumb, but
an esquire is a lesser knight. They're the shield bearer for a knight. See, all these bar attorneys are sworn in, hoping they work their way up the Masonic orders to the crown to get their their greater knighthood, get knighted, get a chunk of land, because the soil, by their logic, does not belong to the United States of America anymore. It belongs, to them. That's why they're selling it off cheap to Bill Gates and to China and other people. They parcel it off as a way to pay debts, versus letting the people have what's called a loyal title, which means you actually own the land you're on. A loyal title used to come from a king and no one else could take it back. Well, in America, it meant it came from Congress. No one else could take it back. We used to give what was called a land bounty, and later they were called land deeds, or land patents, excuse me. Those were given to our service members for completing their military contract. We didn't give them medals. We didn't start giving them medals till around the Civil War, if my memory is correct. and that was to dissuade them from getting land because we were running out of land to give out. But they used to give people more than 100 acres for retiring from the military after 20 years. So when you hear these reparations people, 100 acres and a mule, but what if your grandfather served, or great 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 grandfather served in the War of 1812 or the Revolutionary War? Don't you get your land patent or your your land bounty from the government? Well, this was the sick part. Those land patents exist as a way of documenting you had a deed to the land or a title. And the government told everyone, and this is before the War of 1812, hey, we're losing track of all these deeds and titles. Bring them into the patent office here in Washington, D.C. We'll trade it out for a patent. We'll keep track of everything for you. Well, when the British burned Washington, D.C. in the War of 1812, two places they didn't burn. The Marine Corps barracks, that's near and dear to my heart as a Marine, and you don't hear us talk about it in our recruiting, but the Marines did their own Spartans at Thermopylae moment. So Dolly Madison and James Madison and all the rest could escape with all the documents. The Marines held off the British long enough for everyone to get away, and the British, out of respect, did not burn down the Marine barracks. But they also did not burn down the patent office. However, they captured the patent office, and we all know possession's 9/10 of the law. So if they captured all those land patents that are in that patent office, guess what they think belongs to them?
Everything.
Exactly. So these British people, their crown directed, of course, by the Pope, who sponsors their crown, King John of Robin Hood fame, little brother of King Richard, who served in the Crusades.
Yeah.
That's that whole Magna Carta drama. Basically, Rome's like, the Americans had no right to rebel against King George, just as the British had no right to rebel against King John, because King John is one of our subjects. They should have rebelled against Rome. And that's why Rome's always up in our business. So we basically got to expel all these foreign advocates or activists or provocateurs or even foreign politicians. There's a little bit there where you create an oath of office for insurance reasons. You're declared a foreigner when you take that oath, that you're foreign to the rest of the people until you're done with that oath of office. So if you violate that oath of office, then you're a party to that Constitution, and then those laws apply to you. Kind of a little bit of a information overload. I hope I'm not losing anyone here, but
it's interesting. It's because that's I've had family that the Alamo, Goliad, San Jacinto, what was the other one? Gonzales.
mm-hmm.
I mean, all of those battles they were in. And so my mother and I, for a while there, were trying to get into the Daughters of the Republic, because you have to have so many ancestors in Texas, like from the beginning, to do that. But I don't know. I haven't looked into them enough to see what their position is, what they do. It's a big honor, from what I understand, but I don't want to be like secret society thing.
Well, no, they're just they're more about preserving landmarks in my research and stuff like that, which is a good, they're a nonprofit, 501c4 or 501c3. I'll have to look it up. And they do good work as far as, preserving monuments, stuff like that. But, like the stuff with the General Drill Assembly is that if the public, someone comes from the public, say a sheriff, and he wants to look over your documents, you better have those documents on point and ready. And part of our theory that actually applies is there was a break in Congress, and that's what allows us to have a National Assembly, is we reconvened Congress and brought it forward. I'm curious if you guys know when that break in Congress happened. Any guesses?
Tell me no, we're not. I'm
Probably
sorry.
1871 when they wrote everything supposedly new.
You're in the ballpark. We had this bar attorney. He was self-taught, lived in a log cabin, right?
Oh, Lincoln, okay.
Yep. within a week or so of him taking office, Congress walked out in 1861. They didn't even have a quorum to adjourn, and they went into what's called sine die. Basically means there's not a date to return. And so rather than closing out the meeting correctly, which he would know as an attorney, he instead declared martial law, and that's that Lieber Code that I referenced earlier. With martial law in effect, they then proceeded to do a police action and basically try to round up everybody who walked out, which is not the correct way to remedy the situation. So the National Assembly actually went back, found the documentation for that and everything, brought everything forward, and then reconvened that session of Congress, which is currently ongoing. It's in a re-adjourn status until there are enough people to fill in the roles. We need 38 states of the country. We need, my math is 75% of the counties. You need to have at least a petit trial jury in each county, which would be 13 people. And your state would at least need 27 people to convene a grand jury and 6 people to administer it. That's to get you off the ground up and running. You need the first 27 plus 6, and then populate 75% of your counties. Your state will hit an interim status, and then it'll wait as the other states clock on. But in that interim status, if you check out the stuff going on in Michigan and Alaska, they were getting results and putting in their instructions. And basically, those 2 states are waiting for the rest of the country to catch up. So
Yeah.
we have a blueprint, and the folks that are doing the status change, they're kind of ticked off because they're trying to see how to get around the blueprint and get themselves running it, because again, they want to sell that lecture in those classes. It's like, guys, this isn't for sale. And secondly, you changed your status. You just disqualified yourself. Sorry. Like, I really get pissed because there'll be elderly people that fell for that scam, and they no longer can pull in, say they got a tax return. Guess what? They don't get their tax return. They told the IRS to go pound sand. The
Yes.
IRS is like, okay, we don't care. You ain't getting your money back. I mean, there's so many people that were hustled by that. And us,
Even if you did that, it completely cut you off from the government. No Social Security, no benefits of any kind.
Did you guys see what happened in Utah last month, Farmington, that poor kid getting shot up?
No.
Okay, well, this kid, obviously, because he's the wrong complexion, it didn't make the news. And there's the usual trolls jump in. Oh, he got what he deserves because he thought he was a sovereign citizen. Yeah, even if you're misled like that, I don't agree that you need to get shot up by the local police, But here's the thing: is he got one of these fellow David Strait I've referenced. He has you print out his version of a license plate, and it has a big old sovereign citizen flag, which is not the correct term. It's actually the civil peace flag, and I've done a deep dive on that. It's good to go, but you don't want to be advertising that every which way, because under the ADL and SPLC, they said it was a hate symbol. So you're basically telling the cops to arrest you because they can pull the domestic terrorism angle on you. So David Strait gets these people to issue all of that. This kid, he had done a little college, so he knew a little bit of law. Next thing you know, he's having a conversation with the cop. He gives him his version of a passport at the window of his car. And then the cops reach in and try to take him. And in this quote unquote struggle, they shout gun, and they light him up about 12 to 20 bullets, depending on who you're talking about. And the funny thing is there was a cop on the passenger side that looked in the car and basically gave it like an all clear type nod, walks on and ignores it. The kid had an empty holster. The initial reports I read was that his pistol was on the floorboard in the car, and they try to make it like he went for the gun. Well, he's actually reaching to undo his seatbelt. But, right now, we could say if you didn't throw a civil peace flag, sovereign citizen flag, whatever you want to call it, you didn't throw that on your license plate, they may have just thought it was some type of dealer plate and have left you alone. You don't need to throw out that, oh, look at me, I'm doing X, Y, and Z, because the ADL and the SPLC are being taught, especially since Barack is no longer in office. Well, sort of. They are being told to go for anybody who waves a Gadsden flag, a Texas flag, all of that. So why give them the heads up, So that's one thing we do in terms of our grand jury work, is I might talk about it, but you'll never know what my grand jury number is. You're never going to know where I'm meeting. You're never going to know what day I'm meeting on, that sort of thing. So
Yeah.
there is a protocol for that. And then say, okay, I'm with the sheriff, and sheriff's like, hey, I need this, this, and this. It's like, all right, sheriff, write up a request for us. We'll bring you the documents on this day, here and there, and you can take a look then. And I will say, Sheriff Bianco, he's been talking a little bit of the good walk, but then our attorney general in our state here in California, CBS News requested all the concealed carry weapon holders, all the permits, and Attorney General Bonta under Newsom said, "Sure, I'll process a First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth, Fifth, etc. violating claim like that. I'll do that." And our sheriff asked the district attorney. Remember what I said earlier about attorneys?
Hmm.
Our sheriff was like, "Okay, the attorney told me that it's fine, so I can't, say no." It's like, "No, Sheriff Bianco, you could have stuck up for your constituents, and you could have said, I'm not turning over that registry of weapon holders to CBS News of all people. Like, would you trust CBS, Nickelodeon, MTV with your weapon information?" And I can get into the whole tangent about weapon later. I know there's semantics on that, but the
Yeah.
point is, our constitutional sheriff, when the rubber came to hit the road, was he a constitutional sheriff, or was he just talking the talk for the votes?
Right.
So you see why I'm saying that we have to not just use our sheriff, but also be on top of our sheriff. And I'm kind of disappointed with him on that conduct, but that's cool. Basically he's in my notebook. you know. I just got we got a lot of projects out in my county that we're working on. Up in San Jose County, different news topic for those who weren't following. They had a police union organizer. She's like head of the police officers, this, that, or the other association. An old blonde grandma, looks very sweet. Turned out she was importing fentanyl from India and China into the country, and they busted her. And she was using the police booster club, this association. She was even using their UPS stamps and their boxes and everything, and working on the same computer, etc. So little lovey-dovey grandma is a fentanyl smuggler, guys. So these Leos, don't think for a moment that the Leos and the people around them have our back.
Oh
You
no.
know,
Goodness.
we could be following the Constitution and everything. They don't have to follow the Constitution. They're in a corporate government, which means they're a policy officer. And every time there's a policy broken, or they think it's broken, they make money off of issuing a ticket.
Yeah.
And that's why you have that grand jury that's been assembled by your assembly. You invoke your Seventh Amendment, anything over $25. They even ruled it's $25 in modern money, so they don't adjust it for inflation. You can have that grand jury decide the situation, and basically, okay, they gave me a $200 traffic ticket. I brought that grand jury. Grand jury said, you did run the stop sign. Pay $25 instead of $200 for that ticket. Waka waka, you screwed them over. You get your win. But that's not really the purpose of wanting to do this stuff. We're looking long term, getting the country back to restore the republic, and that sweet spot from the 1776 till about 1787, 1791, however you want to look at the original Constitution. And that'll actually reset most of this governance that's incorrect. The good news, though, is that the people, when they actually know how to read that Constitution, oh my gosh, Indian savages. Well, if you're not a savage, you're not applying to that. The Constitution, 2/3 of a slave or whatever. Are you a slave? Well, guess what? Then it doesn't apply to you. People, if they don't know how to read, that's why they fake their outrage, because they don't realize a lot of that stuff in the Constitution doesn't apply to them. It applies to people who work for the government. The rest, the Americans, you get to be left alone. Imagine that.
How does how does a sheriff, DA, or whatever, who's in the jury pool for the grand jury, how do they do that?
The civil grand juries that exist that are out there, they actually have grand jury organizations like California, same initials as our assembly. We have a CGJA, California General Jural, JURAL assembly. They have a California Grand Jury Association. So it's like they're the corporate version of us. We're the common law, they're the civil corporate law. And they have people sign up, and that pool is paneled for a year. And if the DA has a court case, like say the New York case with Donald Trump, perfect example to illustrate what can go wrong and go right in that situation. And I'll get to that. I'm going to throw some knowledge on that case tonight because it's topical, and a lot of folks don't have this knowledge to educate about this topic. Anyway, the DA keeps that impaneled grand jury around, and what's been happening with these civil grand juries is they invite people back over and over because the people always vote guilty. The conviction rate with these civil grand juries is around 97 and 98%. A common law grand jury, you will have, because there's not an attorney involved, and there are other factors that I can get into the mucky muck later, but it's like an hour lecture. You have more of the sense of biblical law, because the common law is basically the 10 Commandments. If you want to, sum it up, 10 Commandments, and love thy neighbor as thyself, golden rule, do unto others type thing. And if you trespass on someone, basically the idea is if there's no trespass, there's no crime. If you do trespass, create restitution. Example: if you killed someone's father in a hit and run accident by mistake, you would pay for that child's upbringing for the rest of their life until they're of age, that sort of thing. So it was they didn't play around in the from Renaissance and Dark Ages to the founding of the country. They're like, yeah, you took the dude's father out, you should raise him, and you're going to raise him. He might have been a Catholic, you might be a Protestant, but you're going to raise him as a Catholic because that's how his father would have raised him, and that was their idea of justice back then. Now, going on to the Trump issue, I was on justice.gov looking at the grand jury impanelment rules for them, and also, does the prosecutor have to provide the exculpatory evidence? We've been hearing about that all week. And the prosecutor does not under Title 28. But the key thing is, in the grand jury portion on justice.gov, it's basically the intro to it. It says the grand jury should not be used by the prosecutor. You do not let the guilty escape, but you do not pursue the innocent, and you don't mislead them. So this prosecutor is already breaking what's on a government website directing his conduct. So what they want to do, folks, is get Donald John Trump into into the space between the steps and the metal detectors. I'm looking at it as a military operation. You get someone there, and I'm not saying this to panic us, but this is like the worst case scenario. In the military, we'd call it a kill box, and that would be perfect for them to spark off a civil war, quote unquote, in America. They have somebody. It could be the J6 shaman. It could be whatever. And they attack Donald Trump, and oh my gosh, it's a big deal. And they blow it out of proportion. Then they say the UN, which is already here, all these college kids that are foreign exchange students, they get to change their little, college hats, their little diploma hats and graduation hats over for their little blue helmets, and boom. They don't have to deploy, folks. They are here. That's what all those Confucius institutes from China were about. That's what all the mosques. My local college I live near, UCR, the north side of the campus has a mosque. The majority of the students quit being South Korean and Vietnamese and turned into being Chinese exchange students. We have a Chinese billionaire. That's a contradiction in communist China, Chinese billionaire. He built the medical school on the campus, and he's financing that. So you got these guys putting in this money. Local politicians will be like, yeah, bring all the exchange students you want. They figure they're going to run away when this stuff goes sideways. It's like, no, those sleeper communists, they're going to take you out first because they know you're the sellout. Us, they'll come for next. But here's the thing. They can't do this if we are lawfully working as a country in unison against them. Just engaging in their system. I don't like what they do at the NFL Super Bowl halftime show, but I watch football every week. Well, then you're not really protesting now, are you? Go watch your kids' minor league, little league, what do you call junior NFL? But go watch the kids' game. Go watch the colleges. Don't put energy into the NFL. Okay, the NBA was doing this. All right, go watch the local high school basketball game. You don't have to keep investing in their system, giving it your energy. One of the there's a document online. You guys can all look this up. It's 52 ways to protest the government, or 52 ways to I don't want to say derail, but it's a PDF. Alex Jones referred it about 3 months back. He referenced it, and I actually have it downloaded somewhere. In that PDF, one of the things is just, you do a boycott on everything, and you no longer acknowledge their system. And the only response they'll have is, yeah, they might cuff one or two people that disagree with them, but will they cuff 1,000 people? That's kind of the thing. If you saw J6, and I don't agree with what happened on J6, you don't go into a foreign territory and act up. And I'm aware of all the factors that led in, including the no trespass signs being taken down, Ray-Epps, this, that, and the other. When you have a J6 scenario, you do not. Darn, I was ranting and it was a good rant, but I just sidetracked my thought. Literal hiccup of the brain. What was I saying regarding the? Protesting and peacefully getting out of government. You disengage their system, and that actually turns it back into a common law environment. It's like the French underground when the Nazis were occupying. The French were in a complete resistance mode, so they would sell each other cigarettes or a box of strawberries or whatever they could hide, but they wouldn't give it to the Germans. They tell the Germans, "Oh, the war is tough. We're out of food today. Sorry," and that was their trick, As you create those underground economies. That's why they came after the crypto, is because crypto was fueling underground economies. And all this drama this week, from the Tennessee incident to the POTUS, it all took our eyes off of 686, the Restrict Act. Josh Hawley was all for it. I'm very disappointed in him. But Rand Paul pointed out in the meat of the text, they can go into your phone. If you speak out against the government, they can shut you off. And then we also have Senate Bill 95. That's where they'll go in and they'll run you, whether you have crypto or cash, they can access your accounts. So we have two bills this week, and this is what this de facto does. They keep you busy with the social issues and the celebrity nonsense. And meanwhile, the actual stuff that makes the difference behind the scenes, that's where they're screwing you when they're passing these bills in the middle of the night. So big props to Rand Paul for contradicting Josh Hawley. And my friends in Missouri are going to be hopefully ringing his office and telling Hawley he needs to step back, because Hawley is the type that he does the wrong thing, but when his constituents tell him something, he'll do a U-turn. And you should think of your politicians like that. If they don't have the people, at least on their telephones, making them ring nonstop, they're not going to know what the people want. And so they're going autopilot, or they'll join up with their lobbyists. Now, when you have a lawful assembly, you're actually telling them, you are in this role, you will do this, you will do that, and you will do it because you are in that role and that's your job. It doesn't give them any wiggle room. That's the fun part of it. So I am open to taking questions while you guys are at it. And in about an hour or so, I got to call it a night because I got to be up at 4 for work. So I can hang out here.
I had one and I forgot it.
Yeah, I tend to do that when I had a soda earlier, and so I got caffeine. I'm trying to work out of my system, so I can get sleepy again.
Yeah, I got an off the wall question, Sean.
Bounce it.
Currently, what's going on in New York?
Yep.
What does the protective services do if the gentleman has to alter his residence for a while? How do they guard it?
The funny part about that, they could do a house arrest angle, and then it would be no different. When you have that detail, you're basically in house arrest for the rest of your life, unless you're named Bill Clinton. When he goes to Epstein Island, he was the one ditching them so he could get on those planes. Very dirty little boy he was.
Yeah.
So you could say that, hey, the service is already around him. They'll just keep him under house arrest. And that would affect his campaigning because he likes to go from airport to airport. Now, the other angle is this is the same Secret Service, and that's why I'm concerned about my kill box concept. Just like Dealey Plaza was a kill box. If you saw the footage, the Secret Service got off the limousine, and one of the guys who wasn't in the loop, he puts his hands out. He's like, what the heck's going on? And next thing you know, we lose a POTUS in front of the eyes of everybody. And this POTUS, the stuff we sent him to do was stuff that probably poked a few bears, but it was all lawful stuff to have done.
Deja vu from 63.
Repeat that?
Wow.
Yeah, 1963, Kennedy was going to bring back silver-backed currency. Also in a warehouse, about 8 days from him sending it out, was a civics manual that was going to be given to the whole country. It was a civics manual that Franklin Roosevelt thought he had destroyed. General Douglas MacArthur had kept it. You guys can find this PDF online for free. Again, don't go to bastards selling you stuff. I'm not about these scam artists selling you stuff. Look up Army Field Training Manual, 1928. It also was originally printed in 1922, but the last edition was 28. And then you'll put 2000-25.
Can you drop a private one?
Yeah, I'll send it to Bonnie if you have her point of contact.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I have it buried in the memory card near my phone as a PDF. And
Okay.
I actually have had 2 physical copies in my possession that were printed out from PDF. So
Okay.
the first one, I took my pen and underlined all kinds of stuff and highlighted this and that. This field training manual was from the Army, and in the military, we've always had a tradition because we take an oath, is that we come back to the community, we participate in the community, and we teach our community civics. We teach them how this country actually works. And Franklin Roosevelt did not like that. So besides the silver currency, Kennedy was going to bring back that tradition of the military teaching civics to the public. And yeah, that was one of the things that, because he got taken out, they basically took the whole warehouse full of books, burned them, and thought they were rid of them for good. But nope, they didn't get them all. And under Roosevelt, the other reason Roosevelt didn't like that book taught one thing that you'll hear us bring up now in conservative circles, that we are a republic, not a democracy. Under Wilson and under Roosevelt, they wanted to institute that phrase, our great democracy. Well, we're not a democracy. A democracy is 2 wolves telling the sheep it's for dinner. In the republic, the sheep gets to say no. And that's kind of the simple version of it. This manual, like I would say, even if we didn't get rid of the corrupt corporation of the U.S. and the Federal Reserve and all that, you could read this manual and you'd be like, okay, now I know how to work in that system, and Americans will be better off for it. So that's one of the things at national-assembly.net we put back into circulation so people can look for that. Again, Army Field Training Manual, 1922 to 1928, 2000-25. Thank you,
Is that
Franklin
file on
Roosevelt.
that site, Sean?
Pardon, sir?
Is that file on your National Assembly site?
Yeah, it's in the forums. If you go to the main forums, you can log in for free. It's an old school message board. You can put it in the search bar and it should turn up.
Okay. Very good.
So, there, like I said, there's like about 10 years worth of reading to do off of that. And the 13th Amendment stuff that I pulled up added about another. Myself, a friend in Massachusetts, a friend in Nevada, we all scrounged up different stuff about the 13th Amendment. And it's never been unrepealed. What they did is, after the Civil War, they hid it with the 13th Amendment against involuntary servitude. And then the 14th redefined what a a citizen is supposed to be, et cetera, et cetera. So they're actually committing a couple of scams on this country. If you didn't repeal the original 13th Amendment, it's still in effect, and it was actually used as recently as 2004 in a court opinion. That was in the state of Nevada, so it was kind of awesome to have a friend in Nevada pull that stuff out of the archive. And we found proof of it on several historical books and documents. So we know it existed. We know it was ratified. And I even found it, it's still, I'm not going to tell you where, but it is on a .gov website, which means the U.S. government still acknowledges it exists.
Oh,
So
wow.
all those attorneys who are esquires, they're not supposed to be in this country. So if they're in your courtroom, in theory, you can get them to leave. And if that judge happened to have taken that title of esquire, I guess the judge has to leave too, and then you close your case out. Case dismissed. Whoops.
Similar to what D-Dog does.
Mm-hmm. Now here's the
I
bigger
used to do
picture.
it.
Here's the bigger picture. If we have all these mysterious sealed indictments and our court systems are overflowing, from traffic tickets to child abuse to someone, abused a puppy, to someone's a drug addict, but he didn't hurt nobody, etc. All these court cases are flooding our systems. Don't we need grand juries to hold these cases and hear these cases and see if there should be indictments?
Oh yeah.
So it's much like V said, in his movie, you only need to look into a mirror. And there are some more accountable than others. They'll be held accountable. But we, the people, have been lax. The founders envisioned all of us as part of the American experiment, not just a few people that every 4 years or every 2 years we say, we'll pay you, just go away and we're going to ignore it. Because, again, that's how the lobbyists got in. So I'm hoping you guys are kind of motivated. It's not all doom and gloom, but it's an ongoing battle. And it's a battle we can win if the people want to win it. And if you do it in line with common law Christian principles, guess what? You're going to find that you're going to have success. If you're Christ-centered, all of this stuff will click. If you're not Christ-centered, eventually you're going to come around and be like, holy smokes, the Bible gave Western civilization the foundation for law, and that's why it works? Yup.
Yep.
So even the most, cold-hearted wind up coming around to the sensibility that's within the American system. I don't think there's any other system like it. And if our system does get restored back to the constitutional system we had, the people have justice. If it stays the way it is, they're going to engineer a collapse, and they're going to try to, put us into, 9 FEMA regions with their little, what's the new term for the cities? Smart cities?
Yeah.
15
They'll
minutes.
try that.
Or 15 minutes, yeah.
They'll try that, and they'll try chipping all of us. And yeah, some of us will fight, some of us won't. But at the end of the day, we can avoid the way I phrase it best. And I know it ticks off a lot of preppers, but hey, besides, when you're done with your bullets, your bandages, and your Band-Aids, what are you going to do? Keep polishing your brass? Because here's the trick, guys. You can't engage your Second Amendment before you exhaust your First Amendment. And the First Amendment has the right of the people to peacefully assemble for redress of grievances. If you don't redress your grievances, how does government know that you're upset? Because a lot of times, you let them know, they'll adjust track. But if you open fire on them and you never gave them a notice, guess what? Biblically speaking, you're wrong. God in the Old Testament, and even in the New, he tells Israel, if you keep my covenant and you do lawfully by me, you'll prosper. But when you go astray, things are going to happen. And he'll send a prophet. The prophet is the notice. The prophet always says, Israel, you've turned to a foreign god, whether it's underneath Jezebel or whether it was Saul. He was told, I believe, by Jonathan, hey, do what God tells you. Don't take anything you pillage from these people. What did Saul do? He took that stuff. As a result, God's like, hey, I'm going to have to send David to replace you. I'm giving you guys the Cliff Notes Bible version. But God always gives you that warning first before the punishment comes.
Yes.
And it's the same thing in law. Land, air, water, It's all Father, Son, Holy Ghost. All this stuff correlates. And that's the thing for me. Like I said, I'm the researching nerd, deep diver, book reading guy. And it's like, oh, wow, this is this and this is that. So
You got a channel, Shane?
I have a channel, but I don't use it for podcasts or anything.
Oh,
I'm more about let's get people assembling, because it's not about we the Sean, it's about we the people.
Understand.
And if we need my channel to ever go live, it exists, so it is there, or however you figure it out, we'll record something, upload it. I don't get the mechanics. I'm pre-internet.
Yeah, me too.
To me, it's point and click, and if it's anything tougher than that, I turn it off. But
No, you're a fascinating gentleman, Shane. I just sat here in awe and just listened to you. I could listen to this stuff like this forever. How about you, Bonnie? And
yes,
Deb?
there was one night that I got to have a little bit of a discussion with Sean at a telegram that Tim did, and I knew then I want to talk more to this person. But Sean, I wanted to ask you: are you familiar with the UK, England, with any laws there? This Tony P, he's new in chat. He just found it tonight, and I put one of his comments up here. He's in the fight over there,
Well,
Constitution, I think.
yeah, I want to encourage the British people to stand strong, but they I don't want to say London has fallen. I don't want to be black pilled like Paul Joseph Watson and the rest. But they're in a they're in a really hard spot because of Sadiq Khan and a lot of the other stuff that's going on there. And those immigration policies have been going on for a long time, and they're a smaller populace with a more confined space, so they're in a really hard jam. The trick for them is they got to figure out a way to get rid of those who do not wish well for the country. They shouldn't be allowed to vote in one form or another. And like I said earlier, we have now people taking the attorney's oath that don't have to be citizens of the U.S. Well, what's going on? America tends to copy what the English do or the Canadians do, like a year or two behind them. So it makes me
Yes,
wonder, how many public offices in England are corrupted by foreigners to their particular nation. And then their common law, they'll invoke common law over there. The problem they have is they invoke Magna Carta, but there was a lesser Magna Carta held later that basically repealed some of their Magna Carta. So that screws them up in their system. They're actually in a court system where because they never had a 1776 and actually threw the crown off, even with Magna Carta, because Magna Carta got undone, they are still under the remains of Roman civil law. So Anglo-Saxon common law, or what they might think is English common law, is actually still wed in the Roman maritime law. And I say this because I believe around 1592, it was either on Britannica.com or Webster's.com, I pulled up an article to research their common law courts. And what would happen is they had their admiralty courts for their navy and all that, and their shipping and pirates and all the other drama. They would have the court cases on land, and because they're on land, they also fall under the common law courts, and they kept losing those cases about all the stuff going on the ocean and the high seas and everything. And these barristers or solicitors, as I like to call them in England, and the judges were like, well, we're not going to make money this way. We got to do something. And so around 1592 or so, they merged their two courts together. And 200 years later in America, while we were aware of that, we still had our common law tradition because we were colonies. It was more rural. You didn't really have as much of that systematic court system in place. It was relying on counties and sheriffs. So when we said we the people, the second we took away King George as a sovereign and we the people declare independence, etc.,
yeah,
we got ourselves out of that system. The British people have never really said we no longer serve the crown. And the way the Magna Carta is written is that the king has to work with them. They never really threw the king to the curb. And so that's the issues. Magna Carta, you got a lesser Magna Carta. I believe the term is the Treaty of the Forest. They may have modified that. And then Rome interfered in this process. Rome said that because King John was under their protection, that the nobles who signed the Magna Carta were in the wrong. They should have approached Rome. Well, the historical fact is Archbishop Langston was present during the 20 days of Magna Carta, so Rome had a representative there. He was the Archbishop of Canterbury. He's the one who does the coronation and crowns whoever the king is. And King John was not a friend of his, but he was present for the negotiation. It was over 20 days, so they say because King John had a sword to his neck, this is what the bar attorneys say. Oh, it was under duress. No, he had 20 days to negotiate. He was outside of London. The nobles had captured London, and as a result, King John was sweating that his property in London would not belong to him. Well, that's how you negotiate. You take the guy's real estate where he has his crown jewels and all his toys, he might be more likely to listen to you. And King John, I believe, at the time was at Normandy, across the English Channel. So they had 20 days of negotiation. So it's not like either the bar or Rome, both of their arguments are essentially invalid. But they will convince people in the English system that those arguments are true. What screws the pooch, or however phrase you want to turn it without getting too vulgar, is that there was a lesser Magna Carta released later. Kind of like with us, we went from having an organic constitution of we the people, you hear it referred to as Constitution for the United States of America. and after our first bankruptcy as a nation, it became Constitution of the United States of America, where the first corporation in the United States was instituted. And every time we have a national bankruptcy, like a Great Depression, etc., they'll reissue the Constitution with a slight change in the draft and spelling to reissue the contract for the country. And it's basically the U.S. renewing its debt, what have you. And one of the things that pissed them off with Donald Trump is he actually took us out of, I want to say it was Title 13 bankruptcy, and put us in Title 7 bankruptcy, or it might have been Title 11. You guys can double check on that if you really want to do the deep dive, but he basically bought us time as a republic to try to get back to being a republic, because they were going to collapse us under Hillary. And as you see right now, they're trying to collapse us. So we got a breather to get our footing back and try to get ourselves up and running here. But it's really on us if we want it, and our friends across the pond. I would say this May, King Charles is going to be getting coronated. If he doesn't get coronated, we could say that the Patriots and the White Hats are in control. If he is coronated, it means basically the Brits regain control, because out here, when we got rid of the bar, we told Donald Trump to give us a sign, and he walked in front of the Queen not once but 3 times when he inspected her troops. So
Yeah.
I actually did the deep dive on that, and the media is like, "Oh, Donald Trump doesn't know what he's doing." The Queen actually points and says, "No, you walk in front of me, because you're no longer under us." Because the National Assembly said, "Hey, we throw off all foreign interference in our country, et cetera, et cetera."
Well, it
So it's
sounds
up to
like
him.
what he's saying. They're going through a lot of the same things as us, you know, not knowing. We didn't know what they were doing to us either. I mean, a lot of us didn't. Some seem to have known. I don't know how, but I didn't. I was working as much as I could, raising kids, and it just
I was gonna say, Camel Carl has a comment about the Striker from Marvel. I actually named my wrestling persona Striker and all that, my pen name for drawing little, comics when I was in grade school, before Barry Windsor Smith ever wrote the Weapon X storyline. So uh, if there's a correlation there, mine was, I took it off the full automatic shotgun that was basically known as a street sweeper back in the day, that was used by SWAT teams. So I thought Striker sounded cool, because let's put it this way: if you're using a fully automatic shotgun, you're sending a lot of love downrange. Only other weapon I think is as fun that I've had the pleasure of firing is a fully automatic grenade launcher in the Marine Corps. So so yeah, the Striker name, I guess we could say it could correlate to the X-Men plot and everything. Which, by the way, oh look, we have mutants. Hey, I wonder, all the poison in our food supply. By the way, you have to accept us as we are, because we're mutants, et cetera, et cetera. The people who wanted humans to be regular humans are being made to be the bad guys. So is that foreshadowing? You see, I'll give you guys some predictive programming here. Professor X and Charles Xavier, or excuse me, Charles Xavier and Magneto, they're supposed to be Malcolm X and Dr. King, respectively. That's how Stan Lee and the rest who came up with the X-Men thought of it. When they released the Hugh Jackman, Halle Berry X-Men films, they were then saying it was about the gay movement. So they moved the Overton window from it being civil rights in the 60s to the modern so-called civil rights movement. Now they're going to make it where you have to accept us, even if we're, we got a couple of silicone implants in our face to look like devils, while we're wearing pink dresses and gyrating in front of kids. So social engineering at its finest, ladies and gents.
that's what the CDC called here. It was some kind of a survey thing or something, and my daughter was like, "Answer the phone," and I said, "I don't want to talk to him," and she said, "I will," and so she answered the phone, and they were just asking questions like, "How many people in the home?" Um, ethnicity, weird questions. And I was like, what's their business? I said, hang up on them. And she just kept on. She was going with it. And when it got to ethnicity, I said, tell her American. And so she did. And she was like, no, 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 that's not one of the answers. And she was naming the colors and the, whatever. And so my daughter kept saying American. And I said, ask her what she is. And she asked her, and she said, I'm Asian. And she said, if you can call yourself Asian, why can't I say I'm American? Why is it that we are the only country not allowed to do that? Or,
Remember, remember what I said earlier. They don't want us to realize we're all Americans, which means, guess what? We're not the citizens or parties to that constitutional contract.
yes. And I
Uh,
still put it where it says other, I put American. I don't
hoorah.
care what they say.
Well, let me posit this for a thought. People always hear that phrase color of law, especially 18 USC 241, 242. Well, let's do this angle here. Color of law, if you actually look back, you had laws that were called black laws. You also have white laws. You had, other
Mhm.
laws that were pertaining to what ethnicities people thought they were or they would lump themselves into. So if you persuade someone that, yeah, I'm black, I'm a black man. Oh, well, guess what? That extra set of laws just got locked down on you.
Yes.
So, yeah, you just proclaim, hey, I'm an American or I'm a natural living, breathing soul on the land, you know, with a, however you want to phrase it. There, it's not so much gobbledygook. It's just that you're asserting that you have all your God given rights and all rights are reserved at the end of the day, and if they want to mess with you with that, you have to realize half of what we do with the police is us talking and they talk you into a trap. Oh, do you have a weapon on you? Most of these guys say yes. Me, I'm like, I have tools for work, but no criminal intent, so I don't carry any weapons, officer. See, I do security work, so it means in theory I have things that I could use criminally, but I use them for security work, so it means they're not weapons. I don't intend to hurt people with what I carry. I use them if I have to detain somebody who's being physically resistant and not complying. You see, that's
Yeah.
how, folks, if you work security, you better learn your constitution and know the rights, because if you arrest someone and you've sent someone to jail like I've done 3 times, I want to be sure it's a cut and dry case and I didn't violate any of their rights. Even if I have them all pretzeled up, with one arm, yes, you can actually do that if you know what you're doing. Okay, and yes, I was using a leg ride, but anyway, the point being is that if I detain somebody, you better be darn sure I've detained them correctly. I have everything I need to do, and I let them talk themselves into a bigger hole with the officer. I just tell them, yeah, I'm detaining them for this, 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 and this. Here's your penal code or your statute that they fall under, et cetera, et cetera. And then I let them, but I didn't do nothing, officer. I'm a did new. And yeah, well, buddy, how is it you have all this product in your pockets and you walk through the threshold of the store? Or how is it you're sleeping on the steps of this church at 3 a.m. when there's a no trespass sign 2 feet away from you, et cetera? You name it. I've busted it. Whether it's crazies in the restroom shooting up or people wanting to tag or whatever, I've gotten them. And it's because I'm respectful of their rights. I'm not belligerent, but at the same time, I know the game. And the best way, folks, to win the game is not to get on their checkerboard, as you would say to these Masons. If they're in your neighborhood, it's like, hey, I'm not on your checkerboard. Please don't step on mine, because they have little checkerboards on their hall. So,
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
if you want to play games with them, once you're on the board, you're in play. So don't ever play with those guys. Life tip.
How long were you in the Marines?
4th Med Battalion, I was there for a 6x2 reserve contract. So, you think you're going to go into boot camp because it's reserve, you're in and out. It's like, nope, they're going to keep you at Marine combat training for another month, and then they're going to keep you at your comm school for, in my case, it was about 6 months, 6 to 7 months. So I spent about a year of my life, on Marine bases. And then when I finally got to be a reservist, I'm like, finally, I'm back to kind of being a civilian, kind of.
Right. Kind of.
But yeah, the punishment in communications, if you get that as your MOS, they punish you by sending you every year to 29 Palms for 2 weeks. So you get to be in the desert for 2 weeks of the year. And if you've been to 29 Palms, those of you who have, you know what I'm talking about. If you haven't been there, Don't go, because I will only pity you after you get out of there. No offense to anyone who lives in 29 Palms if you're on the call.
And Annie, yes, you can share this stream. Take care.
Yeah, I'll bounce from this concept. Annie asked if she can share the stream. The information doesn't do me any good to keep, doesn't do you any good to keep. That's putting your light under a bushel. Biblically, if anything I said made sense, and I'm not saying to self promote, I'm saying it as a concept. If you like that I'm saying we need to get back to Jesus, and from that we build our churches, which build our communities, and thus build our assemblies. Or if we meet other like minded patriots, we build an assembly, whatever have you. If you like that we need to study more, my people perish for lack of knowledge, whatever these little nuggets are, if you like it and you keep it, cool, you've learned from it. But is there not a responsibility to pass that knowledge as well to your neighbor?
Absolutely.
You know, think on this. My people perish for lack of knowledge, yes. But let's look at this other statement. You have knowledge, right? So knowledge is power. Well, with great power comes great responsibility. See how I looped that back to the comic books? A little bit of Stan Lee for you guys. And I hate to say a little bit of Stan Lee, because even he was hanging out with Hillary Clinton back in the day. So, it's like, go ahead.
I got a question for you, Sean. We've been hearing for the last year or so Section 230 of the FCC Commission regulations. How enforceable is that on the internet? I understand airwaves and the atmosphere, but how does that apply to the internet deals, for all social medias?
Well, that's kind of the funny thing. All these alphabet things that kind of came about, I mean, if they weren't legislated by an act of Congress and the people assemble and the National Assembly's requisitions are fully carried out, because, some of them are dependent on the people restoring ourselves to the Republic, those foreign corporations, thank you for what you've done. You get to collect your paycheck. Now go away. You see, airwaves are part of nature. They're part of what's been created out there. The idea that anyone can control something that's natural, that's kind of arrogant on their part. Now, I get the practicality between military comms to somebody wants to get on a CB and talk to somebody and it interferes with the television, whatever. I get that. The FCC with Section 230, these corporations have been trying to have it nice both ways. And so since no one's getting any progress there, there's a way to get these corporations back underfoot, whether we're talking Twitter, Google, or Facebook, Meta. And what it is you look at where they're based out of. Can you prove there was harm done by these corporations? I would say, because the Twitter files are coming out, they're showing the election interference. Yes, you're going to have people in Congress yell at these executives, but none of them have issued arrest warrants. Why? Because you need presentments or indictments. Where do those come from? Grand juries. Okay, what's the jurisdiction? Whatever the community is that those businesses are headquartered in. In my case, they're out here in California, so I need more Californians so we can get the numbers up and issue the documents we need to do. Because they're up in Silicon Valley. So San Bruno is where Google and YouTube are based out of. Now, does arresting them, an executive or two, help? Yeah, that could help. But we could also tell our officials, I believe it would be Secretary of State that handles business licenses, since they brought harm to our community, say the riots in 2020, if we can link them to that through FOIAs and PRAs out here in California. Okay, you guys instigated riots. Those resulted in death or destruction. You guys need to have your business license revoked and be out of our state. Bye-bye. And yet they're internet platforms anyway. Do they really need a physical building to do business these days? No. So symbolically, kicking their building out would be a nice rah-rah, but it also means they wouldn't have any place to put their hat and sit down and, high-five each other. So that might be one penalty, is that, okay, you guys want to mismanage the internet and claim that your stuff you're an internet business, let's literally make you internet. You no longer can have any businesses on U.S. soil. You guys all get to work from home or whatever. Now, of course, would they go to another country like China? Well, what's the difference? China's already bankrolling them. If Google wanted to get the Chinese customer base, 1 billion customers, that's bigger than the 320 million Americans, by the way. Google had to change the search engine over there, and that's where you guys heard about Mike Pence and Pompeo and others discussing the Dragonfly search engine in China. So Google had to break its algorithm if it wanted business in China. And what did China say? Google, you're going to do that on the Americans first, so we believe it works. That was the hula hoop that Google had to jump through, and Google sold us out. They didn't have a second what do you call it? Second of apprehension or a doubt. So our Section 230 argument, people keep thinking, oh, Congress will yell at them. Congress yelling at them is mostly for show, for re-election. And unless they put them under oath, which they have refused to do several times, you put them under oath and get them to perjure themselves under oath, because most of those congressional attorneys know you don't ask a question unless you already have the answer. If you're not going to put them under oath, it's a dog and pony show. So every time you see these commissions and the people aren't under oath, that's congressmen wasting your tax dollars asking questions that let these people lie to our faces, whether it's Zuckerberg or Dorsey or any of the rest. So that alone, if you got a pen and paper, you note it. Okay, this person wasted our time on this day. They wasted our time on this day, et cetera, et cetera. And then your assembly can actually form that grand jury that I referenced. Grand juries are allowed to audit public offices and nonprofit organizations. And I learned that only about 2 weeks ago. I was looking up what the powers of the civil grand jury was in comparison, and they're allowed to do that. So there's a lot of power that people have. It's just they don't teach us this because they quit teaching the civics because Roosevelt wanted that stuff destroyed. And they also keep disengaging us. We used to have Schoolhouse Rocks as our commercial. Now our commercials are to, play a video game and get disconnected from the real world. That's the best way I can sum it up.
Are all the social platforms in general, does Section 230 really apply to them since they're not radiating signals through the airwaves? If you understand what I'm meaning, since they're on the internet, does Section 230 matter to them? And can it be enforced to straighten them up?
It can when you use Wi-Fi to access them, but there's also that mixed bag of the EULA, the end user, I forget what the L stands for, but the end user agreement. Those guys are putting in that hidden text that says, if you do this on our platform, you agree to us being allowed to revise the standards at any time. That's a real slick bit of legalese on their part. Okay. And, so that gives them the cop-out that whenever they want to change the rules of engagement, they can, and you agree to it. So with doing that, they can put it back on the customer and the patron. Again, right now, TikTok's the boogeyman because it's from China. Oh, no. But if you get that 686 bill passed, they can go into your phone for anything, any government speech. Now, the funny thing is, yes, TikTok's banned in China. Why? Because TikTok would show the Uyghur sweat factories, the organ transplants, the crimes of the Chinese. So to say that TikTok is a communist tool, it has a back door, but all these social media platforms have back doors. I've uninstalled Facebook before, and I get an email saying, would you please like to reinstall Facebook? Because we know you're in a community that recently you were at that mall that used to give us likes and reviews on. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Just to address real quick in the chat, Watt, W-A-T, Russell J. Gould created quantum language. The problem is if you create your own language, the courts don't have to acknowledge anything about you. The capture the flag thing, I'll approach it from the Marine Corps point of view, is we don't want the flag to fall on the ground, but during a battle, if it's between you shooting the enemy, saving your buddy, or the flag falling on the ground, the flag's at the low end of the pole. So it's essentially a cloth that you put power into it, but doesn't hold any magical rights. So Russell J. Gould, his stuff's been challenged and spoke up to find his citations and stuff. It doesn't mean he's a bad guy. It's just he needs to complete some of the stuff he's working on. And the quantum language, that's just it's like someone saying, hey, I got my own algorithm and you can use it on my computer, but you can't use it anywhere else. unfortunately, these bastards in the bar, sorry for the hard language, but they speak a dead language, which is Latin. And the reason they speak that dead language is because their rites, you practice rites for the dead. This goes all the way back to the Catholic Church. That's why the judges wear the black robe, just like the priests. They're giving you your rites, rites. It's a little bit of entomology. They love to play with you. That's why when you're in front of a judge, it's called a hearing. They get to choose to hear what they want. So if you're not speaking proper English to them, which would be under your common law, or you're not speaking proper Latin to them under your Roman civil law, they're not going to listen to any other language. So, you know, now in theory, the idea of quantum language would work in that you create a community, like I said about the Amish earlier. You go do your own thing, you have your own language, then fine, it'll work there. But if you engage the other people, you have to have that middle ground to engage them. That's why English is the business language of the world. Algebra, from the time of the Ottoman Empire, et cetera, became the mathematical standard for the world, and so on. Hope that helps. I yield.
Oh wow, you're a wealth of information. I got two questions here that you'll probably be able to check out because you said you had to get up. Real quick, the meaning of the flag border, eagle on top, up, down, wings, and do lawyers really understand the languages you just spoke about, or is it all new to them too, or do they even know that type of language for legal?
Well, let's address the lawyers first, because I looked this up tonight. I was looking up the bar oath because I found the Canadian one before, which they pledge, to the Queen and her rightful heirs. So the Canadians, they're still under the crown. We get that, so it makes sense to find in their oath they're going to pledge to the Queen and all that. The American Bar Association, they've gotten super duper liberal, and so they reduced. I want to say it was between 2016 and 2021. I'm leaning towards 2020. Don't quote me on the exact year tonight. Sometimes my photographic memory doesn't pick up all the info that I suck up. But they lowered the standards for passing the bar by at least 50 points. It was a something 50, and then it dropped down to something 90, or something 40 to 90. So it was at least 50 points on the bar exam. They made it easier because they weren't getting enough people passing it. That should tell you something right there. If you're going to make it easier to become a lawyer, it means your intelligence doesn't have to be as high. Second element, as anything in life, you learn more, you study more, you get more wisdom. A lot of these modern barristers, solicitors, bar attorneys, lawyers, advocates, whatever you want to call them, they don't know what they don't know because they themselves only study what they need to pass the bar exam. Because the guy who passes with the lowest score still passes. He's still an attorney at the end of the day. And so a lot of them, they come out of Harvard, Yale, maybe Berkeley, whatever. And their intention is to be an attorney and make money off the people. Most of them do not have an interest in common law, other than that first introductory chapter they take as they are studying for their bar exam. And that common law, that people have to wrap their head around it. There's a couple of different definitions for common law. One of which is when a bunch of judges keep making the same decision and nobody corrects it. This theory, a mistake a mistake not corrected is accepted. So if the judges keep ruling the same way, after a while they call that common law because there's precedent and the community at large has not rejected it. So everybody accepts that law, even if it's incorrect. Well, they'll read about common law as they study for the bar exam early on, but they don't get into the nuance of the roots of it, why it applied in America the way it did and why it's different from the English version. The people in India, because they were under the English crown, but with Gandhi and stuff, they threw off English government for a while. They actually have a really good use of common law system. So when you hear about people talking writs of mandamus and torts and all this stuff, look at India, and they got a lot of really good documents from their side of the world. And people with questions on that, I'm not saying use their forms and documents their way, but look at how they argue their theory and how they put forth their documentations. So in terms of, are the bar attorneys informed on what they're doing? Some are, and some aren't. But if we acknowledge the Esquire thing, well, eventually they're going to be made aware of it one way or the other. That's the only way I can put it. And the thing is, it's a matter of need to know and compartmentalization. If that attorney doesn't really need to know, the folks around him aren't going to tell him, because the more they tell each other, it means the more power they're sharing, So some of those guys want to be gatekeepers at that firm, the senior partners. They're not going to tell the young upshot attorney how to get the best cases or how to argue a theory that, will put everybody else out of the courtroom or whatever have you. What was the first question, too? Because I hit the second one. I missed your first one.
Okay, the American flag, the gold around the edge, and also the meaning of the eagle on top, whether it's got its wings down, wings up, or an upside down. I think that's what I see. If you could address what those are, correct me if I got anything wrong.
Yeah, upside down eagle I have yet to see. Upside down American flag, it means you're in distress, but you only display that when you're on the waters in the Navy tradition and maritime tradition. Mistake is people are doing it on dry land now. Yeah. But most folks don't raise a fit over it. They're just like, okay, he's trying to say we're in distress. We get it,
The eagle, emblem upside down or right side up and wings up or down.
When you're putting the eagle up there, you're acknowledging Washington, D.C. and the corporation. But believe it or not, folks, it traces back to the Roman civil tradition of them marching with the eagle at the front of their ranks. So you're essentially giving acknowledgement to Washington, D.C. and its corporation. That eagle is a symbol of the federal government. Now, when you are wanting jurisdiction, people have been paying attention when Trump goes out with these different flags out there. That gold fringe that's around that flag, a long time ago, and I heard about this in the 80s as a little kid, knee-high to a grasshopper at church and as a scout, etc. Elders in my church would say, yeah, that gold fringe is where you get the term fringe conspiracy theorist. And then they give you that wink, and it's like, but we all know what it really means, right? And you'd be like, no, Grandpa, or no, Scoutmaster, explain. And they explain that gold fringe signifies the sea, the maritime law surrounding the U.S. It's like the sun glittering on the waters. That is a captured flag when it's there, and when you're in that courthouse, you're in maritime jurisdiction. You're not in a court of record, which is the common law jurisdiction. So that's one of the things that you want to piss a judge off. Ask him if you're in a court of record. So,
do they even know what it means?
Some might, and some won't. And if they don't, see, here's the thing: if you get that judge to flee the bench, you can close out that proceeding. If the judge comes back in, he can restart the case right on the same charge, which in theory would be double jeopardy. But because you stood around and let them have that opportunity, that's on you. So there's it's all of this is kind of the idea of court. Think of your paper in court, whatever your document is a tennis ball. You're literally the court is passing those documents back and forth. That's literally, like a tennis court, basketball court, etc. You're running it up and down the court. And the thing is when they are telling you to approach the bench, and you tell them, I'm not going to approach the bench, this, that, and the other, and you're going to phrase it because you're going to acknowledge that they're addressing your straw man versus yourself. The idea is they want to play tennis, and you're saying, I'm playing basketball. We both are playing a game that involves balls, but my balls are bigger than yours, and I don't get paddled.
Wow.
Yeah. How do you like those analogies, right?
Very revealing and gets the explanation simple terms when you illustrate it.
Yeah, I try to break it down with sports or pop culture because it helps people relate. But the thing is, the young attorneys, that kid in Farmington, Utah, he took law at his college, so he thought he was in the right because he heard just enough. Probably took 1 year, maybe 6 months, maybe a semester, who knows. He was trying to help his mom get out of a situation with a traffic ticket with those cops, and they had given him a little rest there. And so he has a bad impression of these police. And the justification, again, those trolls, they're like, oh, well, he said there's going to be an issue and he went for his gun. No, he's going for his seatbelt. And saying there's going to be an issue, that's lawyer speak. You know, he was probably getting trained by some lawyers, but he ran into the David Strait crowd. So here's the thing: he could have just signed the traffic ticket under duress. Write that over your signature. Same blue ink as your signature. Guess what? They'll have to dismiss the ticket when they're in court. It was under duress.
Oh, wow.
I'm not saying that is legal advice, by the way, folks. Research it at your own initiative, because I am not a quote unquote lawyer licensed to practice. Cough, cough. But, you know, I'm not saying also to go and get yourself pulled over by the police, because I do think a stop sign is appropriate. I do think laws against drunk driving are appropriate. But then you go to Ferguson. Ferguson riots weren't just some, you know, guy dying from cops. That whole community, the cops were ticketing them so bad. That was like the main revenue for the city. And the people, most of the people there were set up where they just eventually they couldn't pay off their tickets, and they'd wind up having to do time in jail, or they would be evicted because they just didn't have the money to pay, you know, either the ticket or their rent. You know, they were charging interest on these tickets, things of that sort. So you create that environment where people hate the cops. Guess what? They're going to fight the cops.
So institutions, not all of them, but go and try to have something happen. Is that right?
Well, they're for-profit businesses, and what's a bigger profit? Oh, we need more police because the people rioted. Now you get a bigger budget, and you get all those nice, fancy military vehicles, you know, and you blow the budget. Hey, everybody, we got more money to go have a party for the workers at the end of the year. It doesn't matter what business you're in. You know, you get a big bunch of money, people are going to blow it, you know, incorrectly. You get a small budget, guess what? You're going to be tight with your budget. And so part of the issue, too, is, this New World Order creates we used to have community policing where cops walked beats and police knew who the people in their neighborhood were. Then they got rid of that. Why? Because they want these strong cities in which they slow roll. So by the time the cops have come, the crime has happened. It's not prevented. The cop writes the ticket or calls for the body bags. And they make money off that. And the other angle out here in my city, Riverside, California, we took the serve and protect symbol off of the side of our police cruisers, just like the Supreme Court said. The cops no longer have to save you from people shooting at you, etc. You're no longer their priority. So those cops in Tennessee the other day could have done what the Uvalde cops done, and none of them would go to jail for that. But they're like, screw that, we're going to do the right thing and stop this shooter. And they did. Now, I am surprised how quickly the body camera footage came out. You know, I'm not really concerned about the shoe thing. I'm more concerned, why were they in such a quick rush to release the footage? You know, were they afraid there were going to be some kind of protest? Or did they want to show, we actually engaged with the person and they were firing back, that sort of thing?
The article I read said that it was going to be used for training even, because they did it so quickly, the response and the taking the situation over so quickly that that's the training they want other police officers to have. The Uvalde, I I can't even get started with that, because 73 minutes is just totally, I can't even comprehend that. The whole situation there is messed up.
Yeah.
It's suspect, Bonnie, big time.
Yes, it's very.
Well, Bruce and Bonnie, Uvalde had this issue. If you listen to the original story, they changed it later. This kid in Uvalde was being chased by Border Patrol, like SWAT team security, and that area is a known drug corridor. So, okay, they're chasing this kid around, and he goes to the school. Now, he kills his grandma or whatever. Who knows? Maybe that was to get the keys to the truck. It smells to me more like a narco operation that went sideways, and they're trying to hush it up, because a lot of these narcos in Mexico, they don't care about a gunfight or leaving dead bodies at a schoolyard. They'll do that. Kids will have to walk over dead bodies just to get the clash, or skulls. So he's like, you know what? They're going to come after me. I'll use the kids as human shields and shoot them up, And there's little subtle things that were done with Uvalde. When Daily Mail reported on the Uvalde case, they had like 5 photos of him, and one's him cross-dressing, and it turns out that's someone else's fake photo. Well,
Yep.
doesn't take away from the kid being a cross-dresser. Daily Mail put that little bit of a poison pill in there so people could say that's, just conspiracy, this and that. Well, I did my little bit of homework on Daily Mail. The person who actually owns the parent company, he runs the British War Museum. Basically, he's a big muckety muck, but if you run the War Museum, you're essentially British intelligence, or you're right below them. So even Daily Mail, which is like supposed to be this conservative English tabloid or whatever, emphasis more on the tabloid. They wanted us to think this, to stress the kid was a cross-dresser, but then get it debunked so it could be like, oh, we're being unfair to the cross-dressing community. So I'm not going to call them alphabets at the moment. Now, the Uvalde kid as well. I'm not going to say who, but somebody looked up his background for me, and I have my own background check subscription service that I sometimes use. It's not to be creepy. It's just I have stuff that I have to vet. And anyway, the Uvalde kid, the sheriff's department that looked him up, he wasn't on anyone's radar. The only person they could find was his dad. And he was into drugs and stuff. And he was, even the kid's mom wasn't in the system or his birth. So that tells me he wasn't born in the U.S. if he's not in the system. So we either got a kid who's an illegal immigrant or a drug runner. He's ticked off at grandma. She won't give him the keys or whatever the drama is. And the type of truck he's running, if you remember the images of the truck, it's a big truck. You could have room in those panels to smuggle stuff. Now, yes. I'm not saying that's completely the case. But then you have the story of that, it's a Border Patrol security guy chasing him, and eventually it just becomes about the Uvalde police. They also changed the story that there was the kid either shot through the door or the guy kicked in the door or whatever, had a gunfight, and got shot in the head. A lot of people forgot this kid supposedly shot that agent or a cop in the head. Whatever happened to the ambulance and medical report for that guy? Where was he? Mm-hmm. What hospital did they transport him to? See, they always have that, someone got hurt and you're hearing about it and then they become a ghost. Same thing for the Vegas shooting. The superhero security guard that Ellen DeGeneres had on her show, where did he disappear to? I mean, that dude could be he was the hero. He supposedly killed Steve Paddock. Why isn't he out signing autographs? Oh, because it could be that his guard card. Remember, I said I'm a security guard. This stuff ticks me off. His guard card was expired. How about the company he worked for? Their certification in Nevada was expired. How about the guards that were securing his house when the media tried to interview him? They were to a bogus guard company as well. 3 layers of fraud right there, just in Vegas shooting. So anyone want to tell me it's not a cover-up, they don't know what they're talking about. And it's the reason why at the time, the security guard employer I was working for, I was like, how come you've never done security in Nevada? And he's like, it's a Wild West out there. They don't follow up on making sure all your paperwork's in order. In California, at least the BSIS stays on top of that. So, because of that irresponsibility, bare minimum, the Vegas shooting, maybe it could have been prevented if Mandalay Bay had, proper security vetted. Oh, wait. Mandalay Bay might be on the hook for who they hired for security. Does that mean $1 million payouts to all the victims of the Vegas shooting, including the whistleblowers that were being killed once they went home? We had someone in Riverside County here. Their car mysteriously had brakes not work. It's a blonde lady, her husband. We can go down that rabbit trail another night. But if you're the responsible party, everybody thinks that you have a bunch of bouncers and security guards at a concert and everything's cool and they got jackets that say they're security, and then guess what? This happens. Well, why does security not pay attention to this guy loading up his hotel room? And let's go back to Uvalde. The kid supposedly figured out to go into a side door, or when the security guard wasn't there for his lunch break, whatever the story was. What type of security guard lets these kids know what he does, how he does it?
Right.
You see, again, that smells. And then this 28-year-old going on to a grade school campus or whatever it was, 20 years after the fact, no one noticed this person coming onto campus. It's not just enough to say we need security and metal detectors, whatever, at the schools. If there is a security element, or at least a principal who the kids are in their care under the legal concept of in loco parentis, then you better be keeping an eye out on who goes in and out that front gate.
Yes.
I got a scenario for you, Sean.
Go for it.
Okay, on the Nashville, just talking about it. Number one, if you look at the age of the perpetrator and the age of the officers that took her out, and, and things, they're about the same age bracket and everything, probably within 3 5 years, something like that. Number two, if you notice the doors that they enter to check the classrooms, them kids were already out of there, and it was like what, 14 minutes it was over, if I remember right. How did they get that many kids to a safe spot that quick without having something like a heads up? Because after she shot the doors out on the video that I seen, it was within a minute she was in the building.
You got a good point. I'll throw this at you. Every time they have these school shootings, they always show the kids outside in the parking lot running around in circles. Oh, wait, did I say that out loud? And, all this other stuff. We don't have that token brunette girl that's crying. It's almost like this stuff is like they're trying to do something, but they're missing all the ingredients to make it look like they're normal op.
False
So,
flags.
yeah, if it's looking like an FF, it could be, but I think a lot of that structure, maybe not all of it's been taken out, but I think DJT took out some of that stuff, or at least they're wrapping it up. It's just like last year we had a certain memorial in Georgia there. You might call them guide stones, and they kind of went up in smoke. Nobody's ever arrested that person yet. So what's the
And
deal
they
there?
made them disappear quick.
Yeah. Now they exactly, instead of getting the forensics to know what type of explosive was used and create a investigation, what do? They bulldozed it down. And here's the thing that's interesting: if you guys got friends in Georgia, you can break open this can of worms. That county immediately said they would take like $2 million or whatever of funding and rebuild it without even holding a vote for their constituents.
Mm-hmm.
So what are they doing, taking public money to rebuild the guide stones that nobody wants? I mean, it's a tourist attraction in the worst possible way. That's why people show up and piss on it. Do you really want your community known for that type of monument? And these folks are like, yeah, we're going to rebuild it. Ho, ho, ho. Okay, where's the vote? Where? Okay, let's look down what their powers are of office. Did they just breach their oath of office by making a vote like that? I have a hunch they did. I have a hunch maybe they don't even have an oath of office on file. If that gets pulled, guess what? They got to pay back everything they earned, and also they can be penalized for fraud. Now, the best part about that oath of office statement I made is supposedly 20% of public officials do not have their oath of office on file with their county recorder or a copy of it. We can even go back to 2008. There was somebody sworn in, and when they swore him back in, they did it behind closed doors, so we don't even know if he was sworn in properly. You guys can guess who I'm referring to, 2008, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So was he really the POTUS, or was he just a figurehead, and they're like, screw it, we don't care anymore? See, that's
a lot
how
of doubles and clones out there. I know I'm hitting a conspiracy spot, but what all I've read and watched and everything else, it's more plausible than some of the other stuff they try to come up with.
Well, I'm not so much going down the clone rabbit hole. My issue is that they've just gotten so lazy because the people have been so asleep that if you don't take your oath of office correctly, yeah, a bunch of conservatives are like, why does he get to take it again privately? You're supposed to, when you mess up on swearing in, you're supposed to start over from the start. Mm-hmm. They didn't do that with him. So I could care less if he's a clone or whatever, because I'm not going to put a clone on trial for the crimes of the original. Because they're being, once you're a clone and you're stuck in that spot and you're told you have to give this order, you're compromised. So it's not really your choice. Where the heck are the originals? And nobody has found these originals. Oh, they killed so-and-so and had a trial and tribunal. No, that's not how our judicial system works. Secondly, habeas corpus. I want their bodies. We have a right to see their trials and have their trials. Case in point, a certain somebody who didn't kill himself in a prison cell in New York, who may or may not be in Cyprus, or may not still be involved with Ghislaine Maxwell, because his brother took over the operations. That was one of the things. Ghislaine and him were trying to take over his airplane service he had, which gives an hour of flight time with stewardesses so you can learn how to fly. in just an hour, by the way. And all the stewardesses are dressed up like Sailor Moon and all look to be in that age range. So, whether someone killed themselves in the jail or not, or it was a clone or a body double, the fact is the system, the corrupt operating system is still in place, and that's what has to be removed. Because in that system, people are cargo, and you don't have rights because you're treated as a piece of property. That's how they dehumanize you.
I got another question for you. Sorry to hog the channel, Bonnie.
No, you're fine.
Since technically, now I'm going out of the box with my thoughts tonight, guys. You know me, I can do that pretty well sometimes, and I really usually don't get in trouble, but it could. Since Washington, D.C. is not,
Is foreign soil.
foreign soil, do the warrants or anything they do to get the members of the executive branch, judicial, and the other one, and everything. Well, you know what I mean. Any of them up there, are those warrants or rulings valid since that's not part of the United States?
Help my brain here because I didn't catch a little piece of that. The warrants to who? Who are the warrants for?
Say if they want to go in and say take down.
Clean house.
Rumor has it there's one sealed for the justice of the Supreme Court. Is that valid since it was not done on that piece of soil that's foreign versus say in Virginia where it is U.S. soil? Can that be carried over and be valid to execute the task?
That's a really good question because if the people have their standing in their state, then with their governor working with them and something like their sheriff or the state militia or the National Guard in that state, yeah, they could haul that person in. If that person has only done, if they're sticking in that little, what is it, guys, 8x8 or 10 mile square? I always blank on that measurement.
Yeah.
10 square miles is what I've heard it is.
Yeah, if they stick in that little zone and they never set foot out of that, then the governors and the National Guard, et cetera, and the sheriffs aren't going to swoop them up. But that's kind of a thing right there. You look at it like, okay, our government of a nation equals state, say, Florida. You don't say state of Florida, that's corporate. Or Texas, even the Republic of Texas is a type of corporation. Or California. I don't say California, state of California. I would say the California Republic or nation equals state. Anyway, those bodies would be like, hey, we want you to extradite this guy. And that would be kind of a thing of butting heads. They're going to be like, well, he's in our little District of Columbia. Come get him. And we're like, are you giving us permission? And then that would be something to haggle for. It's like I said about the J6 people. It's a hostage crisis.
Yeah.
What's the leverage that each state's going to have for the J6 people? And I have 706 names. It's the J6 list from back in 2021 when it was initially published. I have that list archived in my Gmail and in my Proton mail. And the thing is, the people are taking so long to assemble. Each state needs to negotiate for their batch of people to get them. You can pull this angle. We'll let you convict them, but we're going to keep them under arrest in the county prison versus being in that DC gulag. That would be an agreement attorneys on both sides could agree to, and there'd be no harm, no foul. The question is, what would we give up to get them out of DC? And that's something people really do got to think about. Why are they being languished there? Are we the people just willing to forget these guys? Now, some of these guys are feds, don't get me wrong. Right. Enrique Tarrio, he's a fed in a different way, not just that the feds are in talks with him, but he would report Antifa activity to the feds and be like, hey, Antifa's jumping these conservatives, get your butts down here and arrest them. That's a form of a fed, believe it or not. And that's actually a good type, someone who's using the FBI the way you're supposed to. But also he's had interactions with them previously, so it goes both ways in his case. Joe Biggs did not have the crime record, but Joe Biggs was with Enrique, not knowing about Enrique's background, and Joe Biggs would be the same thing. Hey, ring ring, FBI, we got these Antifa guys, trying to set something on fire. Get some stuff. Here's their license plate, or here's their name because they dropped their wallet. Whatever. I'm giving you guys kind of a exaggerated example of what could have been happening, but specifically, when someone's a Fed, it doesn't always mean they're a snitch. It means that there's someone. They go on the FBI website and they say, hey, I know my neighbor has a bunch of little kids going over there, and these kids are leaving his place crying, and they're, it's very weird. These aren't his kids, stuff like that. There is a time and a place, because in terms of due diligence, you have to report it to somebody, right? Well, when this stuff, when the assemblies are back, we can actually have those particular situations, and under common law, those folks are not going to like what their sentence is for what they do to kids. But for us with DC, can we reach into their territory and pull someone out? Can they reach into our territory and pull someone out? Now, if you have a governor with balls, I'll give DeSantis credit. He said he's not going to extradite Trump. There you go, DeSantis. People are going to rediscover what power a governor has, because in Florida, DeSantis is stronger than the president of the United States Corporation, the chief service administrator. DeSantis has more power.
How many governors know that?
Some of them don't, and some of them do. And that's the issue, is which ones have the balls to actually flex their muscle. I will tell you this, Newsom probably knows, but because he's in the Pelosi crime family, he's using his power against we the people, because everything he's done out here has been to hurt us. We just had the San Bernardino County area, which is traditionally a red area, especially Mammoth Mountain and Big Bear and all that. They are, diehard conservative, and they do their tourism with the ski resorts, whatever. Somehow, no resources have been dedicated to them, despite the emergency we've had this last month, them being snowed in for 39 days straight. I know the last time I checked the numbers, there was 13 people frozen to death up there in the Mammoth Big Bear area.
Wow.
And, they can fly helicopters in to, film it for news channels, but they can't take helicopters and put little ladders down and carry people back out. So, that right there, you don't hear anything by Newsom getting on the radio and saying, it's a shame everyone's frozen. Let me, send some emergency funds to help these people, because with the snow, their ski season's going to be messed up because no one can make it to the ski slopes. Right now, they're hoping that they'll be able to have the ski season, by the way, go to May as the snow thaws out. Let's hope there's no more storms, because literally these snow plows would scoop the snow away, and behind them the snow would be filling in. I mean, it was pretty bad up there. Yeah. And I have a friend who works up there at Big Bear, so I got to see his Ford was buried over the top of the roof, guys. This was a big old Ford, like F-150, raised tires and hydraulics and all that, or whatever the phrasing is.
It's a lifted truck.
Yeah, lifted. That's the way to phrase it. And I was going to say, someone in the chat was following Riss Flex, wanted to put that link. Riss, I like that she's an entrepreneur. I don't begrudge her that, pushing her makeup, but she's actually a good investigator. You guys got to, as a person whose name is out there, she's someone out there that I think in about 10 years, she's going to be a big name in investigative reporting and stuff if she doesn't, quit the field. I've really liked her work. Plus, she tends to have a pretty good attitude on her shows. She's not yelling at people on the camera and stuff. Let me see here. Other comments. I'm just seeing who all is talking to you guys here.
Yeah, they're dancing and kind of getting silly now, but
yeah, and they're talking about some of these other characters that are bad guys and stuff. And it's a interesting. It's an interesting time of the year we're going to go into, guys, because as the weather warms up, more people are going to go outside, which means more people are going to act the fool, and now things are going to be harder on us. So the trick is not to get provoked into altercations. The other trick is to get people together lawfully, quietly, get together, assemble. And while I've explained different techniques and documents and things tonight, you don't tell your local politicians ahead of time that you're going to I found this to be a problem when people were being driven off the Arizona school boards, and all these people were collecting the surety bonds and all that. They would tell them, if you don't fix this next week, I'm coming back and taking your bond. No, guys, you quietly you get the FOIA and the PRA, you get their bond already, so it's in your hand. And when they act a fool in front of you, you just slap it on their desk and be like, hey, you got 3 days or 5 days, and then this is inaction. You don't even give them the chance to clean up their act because they already know. This is the problem. Conservatives want to, oh, they don't know better. No, most of these people do know better. They will either act when they're corrected because they don't want to lose their job, or they'll act out of malice because they hate we the people. So that's the ones like, you know what? I don't even want you in office. I just pulled your bond. Bye. You know, and that's how you do it. You can't telegraph to these guys because they love catch-22s to screw with people. They gave the big orange man that they think is bad, they gave him a catch-22. We're going to release a disease on your people to kill your economic recovery, and you have a choice. You can either let big pharma make a lot of money, or you can have this big death rate because we'll release the other strain. And that's what a lot of people forgot. There was an S strain and an L strain. The L strain is the one that messed up Iran and Italy and was putting people in the mosques and in the Catholic churches there in Italy. That was the one that was stacking up the bodies. The S strain that they released here in the United States, you feel sick. If you're not healthy, it puts you under too. But people forget there were 2 strains released at the same time. They also released a strain in Nigeria. But because the Nigerians take that special medicine that's horse paste, wink, wink.
Yep.
They take it for malaria. It didn't affect them. Yep. So Dr. Stella was with Alex the other night. I want to say it was the 28th of the month. You can watch that episode. She has a good segment with him, and she was explaining, Nigeria is leading the way in this because with the malarial medicines, it basically fought off this virus. But they put POTUS in that situation. You're screwed if you do, and you're screwed if you don't. And that's how these people, when I say they want to put you on their checkerboard and put you in their game, that's what they're doing. They're giving you either a black choice or a white choice, but they control both choices. Left wing, right wing, same effing bird, as George Carlin used to say.
Yeah.
So the trick is, don't mess with their bird. Who is Phil Gottle Whiskey? I have no idea who Phil Gottle Whiskey is.
Or something like that.
Godlewski.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I've been too busy reading stuff for the grand jury process, because if my county is going to do a grand jury, we want to convene it correctly. Because again, this stuff will be under a fine-tooth comb when the sheriff comes to look at it, or if we're going to the state level, there will be attorneys who will try to pick it apart. That's what they're paid to do, after all. To go even further with the National Assembly, for those who've been on our calls before, they get made aware that we have certain people in the military keeping an eye on us, and it has to meet military standards for inspection. So as a Marine, I didn't enjoy having inspections as a Marine. I really don't want to tick off people when it's an even bigger stakes game and something is done correct or wrong. So like tonight, I'm reading over a bunch of stuff from the American Bar Association. In fact, my computer screen at home here would actually refresh. And it's still lagging. Drats.
Speaking of grand jury, Sean.
What happened?
Go ahead, guys. My home computer is lagging, so I'm going to reboot it. It does that where the screen freezes out because I was running something in the background. Basically froze it up from memory. So I'm still good to go with the cell phone talking to you. Go ahead.
Okay. Saying for grand juries, I heard the word county. In sparsely populated areas, like not being close to, say, 40, 50 miles from a major town that's over 10,000 people and things, can a grand jury be in jurisdiction of different counties at the same time? Like, say you got 2 counties side by side that are sparsely populated. Can one grand jury serve both counties?
Your state level grand jury would cover that, but your county grand jury, for each county, you would want to have your 13 people for a trial jury, also called a petite jury. That would be your bare minimum. And to be honest, getting 13 people together in a county is not too hard. You can get more than 13 people together for a yard sale. So if you can do that, that's, different purpose, but same head count, And
Okay.
I can attest to this because one of my hats I've worn, and some of the folks who remember me from Dangerous Freedom and the other stuff I've seen in the comments. Some of you guys remember I did the indie wrestling
Yes.
stuff and independent wrestling. At the minor leagues, at the SWAT meets, and at the carnivals and all that. Yeah, you announce on a flyer there's going to be a Ferris wheel and a carousel, and face painting with the clowns for the kids, and there's lucha libre or there's pro wrestling, and guess what? You draw a couple hundred people. So in this case, it's not as commercial, and it's not, as blatant and obvious. But like you go to your VFW or your American Legion Hall, you're going to find at least a dozen other veterans who aren't happy with the way the country is. And because these veterans swore to the Constitution, this is where I fall under this too. We swore to the Constitution. Remember what I was saying about being a party of the Constitution? All that nasty federal debt. Guess what? If someone like China comes to collect their chunk of the debt, it's going to be on us to pay it. So guess what, guys? You're a party to the Constitution. You're a constitutor. So if you're a veteran, it means you and your children will have to work that off. So until you're 65, you can no longer be conscripted for service. This is why our military is the brute squad of the world, and we go and we put down all these revolutions and everything. It's basically us working off foreign debt for these bankers. It's like, hey, they want stability in this region. What do? You send in the Marines, the Navy, the Army, whoever you need for the mission. You send them in to stabilize that region so the banking can keep going on. And hopefully whoever is trying to lead a revolution, you guys can stop them. And that banking interest and those economies are, hey, thank you. You stabilized everything. What a good job. It's a little cynical, I realize, but that is the truth of the matter, is that the military, hence why they check in on what we're doing at National Assembly. They don't want to be part of this debt system anymore, this beast system. They want to be a military that serves the people and serves the organic Constitution, back there in 1787, not the current corporate one post Federal Reserve Act. So I hope that clarifies,
Yeah.
as the urgency of this.
Okay. Bonnie, sorry to take up that, but my brain's working overtime, man.
It's okay. This has been a great discussion.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it.
Okay,
think of
Sean.
Think of it this way: it's a bunch of filler for your show, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
On the grand jury, is 13 the minimum, and who does the vetting to seat the 13, and how is the vetting done, and what information is vetted?
Good questions. You're hold on, I'm seeing similar questions too in the chat. Let me see if I can do some overlap with them. Shows you're playing with the live chat still here. That's interesting. Let me see here. Yeah, they're asking about some like vetting. I don't think that's the same vetting we're talking about though. Okay, so when you have your assembly vet people, now the National Assembly has their standards for vetting. One is you can't be a state national with AVR and David Strait's paperwork stuff that we mentioned earlier. That's kind of, bad stuff to do. And 1 second, I'm just reconnecting my desktop. Hopefully it'll hold my audio here. If not, I'll come back up. My 5x5 still, guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So, NC Deb, that's hilarious. Puff's passing anyone. I'm on brain capacity overload. Well,
That's what you've done tonight, Sean. My head's going to explode.
Well, if you guys want to know why this brain works the way it does, never a puff, never a smoke, never an injection, never a drink. So, go sobriety, right? Oh wait, I do drink energy drinks and soda. I'm sorry, caffeine. that's my friend.
I'd live on Mountain Dew.
Oh, God, Lord, that's back in my role-playing game days on tabletop. So let's get back to vetting. So I don't, I like to, have a little color with the conversation and then get back on the point. National Assembly stuff is that you can't be obviously a Jesuit, a Freemason, Israeli Mossad, any of that spy stuff. But you can't be under contract to the civil government or the military. Now, when your oath is expired, you've left your office or you've retired, that's fine. And then we don't take anybody that's a bar attorney unless they surrender their bar card, have quit the bar. The card's going to be held for 15 years because they got to do penance for taking an oath to the crown. That's another rabbit hole for you guys to look up, by the way. And then the other element is anyone who's gone to college and has gotten a degree in political science, because everything they're teaching political science right now is Marxism. And that one hits home out here in California. We had some people we were onboarding, and then it turns out, oh, you got a political science degree, and every time you were talking, your concerns were worded like a liberal. We're nonpartisan, but a lot of liberals just don't want to obey the Constitution. When you say no borders, no wall, no USA at all, well, the Constitution is the frame, the border, and the foundation of this nation. So when you say words matter and you want to dispute every single word, you're holding up people getting stuff done. When you want to dispute every single word and change what the words mean, maybe you can't define what a woman is. Well, then in your universe, women won't have rights because you can't define what a woman is. You see, these attorneys are pretty slick, and so are their left-wing friends. So I gave you the groups we exclude. Now, people you would want to include would be folks who, can wrap their head around, say, the Jefferson Manual or the Senate procedure, because, to propose motions and to, say you want to elect someone to be your scribe to take notes, or your comm secretary to run the phone call part of stuff, the conference calls, or to run your internet sites. You would elect them, and you would propose a motion with typical parliamentary procedure or Jefferson Manual. Same thing our Senate does. The Jefferson Manual is how our Senate runs to this day, in fact. And it's pretty basic. You want people who at least can add 1 + 1 = 2. So if they see something going wrong a few times, they have the willingness to say, hey, that's not right. Or if they see something going right, they know how to make it work better. The vetting process too. If you got if you've been a person who's been convicted of a felony, it's not really favorable to you. But if you've already paid off your sentence, your lien, or you're on probation, basically you can't really have anything over your head that you're still paying back a lien, you're still paying back restitution, that you still are, worst case scenario, you're still wearing your ankle bracelet. No, we can't really have that. Sorry, bro.
Service, whatever.
Yeah. That means the government still has its fingers in you. Same reason you can't have a civil officer. They can attend, they can watch, but they don't get to have a voting voice or propose motions, that sort of thing. They would just get to be an interested onlooker. And when it's time to do the business of your assembly and your grand jury, especially your grand jury, that'll be highly private, because the grand jury will sequester themselves to conduct their business on their own. The assembly is the jury pool. That's why the number for your county or your state assembly is 27 and 6 officers. That's literally what you have for a grand jury in most states in the union. So when people are like, well, I want to join an assembly, but I don't know if I can do anything with the jury. Well, ultimately your number might come up. So guess what? You're going to take an oath. It's called a JCO, jural, Jural, covenant of office. It says you're willing to be on a jury pool. That's it. It's nothing fancy, but it means, because you're swearing in front of God and everybody with your hand on the Bible, that if your number as an assembly member comes up, you go and you participate in investigating that issue. Because without that investigation, you can't issue a presentment, or if you give it to a district attorney, it gets called an indictment, and he'll do that. If you call it an indictment before he gets it, he'll get pissed off. He'll be like, oh, you're making up my mind for me? So if you cannot investigate and come forth with that presentment that's lawfully and correctly done, they're not going to want to, adhere to it. There has to be a modicum of discipline, of privacy, of due diligence, that, hey, we suspect, I'll give a famous example. We suspect this guy named Epstein is smuggling kids out of Florida to his island. Okay. So everyone suspects that. What's your evidence? Well, I have all these flight logs. Okay, do you have the real flight logs or the fake flight logs? Okay, we got rid of the fake ones. Here's the real ones. Okay, do you have anything else? Because we don't know, what was really going on, because a lot of these names are Jane Doe or John Doe or a bunch of X's or initials. What else can you confirm? Oh, well, we have photos of these people with this Mr. Epstein character and with Prince Andrew. Okay, so that's like two solid bits of evidence, right? Then you have witness statements that you've collected, like from his bodyguards, his groundskeeper. The groundskeeper was one of the people they really interviewed heavy. You have Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein's contradicting and collaborating testimonies, etc. Now you got what they call a preponderance of evidence. And if I was a district attorney and you brought that to me, you think there's child trafficking, and you can prove these people were underage at the time you suspect they were smuggled out of Florida to the island, you could be like, okay, I'll open up a case and see what we find. And of course, as we said, he didn't kill himself. They I don't know if that was him on the slab or not, but the point is they covered that up real nice. They had guys raid his little business there on the Virgin Islands, take all the hard drives out, etc. Luke Radowski and his, I want to say Jeff Burke or something, the dollar vigilante, they actually had the guts to go to the island with a drone and run around the island filming what they could, and there was still security there to chase them off, which means there was something on the island somebody wanted protected. So that right there would tell me there's a need for a further investigation. But just in the case of that famous case, your grand jury would have to go through these steps, collect this evidence, put it in a coherent form, make a presentment, and then say to the DA for the Virgin Islands or the DA down there in Florida, say, hey, this is what we found. We suspect this is going on, and we need you, through our presentment, to issue an indictment to bring this guy, in for possible criminal or civil charges, and so on and so forth. I hope I clarified a little better. Anyone else lost?
Yeah, I got one more.
Wait.
When you're, go ahead, Bonnie. It's your channel.
I was on a jury, and it was okay. There was 3 times in court. One I was not there, but I was on a jury, and I said then, I even put it on the little card, don't ever ask me to be on a jury again. It was so crooked, it wasn't even funny. The first case was against me, and I countersued. He ran over me with his Suburban and in my car, not bodily.
Thank the maker you're still with us then.
Yeah.
Amen.
Thank you. And the DPS officer lied. Everybody lied. That was called to that stand. It was, and so there's the good old boy system, because this small county. And then the second one, when I was on the jury, it was when I met with the jurors in the back. I could not believe what was coming out of their mouths. The pure prejudice, ignorance, everything. I couldn't believe it. And the third one, my friend was on the jury, a murder case, and no doubt about it, he admitted to everything he did, and 5 years in prison.
Huh.
First degree murder.
Yeah, that judicial stuff there, our judicial system in terms of sentencing does need reform. And in the case, yeah, it sounds like someone definitely got to your jury members. One thing people can do, and this is what, I'm not saying I'm Trump's attorneys. If I was, I would argue for a change of venue. That the Southern District of New York is a prejudicial venue, and they need to change that venue because they stacked the jury pool and the jury against Roger Stone, which means they're going to do the same thing against Donald Trump to try to get him convicted. And they shouldn't even be bringing that case to trial. It was a misdemeanor that had statute of limitations go past. New York State Legislature did not vote to change that misdemeanor to a felony, which means it's unlawful to say it's even a felony. But the fact of the matter is, the grand jury, there is I'm not going to reveal it just because it's like giving a monkey an AK-47, and then when it pulls the trigger, you don't blame the monkey. There are procedures that if a grand jury is tainted and they know they are, or if they put an innocent person to death or whatever happens to them, in common law, there were remedies for that too. And it was really ugly what happens to those grand jury people. I mean, you got to think we're going back to, the times of the Crusades and the nobles and stuff. So, yeah, these juries, the way they're being led around by the nose by prosecutors and by judges, it's really sick and it's really sad because you're going to say, well, why are the judges and the district attorneys so corrupt? Well, Sean Stryker might have a hint about that. Those judges and those district attorneys, when you hear that term court fees, they get paid for every case that runs through that courthouse, and the judges own shares in the courthouse. It's a business. If you plead nolo contendere, no contest, and you just accept whatever the penalty is and you walk out, guess what? You just made them easy money. They like that. In fact, they'll be nicer to you if you do that. But if you say, I'm innocent and I want a jury trial, oh, now you're going to make them have to use more time, and it means their courthouse runs slower. There's more backlog of cases. They can't make their money as quick. So they are going to do everything they can to get that jury to hate you. And these judges and district attorneys try to tell the jury what it can and can't do. If you tell someone while you're being screened, about jury nullification, they'll disqualify you. Even though jury nullification is perfectly fine and it's constitutional. I learned about this from the David Knight show back like in 2012 or 2008. We're going really old school on InfoWars here for that. David Knight would teach about those type of topics, and you would pick up good stuff from him like that. Too bad no one on InfoWars currently talks about these topics. Robert Barnes, no, he's not doing it at all. But anyway, point being is that if you know about jury nullification and you quietly get on that civil grand jury of the district attorney, you don't say nothing, you get on that grand jury, they have sometimes threatened people who are trying to do that with jail time because they realize it's not constitutional, it's not common law, it's not even a statutory code or a civil code or a penal code. So why are they having this case? Because those courts just want to make money off someone who don't know better, and also someone who can pay. The reason they let the homeless out and all these left-wingers out is because they ain't got a payroll, a paycheck. There's nothing to put a lien on. So why penalize these people who can't pay it back? They know they're not going to make money. So they wait until the typical conservative like us who wants to pay our debt to society, they come at us because they know we have a paycheck and we work hard and we consider ourselves honor bound. This doesn't mean that we should quit doing that. But what it does mean is we got to have massive judicial reform, and the reinstitution of common law grand juries is a good portion of that, because it'll take, when there's that common law grand jury, you can invoke it and get yourself out of their civil for pay system and get yourself back into the de jure common law system. And let me check our chat here because we've been keeping people busy. I'm supposed to be going to bed, by the way.
I know.
Yeah, that's what I was.
Oh yeah, D's in the chat. I gotta catch up on D's show from earlier. Let's see here. Who else?
You're having fun, aren't you, Sean?
Oh, I enjoy this stuff. People tell me I should be a school teacher, and I'm like, have you seen the kids? Yeah. I don't want to teach your kids when your kids are acting like this, So, right. Let's see here. Civil grand juries, the grand jury in Humboldt County since the 50s. Civil grand juries, correct. Deanna's correct. Humboldt Hilltop workshops, and yeah, that's been the thing. They California, from what I'm reading here from the American Bar Association, has been the last state, by the way, to actually modify its grand juries and judicial processes and its bar processes to mirror the rest. They, the globalists want everything centralized. California, of all states, was the last holdout of joining this centralized legal system. And so, right now, what I was saying, my world, guys, what I have on my desktop right now that I was looking at before I got on this, I have an entry from Wikipedia, commentaries on the law of England. My next tab was a search for what's called the American Bar Foundation. My next tab is Wikipedia again, and it's Goel, Goel. That was the Avenger of Blood in the Old Testament, which they now have turned into the modern prosecutor. Next tab, What Electric site is this? I can't tell. It's taking too long to write. That's an Adobe plug. What is this here? Nationalbar.org and ncbex.org exams, MPRE. That is the ethics test the bar attorneys take. I'm trying to do something to find out. What I was looking up is I want to look up their ethics and see if their oath to the crown contradicts their code of ethics, because they revised their code of ethics in the last 10 years. And I'm like, maybe what they've been doing, and you guys could probably assert to this, they've been scrubbing history off the internet, even off the Wayback Machine.
Yeah.
And so stuff I reported on 2 or 3 years ago, I go to those URLs, they don't exist anymore. It's not a matter of just bandwidth or someone not paying for the website. I'm going to the National Archives. I'm going to Library of Congress. I'm going into this site and that site.gov, and this stuff is gone. The Britannica stuff I said about 1592 and the merger of the courts, that literally got changed the next day. I had given a class on a Saturday. I wanted to repeat it on a Sunday, so I opened up my computer history, hit the URL. I went, and boom, it was a 404 error. Britannica basically scrubbed that information about the, and of course Britannica would know. They were, the encyclopedia of default for everyone for a while.
Yeah. Even the definitions have changed.
Yep. Let's see, multi-state professional responsibility examination. So yeah, that is the big ethics test these guys take to pass the bar. So I want to find what wiggle room they have in their stuff, that if I ever have to go toe-to-toe and get across from one of them, we'll string them up with their own noose, And they show all 50 states are now in that, not even on the map. District of Columbia, Guam, the Mariana Islands, Palau. Puerto Rico's not on the map, interesting. Virgin Islands. So Puerto Rico's still operating on its own little weirdo system. Interesting. So, yeah, a lot of folks have, this, that, and the other they're doing. And then there's me trying to, learn more about this stuff. And behind me is sitting a recently printed out PDF, 59 pages I'm all supposed to read by tomorrow night.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my.
Yes. So, well, the good thing is I work security, which means as long as no one's acting up, I get to read.
Right.
There you go. I've been there, done that. I did that myself when I lived in a big metroplex. The question that I've got is, okay, there's a sealed indictment for POTUS. How can they indict him, and what procedure is used to acquire the evidence to indict him, and then indict him and then go to court and have it unsealed? Where does the Fourth Amendment come in on this grand jury investigation? Because he wasn't under arrest or anything like that, and I'm sure he didn't give him permission to search anything and all of that. How does that all play in, Sean?
Well, this was them still trying to cover, with Michael Cohen. Remember, Cohen's supposed to be their magic witness, right?
Right.
Now, Cohen's perjured and all that, so I don't take Cohen seriously. They do. Because they are willing to craft a lie because they don't want this guy running in 2024. So what Cohen will do, because he's a witness, right? Which means he has quote-unquote evidence he knows about, which it's all a lie, but he knows about it, right? So Cohen will say, oh, wait, I remembered something. We need to investigate this now. And again, we all know it's bunk. Costello did a good service to the community by bringing in that, there was exculpatory evidence. See, when you're a fixer say it is a mafia setup, right? You're the fixer. The Don doesn't tell the fixer to go fix it. The fixer knows what he's got to do, and he goes out and does it. So the idea that Donald Trump gave Cohen an order means that either Cohen's a complete moron or it never happened, one of the two. Because if you're supposed to be the fixer of a prestigious family, you don't need the Don to whisper in your ear or even nod at you. You already know what you got to do. Anyone who's watched the Godfather movies can use that as their analogy. So what I'm gonna speculate that Michael Cohen said, "Oh, I know something else." Now, Stormy Daniels, on the other hand, she.
Uh-oh. We lost you, Sean. No audio.
I'll just say, Bonnie, I didn't mean to hijack your show, but this is fascinating stuff, sweetheart.
You didn't hijack it.
Feels like I did. I've been doing more talking than you do tonight.
Well, I talked at the beginning.
Yeah, I know I watched you, and then NC Debs bowed out and everything, dude. I'm just wondering if I
Yeah.
did anything to reason she dropped out. Can you let me know, Deb, if I did anything? And if I
No,
did, I'm
not at
sorry.
all. Her phone went dead.
Oh,
And, oh,
oh.
I think his something might have went dead too.
Yeah, he said he was on his phone for the audio part of it.
Oh,
So
yeah.
it's very possible because what time did you come on? Or
It's been 4 hours now.
whoa.
Yeah.
I had to keep laying my head down on the table here because my back was hurting too bad.
I'm going to drop the link again in case he's trying to come back and finish it.
Okay.
Oh, there he is.
Dropped.
I was just kind of wondering on how they put together the information to pull this off. It just don't seem like from a regular hearing or
Sorry,
whatever they do. It's stuff comes in here, there, and yonder, and we think so, but no receipts for it. And they go ahead and pull the trigger.
sorry, I dropped. Where did I leave off? Because I got to my wrap up before realizing my call had cut out.
You were right at Stormy Daniels.
Yeah, Stormy Daniels. So what they might have got out of her for the indictment.
Yeah, so I covered that Cohen was the fixer, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So basically, maybe they got Stormy Daniels to agree to collaborate a story with Cohen. That creates two new people with two new, tales of evidence, which would be enough for them to try to indict this president. But the key thing I wanted to bring back onto Cohen is, he paid Stormy out of his own pocket to reimburse. He then went to the campaign and took money out of the campaign. That's on him. That's not on Trump.
Ah.
Now, here's the other angle that I was pointing out, and it's when it cut out. So naturally, it was very important that it cut out. So whoever's listening, listen up. We're going to say something very important again, which was Cohen is wrapped up in Ukraine. He's a Democrat, and he worked for the Perkins Coie law firm. Does that ring any bells? Dirty dossier, anybody?
Yeah.
So these people are willing to create lies out of whole cloth to mess with the executive branch of our country and the choice of the people. And
you know how they've been saying that there's like 30 charges against him? I did
I
hear
heard,
that Georgia was one of them for persuading election, for doing something. Like
but they dropped Georgia. That's the thing. That little grand juror witch girl, she came out acting all goofy, and it's like she just compromised the grand jury because it wasn't even finished, and she started saying, this, that, and the other about it. She was supposed to stay anonymous until it was done, so she screwed up their grand jury. Whoops. So that's done. Basically, they went through everything they could, and they had to go all the way back to the stuff from 2016. The statute of limitations, guys, ran out in 2018. So this is a 5-year-old misdemeanor case.
yes, DC's got 2 of them about J6.
Well, the J6 stuff, it could be exonerated too. The thing is, if the House Republicans were really on our side, and a few of them are, I'm not going to say that they're all not. They're really on our side. They'd go ahead and start the impeachment proceedings against Biden and put the Democrats on defense. Quit playing defense, go on offense lawfully, legally, and it's not even a matter of proclaiming we're going to have trials and we're going to execute them. Just hey, you broke the law. Here's the penalty, and if you don't like the penalty, well, too bad. That's what it is. If you guys remember, at the height of everyone calling for the Democrats to get their undoing, they suddenly had the Jussie Smollett thing, and Kamala Harris sponsored legislation against lynching because they no longer wanted to be hung for their crimes. Timing's everything. Which, by the way, Jussie Smollett now is coming out and saying people were defaming him.
Of course.
Yeah.
Another another off the wall question, Sean. If you commit perjury, grand jury, information gathering, question one, are they sworn in under oath? Number two, if you perjure yourself, who enforces the violation?
Question one is, yeah, you are sworn in when the grand jury is impaneled after you get your writ of veneer. In other words, you're impaneling veneer like on a cabinet, fancy Latin for you. Once you're impaneled on the grand jury, yeah, you're sworn in to be a member of that. The witnesses can perjure themselves. The
That's what I
grand
mean.
jury,
The,
yeah.
the witnesses, if they falsify information to make the indictment happen.
Well, the witnesses, if they're doing that and they're caught perjuring themselves, they suffer all the penalties of perjury in that jurisdiction. Now, in common law, if you were doing stuff like that, the founders would have people go to your house and burn your house to the ground. Or here's another thing: if you didn't show up for the common law grand jury back then, whether you were in Boston or you were in Raleigh, North Carolina, they would pull you. They put you on horseback and drag you literally to the town meetings. And if you still refuse to go, they'd equally, because you're responsible as a man in the community, you'd be expected to go. You didn't want to go? Okay, they'll burn your house down too because you don't want to be part of the community. Go live in the woods. They were pretty brutal back then. Remember what they did to the British Tories that were against the revolution. They would tar and feather them. That tar was liquid hot when it was put on the skin. These guys didn't play around. And that's part of the thing is our country, we got to playing around. Oh my gosh, we hurt their fifis. Oh, they got a boo-boo and they're offended. Well, let me put it this way. As a Marine, I could offend you a lot more and I don't even have to touch you. I could play tricks with you, physically speaking, and I don't even have to touch you. As long as I have jurisdiction over you, though, I can make you miserable. You know what I'm saying? Case in point. Okay, these guys want to play games. All right, we're going to take all your clothing from you, and you guys get to go stand in a gravel pit while it's windy. And here's a canteen of water. Here's a bar of soap. Here's your washcloth. And you got two canteens, one canteen cup. That's your shower. Make it work. And that's considered lawful in the Marine Corps for a field shower, by the way. When you're at Pendleton and it's windy like that, you're chattering with your teeth. And that's considered a nice regular day in second phase of boot camp, is that field shower.
Oh, wow.
I don't think you're clean enough. Go back out and take another shower.
So you could be a
See?
teacher. You just use basic training on them. I think these
yeah.
kids need that these days.
Well, that's the thing is if they try to turn this country sideways, they've purged a lot of the military. So my nervousness is how many of the good guys are left to, help keep things stable if stuff does go sideways. Because they've killed off our World War II veterans with the Jabo or the Koof, whatever you want to call it. They killed them off. The Korean War veterans, a good extent of them too. Now what do we have left, And are the kids going to help rebuild? Because the folks in Vietnam, a lot of them were disillusioned. So, they aimed for the Trump base. They aimed to distribute the toxic versions of the pokey poke. They aimed for the red states to distribute in those areas and kill off elderly voters for 45. Whereas California, we didn't have as many people die out here. No, we didn't. But my coworker who relieves me at one of my sites on Monday mornings, Tuesday mornings, well, last August he had a stent put in his heart, and then last month he passed out at home, and he's going to be on disability for at least 6 months. They're calculating, and sure enough, he watches MSNBC, all of this stuff, and it surprises me. He served in Panama. He was an Army dog, MP, but he believed, the government, didn't kill me with the jabs back then, because he trusted his Army service days and he trusted George H.W. Bush. Well, sorry, buddy, you were lucky. You didn't get sick from any of this. Me, on my way out the door of my reserve unit, they told me they wouldn't let my contract in unless I took the anthrax vaccine. Well, you're supposed to take 6 injections or so for the anthrax therapy or whatever they have as a protocol. I only took 1. So I don't know what that means for my health. But in the back of my mind, there's a shadow of doubt. Like, I only took 1. Did I not take everything? Or do I got the anthrax in me? Or did I get a saline? What happened? Because they use you as a guinea pig. They consider you property of the U.S. government. So we're not going to have a lot of very healthy military people for all the ones who took the jab. And the ones who refused, well, Trump's saying he'll get them back into office and back with their payroll, back into their positions. That's great for the campaign trail. Will he do it?
Right.
No, we don't know. Let me see here. I'm taking a look here at the chat too, by the way, real quick.
Dee asked if that firm is the one that was involved with prosecuting Miles GUO.
I don't know who Miles GUO is off the top of my head. I'm sure I'll remember later, but Cindy Fuller Stevens. Yeah, the thing with flags, Cindy, is that makes a target. So, yeah, you don't want to be flying your flags all the time, Let's see here. I'm not sure
Isn't
what
that
Dee's
sad?
referencing for
Isn't that the
scaring her.
saddest thing? It used to be so American that every American just about had their flag hanging outside, and
Mm-hmm.
now it's like, hide your flags. You're a target. 'Cause
Well,
I had mine forever, for years, and I was the only one in my neighborhood. So yeah, I stood out like a sore thumb.
well, I'm gonna wrap up here shortly because T Girl's making a good point. I'm gonna be exhausted. Like
Yes,
I said, I got the alarm at 4. I'll close with this point. Israel just declared that if you are over 18 and you preach the gospel, you're going to do 2 years in jail. If you're under 18, you're going to do 1 year in jail. That's what they're trying to push over there in Israel.
wow.
As you saw, they recently just had massive protests just pop up out of nowhere. Over 300,000 people saying, no, we're not cool with that. Good.
Yeah,
Somebody needs to let Israel know, and this is how the thing's going to play out. If Israel is against the gospel, then the Christians don't have any obligation to protect Israel.
yep,
Now, if the world keeps wanting to exclude Christians and exclude the constitutional common law that comes from Christianity, if you don't want Christianity, you don't get the benefits. Those of us who congregate together, where 2 or more are gathered, we'll conduct ourselves as Christians, we'll conduct ourselves as followers of the Old Testament and the New Testament. We will have peaceful, lawful assemblies and societies and communities and enclaves and whatever you want to call it. You guys can have your cities. You can burn your own cities down. We are under no obligation to come and spend money and rebuild your cities.
amen.
We are under no obligation to use your language and take your mental illness upon us. It is really a contest of wills. Are we going to stand for our Lord and our nation? Or are we going to sit down and play video games and polish our brass and hope these trials will pass us by? Because guess what? The Paschal Lamb, he already was sacrificed for our sins once. So you can't keep painting his blood on your doorstep. His blood's on you. And if the way I look at it is, you take his name in vain if you don't if you're not proselytizing the gospel, then you better be doing something else to help the kingdom. And I'm going to leave you guys with that. God bless and good night, my friends.
God
Good
bless
night,
you.
Sean.
Thank you
God
so much,
bless.
John.
Everything you said tonight was well received and well said. You are awesome, man. God bless and take care, my friend.
Appreciate it. And love to everyone in the chat. Make sure you say some prayers for people because someone out there, they're going to need them.
Absolutely. All those hit with the tornadoes.
Especially, yeah, Mississippi, yes. All right. I'm going to leave the chat. I'll keep you guys on for like another 30 minutes. I figured I got to at least make some milk and, maybe have cookies or some rice before I go to bed, so I'll sleep soundly here. But I'll be listening in.
Okay. Thank you, Sean.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You have a
Stay
good night.
safe. Stay safe, Sean.
Will do, brother.
Thank you. Oh, wow. I'm toast.
So, Miss D, do you want to come up and say anything? Hope y'all enjoyed that. That was
Oh, yeah.
a lot.
Be right honest with you, Bonnie. I don't know where these questions were coming from because that was just thinking on my feet every time I asked something. Wasn't even, like a chronological checklist. It just came out. And
Yeah.
sorry if I hijacked your show or took it over for a while and everything, because I don't do
Oh,
that. But that was so fascinating information we got.
yes, you were asking good questions.
Yeah, I'm about ready to
Hi, Brendan.
check out myself and get ready for bed. I got to wake up
Yeah,
around 10:30
time
or
just
so.
flew by, didn't it?
Yeah,
I was thinking, okay, I've said what I need to say. I think I'm going to be up here by myself.
yeah. If you guys want to,
And then,
I've done some work on my channel on here. I put a bunch of my videos on private, and I put the ones in the list that were watched the most and everything on my channel. If you guys are so inclined to come over and take a look at some of those, the best one on there has got the most hits is called Flawless. It's a service put on by our church that uses that song. What is it, Bonnie?
Mercy
The
Me,
Mercy
Flawless.
Me.
Yeah,
That got a short version where we had our
come on up.
dance dance troupe, the slam team. It's just girls up there, you know, dancing and pointing here, pointing there, and in sync and everything else on through the end of the service, the finale. But the whole sermon's up there from beginning to end with music and announcements and whatever else, you know, and then the sermon and then the finale of it. I think you guys will enjoy that, and
Okay.
it will be very touching to all the stuff I've got on there. And then there's another video on there that it's a deceased district judge. He lived down there.
Can you drop a hi or something in the chat so that
Yeah,
they
let me
can,
see. Let me see if I can get to my channel here.
if any of my mods could click on his name and
Yeah, let me.
put Bruce's channel, I would appreciate it.
And then our minister here, he's been there for 15 years. He did a funeral for the judge. And since our walk
Oh,
with Jesus and stuff is kind of like life, you know, trial and errors and what our sins are and everything, the minister or preacher that I've got, he conducted it like a courtroom, is what he did on what the meaning of what was going on and everything. So that's on there too. I think you guys will like that also.
yes, that sounds
So
great.
that ought to. Yeah, let me see here.
Nap food. Thank you, Sean. We enjoyed it.
Oh yes, very much so, Sean. Let me, yeah, let me see what I got
Oh,
up
T
here.
Girl already found it.
Oh yeah,
Think so. Yes, she did. Thank you so much, T Girl.
yeah. Thank you, sweetheart.
All right, Dee and Deb, where y'all at? They both said they were coming up, and I need to be excused for a second, and I know they'll talk.
Yeah. You know, once this video here gets posted on YouTube by tomorrow and everything, I'm going to download it. This thing is packed full of information and stuff that we won't find anywhere else. So that's what I'm going to do is download it. Go
Yeah,
from.
that's Dee has such good videos. Um, there's Deb back.
Hey, Deb.
Hey,
Hey.
And I can't remember if it's her pastors. It's two gentlemen talking to each other, and They are so good though. They just biblical with what's going on, and it's just I love hearing that the Bible coinciding with things that are going on now, and it just all lines up, and it's great. With things that are going on now, and
Hey,
it just
Deanna.
all lines up,
Hey
and
guys, and
Hey,
girls,
D.
it's great.
girls and
Your
guys.
YouTube's on D.
Hey,
Oh,
I'm
that's
not,
me. Hey
I'm
guys,
gonna behave. I'm gonna behave because I'm outnumbered.
you better. You know we'll womp on you.
I already know that to be a fact from past years.
We still got an echo.
I think it's me.
Oh, it's you?
It's me. It's me.
It's you, D.
Should be gone now.
Okay, let's try it.
Do I have one?
Hello. All right, we're all
Hello.
good. Can y'all
Okay.
excuse me for 1 minute, please?
Yeah, go right ahead, Bonnie. We got it, hon.
I'll be right back.
Alrighty.
Look at the sun rays in the back.
Wow. How
What were
cool
you
is
Time of
doing,
night.
Dee? Oh, nothing.
that?
This
I
time of
went up
night,
to my
what
friend
planet are
Louis.
you on?
Louis, are you here? What?
Sleepy time tea, right?
Louis can't chat because sleepy time tea. Because he doesn't have a YouTube channel.
Who's
But he
that?
on panel, my friend Louis.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I've been streaming with him about silver and stuff.
Okay.
Yep, it was good to talk to you today, Deb, on the phone.
Yes, it was. It's good catching up.
Yeah. I always like hearing you because you always sound like you're smiling when you're talking.
That's
I
what
just
everybody says. I don't know why. Either
You're not.
that, no, either that or I put them to sleep. One, I've actually put 3 people to sleep backstage one night. 3.
Well, that's good. That means, you give them a peaceful vibe.
Yeah,
It's a compliment.
I do take it as a compliment for sure.
Mhm. Good to see you, Cindy. Tennessee, Anthea Jack. Alfred's Kingdom. T Girl, you've been hit or miss lately. I've been missing you. Where you been, girl? Nora, I wonder if you're still up. Brew? Brew is here? Bunch of insomniacs in the house. I know all these people from Dangerous Freedom Days. You all used to be up in the middle of the night.
Oh, we were up all night till the next
All night long.
afternoon.
All night. All night. Yeah, we're gonna have a party.
I put my
17 hours.
info in private chat, guys, if you want it. And I got weird hours, so if anybody wants to call me, I'll talk also, or try to anyway.
David and okay. Aren't we friends on Facebook?
Who, you and me?
I think we are. Aren't you on Facebook?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah.
I got so many on there, I can't keep track.
Oh. Well, that's very flattering. So
But
glad you noticed my post. David N., where have you been? You fuddy duddy. Nora's still awake. Benjamin. Bruce still here. Yep, everybody's here. The whole gang is here. Look at this. Everybody in the house.
Yeah, I tried to get David to come up so we could hear his great laugh, and nope.
He's a brat. He's a punk ass bitch.
And Chuck was in the chat, and he disappeared. And there's a link for him that was sent to him. He looks at his.
And Louie, grab the link. You can come talk with us if you're awake. I sent him your show like 20 minutes ago, but he usually beds down around 11, so he didn't reply. And I said, "Well, I'll see you tomorrow if you're already bedded down, or
Right.
talk to you tomorrow." But he likes to stream. He doesn't. I don't think he hangs out a lot, in a lot of the rooms. He doesn't know a lot of them. So,
So he has a channel?
nope. I tried to get him one, and yeah, you're a punk ass bitch. I just know you'd want some attention. That's how I tell you I love you. You know that. You know I love you, David N. We are Facebook friends. I know that. Kiss your booty. Bring it. Bring it here,
Second
bitch.
Peter 2:9.
Yeah, I would say
Bring it here.
Barrett. I say Barrett.
I say I dare ya.
Let me see if I can find that.
Put a wig on it. Put a wig on
Second
it.
Peter 2:9.
I love you, David. I'm just teasing. He's a good guy.
Are we Bibling or are we jamming? Which are you doing?
Both. We always do both. We Bible and jam.
Okay, well, Bible jam.
Yeah, we're jamming Bible. Bible jam. Whoops, that doesn't sound right in some ways.
Well, we could Bible jam. We
Sorry,
could
Jesus.
take verses and
Sorry.
we could put notes to them.
Mm,
Okay, y'all ready? This is Second Peter
yes,
2:9.
please.
If this is so, then the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from trials and to hold the unrighteous for punishment on the day of judgment. Amen. That is true.
I missed. Could you say it again? I didn't really catch what it was.
We'll all have to
Hear it again.
stand to be judged.
Mm. Is that your topic tonight?
No.
Oh,
Okay.
I like how Sean's gonna have milk or cookies or milk and rice. You're so cute, Sean.
Did you want
That's
me to
all
read
right.
it to you again?
He got me eating a cup of rice just because he said
No.
rice.
Damn it, Sean. Power of suggestion is real. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, could you please read it again? I'm clearly left out and very selfish right now. I need more Jesus. I'm sorry.
If this is so, then the Lord knows how to rescue the godly from trials and to hold the unrighteous for punishment on the day of judgment.
Mm.
Thank you, Sean. And a really good one that was it John Dunning? I can't remember who put it in there earlier, and it was Ephesians 6:12. If anyone wants to look at that, it's a
Sounds like the full armor of God to me. I just know it
one
is.
of them. I did a Facebook post since my daughter came in and told me that people are talking that I'm crazy, and I said, "Oh, so
What?
I have to say something." So I did, and that was one of the scriptures I used. I used
Sean.
John 15:12 and 2 Timothy 3:16 and Ephesians 6:12.
And why are you crazy, by the way?
Yeah. Who says that?
They say because of the things that I say and post, and you know,
Oh.
Critical
how we
thinking?
all are here.
Yeah, critical thinking. It's very, very bad thing.
Yeah, it's out. It's not trending right now. It's not hip.
Neither is common sense.
We're all about to be killed for it real soon. So
Yeah.
they're coming. They are coming fast and furious now.
I have this picture. You're gonna laugh. I've got this picture of me putting like a coat hanger thing in my Jeep. You know those expandable rods like shower curtains on, and just like hanging my clothes back there, shoving all my boxes in, put my food in the front seat, and then just haul ass to New York.
I thought you were going to say California.
I know. I was thinking
Jersey
anywhere
was
but
just
New
in
York.
California.
If I can make it
New York,
800,
fuck
if I,
that.
if
Sorry,
I,
but no, thank you.
no,
Nobody
upstate,
wants to go. Look,
It
honey,
doesn't
10,
matter, Deb.
yeah,
nobody wants to go to New York. You're the only one that wants to go to New York, okay?
I'm,
I
I'm,
know. Every
I'm
day.
10 hours away from the armpit of the city. Okay. So it's beautiful with mountains and lakes and rivers and all kinds of cool stuff, just like you have there, believe it or not. So, anyway, but I had that picture in my mind, and if I could make it 2,500 miles, maybe I would, but 850 is about it for me. If I could
Well,
make it
that's about
800.
to me. And Cindy, they is people in the community, apparently, or my children. She wouldn't quite tell me who they were.
Yeah,
It's
when
probably
people,
my children because I have been really drilling lately.
and it's not like you go out into the community and stand on a corner or anything and shout things out. I mean, like, who in the community would it be?
That's by design that the younger generations would not only question us, but think that we are Looney Tunes. And speaking of younger, where's Garrett? I haven't seen Garrett for a day or two. Has anybody seen Garrett?
No.
Where's that
Probably
puppy?
with his sweetie.
Okay.
I didn't watch any yesterday. I don't know, but you see that the World Trade Center got struck by lightning.
Oh yeah, that's interesting, huh? Very interesting. Huh.
Huh.
I wonder what? I wonder who done it. Dun dun dun. Who done it, you guys? Who
It's
done it?
okay though. Whenever I do something like that, when I put sorry, I'm going to stand by my beliefs no matter what, and I put it into a pretty good sized paragraph,
Yeah.
the people who respond show me who's who's who, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And so it's a good
Yep.
thing.
You got your own vetting process.
Yes, I do. And it works.
Yeah, people that have your back, you'll figure that out. You know, they
Hmm.
a lot of them kind of wait and watch. At first, I think they're just watching to see how long you're gonna really be around, and then they're watching to see, if you're gonna go through some shit, how you're gonna do, and how you're gonna handle it, and then they'll let you know. Okay, you know what I mean?
Hmm.
It's gonna come out of the woodwork, and
And yes, and
yeah.
that's what I've always said. It doesn't matter where your kids are,
Hmm.
grandkids, if things go down, and that's my job. So my mom thinks she's the matriarch, but she's older now, and so it's passed to me, whether she likes it or not. And
Hmm.
so I make sure to let them all know they can come to me. I want them to come to me because um, I want them to learn. And okay, I say I want them to learn. Surprisingly enough, because of what my kids know, and anything that I tell my kids, I make sure I have backup to show them what's going on. Um, the new son in law, he's been a little difficult with receiving information, and he's all, oh, BS. Anytime
They
I
don't
say
want,
anything,
see, they don't want to listen, but they also, when they have an opinion, they don't have their backup. That's the biggest problem. Is
And
number
then,
one, not your kids. I'm saying in general. They don't
right,
want to listen to reason because it's not what they've been told. They didn't hear it from the news or wherever they take their information from. And two, when they make a statement, they have no idea what they said except somebody told them or they heard somewhere or, you
nice.
know, nothing to back it
Nice,
up.
Sean.
Well,
Sweet dreams.
and that's it, though. This new son-in-law may say that, and then a week or two later, he comes, "Oh, you were right. Oh no," and then he's all freaking out, and I'm like, "Well, if you would have listened to me back then, you would have been prepared for it, huh?" And
Right.
so now this uh, digital currency thing is that's the new BS. And so I'm like, well, and that one is we really don't know. And that's what I told him. I said it's a possibility. Keep your eye on it, you know? And so that's I don't know what it's like in Hungary. I've never been there. Um, this is the first time I've dealt with Hungarians, and they're very family oriented. It's family first. He adores my daughter, treats her like a queen.
Well,
He
that's good.
goes out to my mother's and he works like you wouldn't believe,
They sound like
helping,
Ukrainians, actually.
doing
'Cause it's,
things. And
yeah, yep, Ukrainians
yes,
are that way.
and so, I mean, he is a good man. I'm not downing him at all. My daughter made a good choice there, but I don't know, the political stuff with that country. And so that's where it's like, you know, what's he going to believe and what's he not? He is, he thinks that George S. is a good person. So that kind of blows me away.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
They get more news actually in other countries about us than we get, so a lot of times they're actually smarter. They know more that's going on because it's not hidden from them.
Yeah, but George S. is not.
No, no, not him specifically, no. But I mean, it
Right.
took us a while to find out. Number one, part of them was bad. Number two, 98% of them are bad, and it's just been a slow burn.
Well, and what he sees is apparently that's where he's from. And so um, there's a college or something that he has funded, and people who can't afford it, he will make sure that they can get a college education. So that's what he is seeing,
Oh,
which we don't see that. We see what's happening here.
right.
So it's like, you know, and I know that's going to be this the situation of a lot of things, and that's where we need to be more open-minded and more um, compassionate to those people that are seeing a whole different side to a person. Anybody, you can see the good and bad in whoever. you know I'm
Well, the old division thing
brainy.
worked. The division thing worked very well, and it got a problem that really wasn't a problem uh, to become a problem because it's jammed down our throats so much. And then it caused, like Dee was saying earlier, like 1% of the population to get 99% of the attention.
Yeah,
And that's what sucks. And to undo, like, I don't know how long he's been here or how long he's been listening to our whatever or whatever he listens to, but definitely steer him away from the mainstream media if you can. Send him YouTube videos or send him things that he'll understand, that are simple, not long, and that to get to know the stuff that's actually happened here.
yeah. Well, and
And
that's the thing. He's gotten to see the good part of it.
yep.
Um, I think he's been here maybe 5 years,
Okay. Wow.
maybe it, something like that. And um, so he started a business, and so he owns a business, and has a bunch of employees, and so he sees where he can do well here where he couldn't in Hungary. And um, he's worked in several states here. I think they started in New York, they've been in California, they've been in um, Iowa. It's so he's seen several states here and worked in them and checked their laws and everything about owning a business. But I don't know. I mean, he knows something's up, or he wouldn't be working so hard and helping to get things done.
Mm-hmm.
That's good.
Yeah.
The best thing to do, and the best thing a lot of people do for me is um, give me a couple sources so that I can go research for myself, because I don't, maybe tell me a little bit of what I need to hear, where we can be relatable,
Yeah.
and then send them off in that direction. And sometimes emails are even better, even if my husband, he'll send me stuff in the email, I'll send him some stuff in the email, and we live together. But sometimes, if we really want each other to see it to be realistic, it's better to just say, watch this on your own time, and then we can discuss it. I mean, I think that's the best way to really come to, that's how they do it with the group tanks and think groups, right? Remember that guy that was on Fox before we got rid of Fox? He was doing the town halls all the time. Remember? And you'd have like a room full of people, and they'd ask questions, and lots of
Yeah, they
people
used to
contribute.
call them focus groups,
Yeah, that's
and
it.
and
That's
yeah,
it.
yep.
Yeah, yeah,
I
that's
used to
it.
run. I used to run those. Oh
Oh yeah,
man, yeah.
that's crazy.
El
I love
Salvador
watching.
did. See
Hmm?
that?
No, El Salvador has declared no more income tax, property taxes coming. Yeah, Louis just sent me a text from. I've never seen this, some watchdog, USA watchdog, and it says everything about to blow up as God destroys evil. Hunter's USA watchdog, Saturday Evening Post. So I don't know. I'm going to check it out later. I've never seen this source before, but yeah, I think that's the best way to really, that's what all these constitutionalist men mostly haven't had too good a luck with the ladies. I don't know what it is. It must be me. But the men, they rock it, and what they
Yeah.
do is they don't tell me. Uh, they'll say a little bit about something that they know I'm actually interested or involved in or trying to figure out. You know what I mean? They know, and they will send me in the direction. You see how D Dog does it.
Yes.
That's so. It's because of our human nature and the way our natural reaction is to things, especially things that we've been lied to about. We know how we can react. I'm horrible with my reactions sometimes. I'm just like downright,
No.
insane. You know, like I'm better now that I'm older, but when I was younger, I was a jealous, crazy psychopath when with my husband, because I was 16 and he was like 20, and
Oh goodness.
oh yeah, we were really young together. And
I didn't know that.
I mean, he couldn't even look at a girl, and I was gonna, you know, gonna
And that's
lose.
the
Uh,
age too, I think.
well, and it's the womanizer that he was too. That
Oh,
didn't. But he was good to me and kind, and it was just part of our culture. It was part of, yelling out the window, "Yeah, baby," and construction workers, and that's
oh
just
goodness.
offended, and
Yeah, my ex-husband did that too. We kind of got into that a little earlier.
I
But
don't. I mean, who didn't?
My ex-husband drove through the drive-through at Wendy's where I was working and yelled out, "I love Debbie" in front of the whole entire restaurant.
well, that's a
I love
compliment.
Debbie.
Yeah, that was like,
It's when they look at somebody else yelling something
yeah, I know.
like, uh, and that's where if I was to even think about looking or dating or whatever you call it now,
Yeah.
Wouldn't
I
impress
have
you.
so
Oh,
many qualifications that they'd have to meet. They'd be all like, um, and what do you have to offer?
yeah. I mean, it's a hard. Most people would rather be alone out there than be with the person that makes life harder, and a lot of people don't know how to put someone else first, and it was repulsive, and I told him it was repulsive, and then he changed, and that's the difference between good people and not so good people is that they will figure out, okay, well, you're more important to me than catcalling,
Right.
I'll stop doing that shit.
If
And
this is offensive to my wife, I will stop.
well, no, this we were not. No, I was dating his best friend when I met my husband, but
Uh,
he yeah. But anyways, he wooed me over, and so it was a weird situation. It wasn't like, he was free when we'd hang out sometimes. And he'd take me to Oak Street Beach and we'd just go hang out, and I'd swim and he'd fall asleep on the beach, watch me in my bathing suit, and come to back to the south side. And I don't know, but I don't know what Chris was doing. He must have been working too. But anyway, he didn't do that after we were dating, not for long. Can you imagine me putting up with that shit? Come on, you know better.
well,
You know better, Echo. No way I was putting up with that. But there was a lot of those type of behavior, very Archie Bunker style, Southside Chicago. All of my uncles. I mean, have you ever seen Shameless? Not that you know it was that bad, but
I
I
haven't.
I've definitely been in some houses, and our house could be cray cray like that sometimes, but it wasn't as severe. But it was, Southside Chicago's a different. It's practically a different country. California's a different country. That's
Yes.
why I like to remind people I am not a Californian. Please
And
don't introduce me as a Californian. But I do live here, damn it.
and that's just listen to the stories or the news or anything. I can tell
Mm-mm.
that different states are different, different cultures, different,
Oops, sorry.
different
Yeah. Yeah.
um, everything. And so that's why it's hard for me. You know, I've been in the country since I was 13, and I could never move back to a big city. There's no way. I don't even think I could survive it. But it's just, um, it's a totally different way of life too. But so
I've
because
never
of it
lived in a
being
big city, but I've had to work in a big city. That's the difference. I lived like 30,
well,
40 miles away.
yeah,
Yeah.
I've worked in a big city, and it's a lot further away than that for me. But um, that was a crazy drive every day. Um, it's just here. It's just so laid back and so uh, everybody knows everybody. It's you wave at everybody. You talk to strangers. It's just I don't even know how to explain it.
No, that's the way it is here. I mean, the only people that we have that aren't that way are the people that are passing through. And even they are enamored by the Southern charm and how your door will be open for you, or you'll have a small bag of groceries, not groceries, just like items from, say, a drapery store, and the owner will walk you out to the car with your bag. Your bag only weighs a pound, but it's just
Well,
Southern courtesy. It's just Southern
well,
hospitality. Yeah.
but I can see where it's getting lost. The
Oh,
other day,
yeah. Yeah.
um,
Too many. Too many move here and it's ruined. It is ruined here.
yeah, the other day, my granddaughter and I we went to another town, and she pulled in at Sonic to get something, and there was this boy and girl, and I don't know if they were brother and sister or whatever. It doesn't matter. Uh, they got their stuff, and they started walking across. They were walking wherever, but they were walking across the parking lots in a field, and she's carrying the bags, and I'm like, why isn't he carrying the bag? And my granddaughter says, guys around here don't think like that, or guys don't think like that anymore, or something like that. And I said, well, you need to make them. And it's just little things like that that uh, there were a couple of people when my son was here. He was talking, and he is yes sir, no sir, yes ma'am, no ma'am. Um, it, those are the things, and that's what I started out with. Was that it boils down to the morals and values, and teaching those things to the children and grandchildren. I think they're very important, and I think it's gonna have to come back that way for the trust to be built again, and the way of life that we were meant to live. You can't just have a bunch of people just going haywire. How'd that work down at the foot of the mountain when Moses was up there?
I was gonna say it's a little late for that.
But
Beyond that,
that's what I'm saying. If we teach it to the younger generations and try to get that back, yes, it's a little late for
it's way
some.
late. It's way late because
Okay.
you've had the LGBTQ more involved in the kids and in the politics
Well,
than
and
the rest of us. That's the problem,
that's
really.
where you make the Word of God the foundation in your home.
Yeah, I've done that. I did that with my
I know
kids.
you did.
But the townships need to support their pastors and their people that are standing up. I mean, and they, it's not preaching church, but we got to meet somewhere. We
Yes.
really do. We got to start meeting somewhere, and that is the best place to go. Better than the
Mm,
courthouse. That's about the
I
only
like
other.
my farmer's market. That's where I
Yeah,
meet up with my folks. But um, yeah, just anywhere. It's just- I'll
yeah,
walk into a convenience store and stand there talking for an hour. I
right.
have this problem. I talk a lot.
Yeah. Well, I know it, but I like the worship, and I was I like to be with the people in my community and worshiping God. And I was praying Sunday and
Yes.
worshiping, and I was praying during worship. And I've said this before, but I was like, probably looked like I was speaking in tongues, but I'm just saying, "Help Humble County, Lord, help Humble County." And I realized, we had a missionary freed here. He was a hostage for 6 years. And I'd already did my like stream praising God and playing music, you know what I mean? But it was just like so automatic that I was asking for help. I almost didn't even realize what a mighty thing God did by delivering a missionary that was here. And there's a lot of people that do go to church and pray, and they're trying,
Excuse me. Um,
you know, they're trying,
yeah.
because I think I hear what you're saying, like you can do that anywhere, but there is something about being in church. Somebody was talking about corporate punishment or corporate sin earlier. I don't know if that was Sean, but the corporate worship is also very powerful. You know,
Yes.
it's that verse, and I get that people have had a lot of bad things, but a lot of people are doing home church too. They're finding home fellowships,
Yes.
and that's to me just as I hope there's worship there. When my husband and I first were saved and we were part of the Calvary chapels, one of the reasons why they took off so well is because we've been to many home fellowships.
We
Yeah.
got
We're
a cowboy church here. They do
yeah.
it. We do it at the Veterans Club, and I've never even heard of it. And I looked it up, and I was like, "Wow, that
Oh,
is
we have
awesome."
cowboy churches all over the place.
Oh dang, that sounds good.
Um,
You know
in
what I'm picturing?
Offering Kingdom, um, I wasn't raised like that, but that's the way I chose to raise my children. I'm, the chat's just saying some really good things.
Yeah, that's fine.
We have in government and news media. We have in mind it's too late for Babylon. Um, Not even just that. It's the I remember the TV, and that's probably the main reason I stopped watching TV was um, everything was just. Well, y'all remember
Yeah.
sex, drugs, and rock and roll. That
Uh-huh.
was, and it was just on TV all the time. The soap
Mm.
operas were horrible with that. Do you remember the?
Oh yeah.
And it was
Murdering. I mean, they'd murder and fuck each other's best friends and wives and everything else. I mean,
it was
it was terrible. It
it
was
was
awful.
it was
Dallas was the
horrible.
biggest hit too. Who shot JR? Oh yeah, that we were all mind twisted with that sicko
And
weird
the show
life
had
narrative.
gone to the wayside because society was so caught up in unimportant
So
things.
weird.
I'll take Miami Vice myself.
Oh, give me some Don Johnson, baby.
Don.
In that
I love
white suit.
I love Don. Oh, I love Don.
Yeah, he was hot, but if you
And
love
he
him,
actually he remarried Melanie Griffith too. They got back together.
it's
I
because
c
he had that smile, he'd smile with his eyes.
He's like one of the only blonde guys I've ever thought was good looking. Yeah,
Yeah, same.
and the Starsky and Hutch dude. What's his name?
Mm,
Ah, the blonde, the tall blonde.
I don't know, but I saw him recently. He didn't look so good.
Oh, bummer.
He 87 or something like that.
John
Yeah,
Schneider still kind of looks good, but I
John
didn't
John.
I
Schneider.
didn't like drool over them like that. I think the last person that I thought was good looking until I found out all about him, and then it was like, bleh, forget all of them. It was
Yeah, I like
Michael
who.
Landon, Little House on the Prairie,
Oh, I loved him, but I
I
want
Bonanza.
like
him to be my
I like
daddy.
Keanu Reeves, man. Keanu Reeves was my
Yeah,
man.
he was hot.
Oh,
Mm. And The
But the manly man, he wasn't like like Mel Gibson or Harrison Ford, or those
right.
were the men that
He
were
was
like,
a gentler, but look at him in the Matrix. He could kick some ass.
but yeah,
I like the lanky
too
ones.
pretty. He was too
Not that I
pretty,
ever
pretty
I
boy.
don't end up with lanky ones. I end up with
Yeah,
stocky ones, but I've always liked lanky ones.
I like the short ones. I don't know what it is, but shorts like they're cute. They're cute. I don't know. I'm married though, so I don't like anybody anymore. Obviously, not allowed to.
And now if I like somebody,
Sam
just the
Elliott,
way
yeah.
they act and present themselves on or off the camera, I'm looking at my daughters and okay, y'all can like that one, or that's your next husband or
Okay.
whatever.
And in y'all's opinion, I'll give mine first. Who do you think has the sexiest voice? I have to say Kiefer Sutherland.
Kiefer Sutherland.
Boys?
Sean Connery will give me all the feels.
Men.
Sam Elliott's pretty hot.
Oh, y'all are out of my. I have no clue.
There's
Really?
Yeah, really.
um,
A singer? How about a sexy voice singer?
sexy
Okay, a
voice.
singer.
Uh,
Goodness. John Michael Montgomery, maybe, or
Steve
George
Perry.
Strait.
Even though it's like more mushy than sexy, I love Steve Perry's songs. And he's not like sexy, I guess. I don't know.
Well, Robert Plant
He
would be
could be.
mine, or Peter Gabriel, one of those two for my the
Yeah,
most
Peter
classic
Gabriel
voice.
is.
Yep.
I don't even know who they are. See, that's why I'm like, I can't even have an opinion. I have no idea who Barry White is.
Well, back in the day, I used to worship Bobby Weir. Oh, Bobby.
Don't
He
know
was
who that is.
he was the young guy in the Grateful Dead. He was not Jerry Garcia. Okay, he was the younger one.
Oh, I loved him.
Oh, he was hot.
We might
He
go to
was.
hell in a bucket, but at least we'll enjoy the ride.
Oh yeah, I don't like those
I
songs.
never watched The Grateful Dead. I guess.
He
No,
was
but what did the one deadhead say to the other deadhead when they ran out of drugs?
what?
I'll tell you right now. This music sucks. That's what they said.
I'll start singing Bob
That you know
Dylan if we
what?
don't
Those
watch
were
out.
oh, I've seen Bob Dylan. Those were a psyop. Those shows were three-letter agency run. The drugs were poured into the cities. I mean, it just now looking back at it all, it was so strategic.
They actually took my friend who was going to she was going to work for Border Patrol and she worked for TSA, but during her training, they actually would pick the students' brains. If you were given this situation, what would you do? And when you ask like 20 kids that question, you're going to get 20 different answers, and they helped use that against us. They helped use it for their own benefit, and they were picking college students' brains.
Yep.
And it's just really sad that, they don't have a mind of their own to figure things out. So they have to go after the young people with the fresh ideas and all that, and
Yeah.
then decide what they like and pick and choose.
Mhm. Barry White, yeah. Oh, Kevin Costner. Oh, shut up. You can't even bring him up. My husband knows I love him. My husband knows I love him. But
My
I tell him it's
roommate,
because he looks like him.
my, my roommate got a note from him that was sent through a friend who went to the Phoenix Open and golfed with him, sent back a note that said, much love, Christine. And she had it hanging in her apartment. And I was
Oh
like,
gosh.
oh my gosh.
Oh, that's too much.
I don't know.
He's the manly man.
But he is
He's
short. He is short.
he is short, isn't he? I bet he is. I like the short guys. I told you. I
He's
don't know
very
why.
short. Yeah, he's
They
very
got
short.
cute butts and they're gentle and not as intimidating. Maybe I don't know.
They're
I guess
I don't
I'm gonna
know.
have to start watching some of these movies and see what y'all are all excited about. I
What movie?
I
Just
don't know
Google the
whatever y'all are talking about.
just Google the pictures. Google pictures on the images part and hit Google and then hit some of the names I told you and you'll see what they look like.
Well, you know Kevin Costner, don't you?
I'm not sure.
Field
Yellowstone.
of Dreams. Field of Dreams.
I didn't see
Dances with
Yellowstone.
Wolves, please. You see his ass in that one. I'm sorry, Jesus. It's true. It's true.
I saw
It
that
is
one.
so cute. Ooh, he's so cute.
Mostly I watch Christian movies. Courageous, fireproof, men that sign contracts that they're gonna be better and do everything they can to make themselves that way. And
You are just so wholesome. I can't even
safe
I
like
can't even
potatoes.
I'm like,
compare.
what are
I
you
am
talking
not
about? You goody two
wholesome.
shoes. You goody two
I'm
shoes.
not goody two
Oh
shoes
my
either.
gosh. I'm on the
That's it.
wrong
That's
street.
it. We got to play the Adamant song.
I gotta
Goody two shoes,
go.
goody two shoes.
No,
I gotta get out of here.
no. I need people like you around me too. I
I'll
need
be
the
I gotta
balance.
go to some other, I gotta find an after hours street.
Oh my gosh, we
I
are
need the balance.
sinning.
Yeah, Bonnie, that courageous. I bawled on that movie, being the
Yes.
guy part of it,
Oh, that's a great movie.
and
It's a great movie, yeah.
I didn't realize I was doing stuff like that when it kind of like they're talking about you. You feel like they're talking about you on when you're trying to be the best you can be, and it turns out no.
Mm.
And I
Yeah.
lost it. I did.
Yeah. It's,
Yeah.
they're they're they really speak,
Yeah.
and it doesn't make me goody
Yeah.
two shoes. It's just
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying.
Okay,
If
I
I
like
had
some good
even thought about it, it would. I have so many expectations that it who would
I
get
think I
that?
lost one lens of my rose colored glasses. I still have them, but I think one lens is missing. And they're a little bent up after the past few years, too.
Hey, I know that song.
Yep.
Well, I'm gonna step down, ladies. Just want to tell everybody good night, good morning,
I
good day,
understand,
night,
wherever
Bruce.
Bruce.
they
We
are.
got in a crazy talk, didn't
Yeah.
Hey, we're not talking about labor and delivery.
we?
Don't
Once
worry,
this,
we're not gonna either.
yeah,
Bruce, I
once
really appreciate you being up here
you
tonight.
betcha.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I did
Asking
too.
Once
I
Yeah.
this,
liked all your questions you asked, Sean. Those were good questions.
yes.
yeah,
Good
Really
to
fun
see
to
you.
listen to you guys.
when this gets posted permanently on YouTube, I'm gonna go back and download it for a hard copy in case something went on and they say adios and everything else. But I'm going to try to get the full video and stuff and everything because it's packed full of information and everything else. And
Oh, good. I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I appreciate you letting me up and hijacking your show in a way, Bonnie. I really didn't mean to, but things just started flowing and getting good responses and all of that. And I think it helped everybody, I
Yeah,
think.
you didn't hijack it. You made the show. It's all right. You get to do that.
I used
Absolutely.
to I used to be in that way, but I'll take it and I appreciate the kind words, Dee, and everything.
Yeah.
But I need to lay down. My back's killing me.
All right,
So
honey. Good night.
good
Love
night.
you. Take
Love you
care.
guys. Much love and God
Yeah.
bless you guys. Take care. Good night, chat.
Good
Enjoyed
night.
you all in here and thanks again for all the input and all of that. It made a wonderful evening. I haven't had this much fun for a long time. I loved it.
Oh,
Good.
Oh,
God
thank
bless
you.
you, Bruce.
Thank
Thank
Yeah.
you.
you.
Yeah.
You have a
God
good night.
bless. Good night, guys. Take
good
care.
night, honey.
Night.
Bye bye.
He's super, super nice, and he's always been super respectful. Always.
You be back. Good to see you.
And it's definitely knowledgeable too.
Yeah.
Very knowledgeable.
Indeed.
Indy.
Good to see you.
Girl, anonymous, anonymously.
People are
Where's
waking up.
Camo?
Is it
Did
that late?
did
What?
Early?
did
I
Camo
don't
go to
know. Did
sleep?
the stream just end somewhere? Where
No,
y'all coming in from?
I don't know.
You stragglers.
All right, ladies, what kind of trouble we can get into?
I
I
don't
don't
know.
know.
Better watch
Now,
what you talk
according to
about.
you, we're not allowed to get in trouble anymore.
Did
I
I
didn't.
even
I
say
didn't.
that? Did I ever say that?
No, but I just am freaking out that you don't know who these people are.
Oh,
Sorry, I know Channing Tatum is. Does that help? He was
no,
Uh,
one
he
of
ain't
them I
all that.
picked out.
He ain't
He
all
was,
that.
he was one of them I picked out for my daughters because he can dance.
No.
do I even know who that is? See, I'm the opposite. I'm older, so I am like past you guys. I probably haven't watched a new movie. I don't even know. I can't even tell you the I'm watching movies now like back from the 80s and 90s because it takes me back. It's the only way I can get there.
Anonymous. Working on your Jeep. Right on. We're building
Cool.
a Jeep. Mm.
Yeah, he's been doing that for a minute.
Our friends that were here with the kids that I was doing that, I did that worship video with, he has rebuilt 3 or 4 international harvesters and brought them to his brothers.
Uh,
He's so, I love it.
How
I love to
cool.
hear it.
I love
Hear him talk.
internationals. I never hear anybody bring them up, and
Oh, he
that was
painted one.
always one of
Sorry.
them. They last. They
Mm-hmm.
last forever. It seems
The
like.
first, yeah, the first one he painted this beautiful turquoise, pearly, shiny. Oh my gosh, it was
Oh,
so
wow.
sexy. You talk about sexy. That International Harvester, when he was done with it, it was such a piece of crap when he got it. He got another one that was like a half truck, half suburban or something. I don't know. It was wild. He drove pretty far to get a couple of these, but I've watched him rebuild 3 of them now, at least 3, and then he drove them to his brothers.
Hold up, Carl.
Carl,
Is he the one I seen dressed like a? I
who's he talking
I never saw that. I think he's talking about Channing Tatum. Um,
about? Oh, yeah, he's probably really a girl in real life anyway.
the end. Okay, I haven't seen that one.
They're all the wrong sex, and yeah, they're all messed up.
I can't think of the names of the movies. One of them, his father was autistic. Um, he was in the military, fell in love. Oh my goodness, I can't remember the name of it. They were on the beach. I can't remember the name of it, but um, eh, yes, and that's when I quit. That 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 movie Magic Mike ruined so many people. Okay, I
Excuse me,
used to
this guy is
think
trying to turn us all on here.
I
Axel
used to
Berry.
think Matthew McConaughey was pretty good looking.
Yeah, he was hot. He had a sexy voice too, and then he opened his
Then he
mouth
turned weird. Yeah.
and talked like a dickhead, and we all went, "Oh, he's a dickhead." But excuse me, this man is talking about axle bearings, hub bearings, CV joints, U joints, control arms, rotors, pads, shock springs, pinion seals, dip cover, gaskets. Sure, I left a few things out. Okay, you said the doctor building it. We believe you. We believe you. You're not full of shit. Hmm. Now show me a picture. No, I'm just kidding. Don't show me a picture. I had that.
Oh, now he looks like a woman. Ugh. I just know when he was running for governor, I was like, no. Or
And
I don't know if he actually ran. I know he was talking about it.
Who?
I
Channing?
met Bruce Jenner. I
No, no,
mean,
no.
Bruce
Oh,
Jenner. He actually,
what?
McConaughey.
yeah,
Matthew McConaughey
with
was.
his
Oh,
with his wife when he was racing NASCAR. So I got to see
wow.
the real guy. This was before he got involved with the Kardashians.
Who was that?
Bruce
Bruce
Jenner.
Jenner. Can you imagine being an Olympic athlete
Yeah.
No,
and just like, ugh,
being an example to the world of what not to be.
mm-hmm,
No, I still, he's the one that, to me, that started it all.
mm-hmm, yep.
And you know what's sad though is okay, they're calling it a mental illness, but
The
it
what?
seems like it's a fad, like a it's cool to do this. It's cool to I don't know. I don't get it. I
He was on the front pages
don't
of
even want to get it.
magazines. He was given awards. And
Mm-hmm,
then, and
yep.
now he still
Mm.
dates women. Okay. He still dates women.
Yes, Brew, that's the name of it. Dear John, that had Channing Tatum.
Oh, really? Oh,
Yes.
you don't understand Jenner.
None of us do.
I don't think you're supposed to, darling. Bruce Jenner cut off the twig and berries. Yep, exactly. That is sick. I mean, that's just you. If you're not on some kind of, you know, pills or something.
Think of the people he was subjected to for how many years. That is enough to drive anyone insane.
But you know what? When that happens, think of think of okay, he's a male. If his father's still alive, how his father felt, how
Oh,
it affected
right.
every
Oh,
family member there is. That
my
Wow.
niece
that you
did
have
it.
known this person by this name all their life, and all of a sudden you're supposed to call them
Right.
whatever
My
they
brother,
choose. It
my brother-in-law died, and my
very
niece decided to make the change within a year and go for the whole blown thing.
Wow.
Already engaged, already had a girlfriend, and
Huh.
then just cut me right out of her life. It
well.
was
I have a
sad.
family member who did the same, and it it it. Oh man,
That was the hardest thing I ever
it's
had to
still
deal
tough.
with. Yeah.
Still, it's like I just can't. I hate to say I can't accept it, but that's the way it feels like.
Well, are we supposed to accept evil?
You can't wrap your head around it. That's the way I'd say it.
No,
When they do it to children, it is evil.
and that's his father was like, I lost my son that day,
Mm,
and it.
yeah.
I just can't imagine.
Nope.
Not imagine. One of my kids did that, and you
Mm,
know, my youngest daughter, she's autistic, and
mm,
she's mentioned things, and then I explain it to her, and then she's like, and so that's why I wonder if it's just a phase, because it's like she went through those phases, but then realized
Yeah.
she's happy with what she is now. She's
Good.
always been a she,
Hmm.
but it just took her a few years to get to that point where she
Hmm.
felt, um, I don't know, I don't even know where that thinking came from. It was just, I just thank God that He answered those prayers.
Yeah, I had a friend who her daughter wanted to be called Jason for a while, and she was like 6 or something, you know. And her mom was like, "No, we're not doing that," and that's all that was, you know.
Yeah,
And but I think that if a family or children lived out in the country in the middle of nowhere and were not subjected to any of the bullshit that they are, because even a child like an autistic child or one who's not really put in front of has their own device, because if they have their own device, forget it. There's no sheltering our kids from this now. They're
because
louder, they're in our face, and they're coming after us.
remember, that's, oh, we were ruining our kids. We were sheltering them so much that they didn't get to experience life. It was the whole guilt trip. Do you remember that? It was, your
For
kids
what?
are
For
too
to be a
sheltered.
trans? Or to, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Like, I was always told, because I was very strict. I was very strict and I was very protective. And
Hmm.
so people would tell me, your your kids are too sheltered. They need to experience the world. Well, that right there should have been a big light bulb going off in my head
Hmm.
as soon as they said
Yeah.
they need to experience the world. What does the Bible say about that?
Hmm. Yeah, I was told the same thing because I
Yep.
homeschooled my kids when they were younger, and then they went to a little country school, which then everybody seemed to be satisfied, and it
Hmm.
was a good school. We were very involved in it. You know, it was under 30 kids, K through eighth. They had the little house on the prairie life, but yeah, no one transitions. They can pretend, but that's it. And it is
Exactly.
demonic. I think it is demonic. I think um,
How'd you
if
like to get plopped in Six Flags at 16 years old when you're this quiet, shy girl from Fairport, New York? You know, I mean, it was the biggest shock of my life because Bonnie, I was dumped into the world. And next thing you know, I got glowworms around my ankles and my wrists, and I'm selling them to people, for $1. And I'm talking to people from all over the world, every color in the rainbow, and every kind of person there was. And that was like, that's basically what they're saying that your kid should be pretty much. It's kind of like being dumped in an amusement park right now.
Mhm.
Honestly, the way it's turned out.
Yeah,
Yeah.
whenever, as someone says, sheltering from the world, it's like, yeah, well, uh, it's gonna sound bad, but fuck off, you know? Yeah, that's
The
fine.
world's what's corrupting them. Yeah.
Yeah. Why would I? Why do they need to be? Oh, because then when they go out into it, they're not going to know how to handle it. Yeah, they are. They're not going to be tainted from it, and they're going to see the bullshit a lot easier than if they're mingling with it and watching this movies, watching the sports like we all were. Everybody was lulled to sleep. Everybody was. We're dulled. People are dulled right now. Our men are playing in the meta. They're fighting in the meta for dopamine hits and serotonin and trophies, and I
It's,
mean it's sad, but it's true. That's where it's at. They like the video
yep.
games. It's the fucking
I
truth.
saw I saw today that Tennessee is trying to pass this bill. Um, oh, what is it? uh, no, uh, what's it called? Is it risque? Ri- no, cabaret. No. Ugh. Anyway, it's none of that where there's minor children. And so there's a there's a lawsuit against, I guess it's against the state for trying to pass this bill
Hmm.
by the others, saying that that's like saying, um, like a girl dressed in a crop top and a short little skirt is a stripper or something like that. I can't remember exactly how they worded it. And so they're saying that's how the cheerleaders dress at the football games. And so that's how they're using this as their battle. These trans men or no, it's the drag was the ones making the argument. And I'm sorry, but a man dressed like that is quite a bit different to me in my eyes than, I don't know, but
Oh
I'm
yeah.
interested to see how that goes. Bill and the lawsuit. And
The laws are on the books already. These people shouldn't be allowed to do these lewd acts around children. And
exactly.
the people, we're going to get pushed and pushed and pushed until we fight back. And I mean, I don't understand
Yeah. You
why
try
we're not
running down the road naked, what's going to happen? You're going to get arrested, indecent exposure.
right.
So,
Hmm.
why isn't these things considered indecent? Indecent, period.
I
The,
don't know, but
the
there's a
pictures
naked
that you have shown.
tattoo guy. There's a naked tattoo guy that walks around Asheville, North Carolina, and they've let him walk around that way for decades.
You know what? Austin did that. There was this man, I can't even remember what his Leslie, and he wore a thong, and he would go into restaurants, into everywhere. Do you know that this is how messed up Austin, Texas is?
Come on.
They even wanted him to be mayor of Austin.
Oh, come on.
When they say keep Austin weird, they are not kidding.
Whoa.
I
Whoa.
can't believe I got a thrift store tie dye shirt from here that says "Keep Austin Weird."
There you
Really?
go.
Funny.
Yes, I do. I told Bonnie about it. I was like, I got a shirt from there. And actually, that's where my brother in law lives.
There's a town outside of Austin that I've passed through a couple of times. Stopped at a convenience store there, and it says west of Weird or something like that. And one of the kids bought it for me. But yeah, Austin is definitely weird. I mean, anything goes there. Anything.
Hmm.
I think every state must have an artsy fartsy. Like if I had to pick California, a really off the wall, like the most off the wall part, I'd probably say San Francisco. If
Hmm.
you had to pick a place in New York, obviously be in New York City. If you picked Georgia, Atlanta would be the place to see anything and everything. You know what I mean? It's like there's one, at least one big city that is just bonkers, you know? The other ones
Hmm.
just can't compare.
Yeah. No, it's true.
But San Francisco is where like Haight Asbury and all that started,
Mm.
right? Was where the hip,
And of course,
yeah.
Hollywood is a mess too. I mean, a lot of
Well, that's
California is
its
so big.
that's
It's
his oh
so big.
that's his own like
Hmm.
place there.
Cesspool.
But
It's
San
its own
Francisco to
cesspool.
me, would be where the, like, just bunches of different kinds of people,
Yeah.
bunches, musicians and artists and naked tattooed people and, hippies and
Yep, they're
dippies.
all there. They're there
Yep.
for sure.
Okay,
Somebody else needed. Are you gonna shut? I'm gonna have to go, ladies. So I don't know if you're staying on or
yeah,
shut it down. But I gotta
probably
get
gonna close it up.
started.
5.5 hours, I think is.
You did good, Bonnie. I sure love everyone in chat.
Thank you.
Me
Yeah, we
too.
got chat barfing, so they're probably ready.
Maybe we better end on a better note than that. I don't know.
Maybe.
Um, we could
Maybe
say
a
a prayer.
good old
Our
prayer.
Father.
You want me to start it and you continue?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you want? All right.
All right.
Because we need to do these things.
Mm-hmm.
Heavenly Father, we come to you tonight and ask you to please just be with everybody that has come through here. Give them a blessing of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully some knowledge to carry with them. We ask you to help us in this fight, Lord. We see the destruction of society, the destruction of the country.
Mm-hmm.
We ask that you just please be with us. Make us stronger in you, Lord.
Yes,
Know
Lord.
that you are the way.
Mm-hmm.
Father, we ask you to please look out for all the people that were hit by tornadoes.
Mm-hmm.
We pray that somehow that they get built back to some sort of home life. Their
Mm-hmm.
homes were just destroyed completely. Everything they had.
Mm-hmm.
Let them start over with you in their hearts, Lord.
Mm-hmm.
And I turn it over to Dee.
God, thank you for Bonnie and for Deb and everyone here in chat coming together and just to be able to talk to each other and about things. And because a lot of our family thinks we're crazy, I guess, but we know that we're not. So, and we know that a lot of your people are persecuted, God. And I just pray for all of us here because I'm sure that we all are experiencing that. And there's people that are persecuted all over the world, even greater. And God, we do pray you would deliver them, strengthen them, send out your mighty angels. If it takes a legion, Lord, we know you have the ultimate victory. We just don't know how much we're going to suffer. So I just pray, God, that we be okay with being weak because you make us strong when we're weak. And to just lean on you more. And I pray for whatever kind of man Bonnie has in mind, that it's the man you want for her, God. It's the man you want for her, Jesus. And the
Yeah.
same with Deb's too over here. And all of you in chat that be looking around. In Jesus' name. Turn it over to Deb's.
Oh, okay. Caught off guard here. Okay, Lord, what they said, obviously, and all I can add is that our community, I pray for our community on YouTube, and I pray for all of the people like Bonnie who run channels and Dee who run channels, and just bless our chats and keep all evil away from them and keep all of our families and friends and pets and everything and the whole community
Yes.
far and wide, keep them healthy and
Mhm.
strong and
Yes.
in your love and sharing love to everyone else. In your name, amen.
Mhm.
In Jesus' name,
Amen.
amen.
Woo!
And Lord,
Yes.
I'm
And
not
the
looking.
demons tremble.
I don't care what Dee said. I'm not looking, Lord.
You're not what?
Not looking.
No, we're not. Night, y'all. Love you so much. We'll see
Night,
y'all the next
everybody.
one.
Love you all.
Love you all.
Y'all are amazing. You made my Saturday night awesome.
Mine too.
Mine 3.
Night chat. Love y'all.
Jesus.
God bless you.
Glory. Glory to God.
Peace.
Your eyes on Jesus.